Item Number: YOS 2974. Object Class: Keter. Containment Procedures: YOS 2974 is to be kept in a 4 meters by 4 meters by 4 meters airtight container within a 1 meter glass container. Temperatures are not to exceed 45 degrees Celsius. If so, temperatures are to be dropped within 16 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius. Samples of YOS 2974-1 are to be used if necessary, and built-up objects of YOS 2974-1 are to be destroyed. No one under Level 4 clearance is to enter YOS 2974's chamber, and they are to be removed from the cell. Infected subjects are to be quarantined and treated with a type of antibiotic to terminate the effects of YOS 2974, or allow the subject to be terminated, and the remains of the body are to be incinerated to kill off other effects. No direct contact is to be made with YOS 2974 unless for testing purposes, and the cell is to be locked at all times. Description: YOS 2974 is a species of insect currently unidentified. It stretches 0.8 inches long, with an abnormally long stinger, and has wings. It is made up of a dark blackish structure and is believed to be venomous. It can take flight, speeding up to 87 miles per hour, and can catch up to other living things easily. It is hostile to every living thing it comes into contact with, and will use its stinger or mouth to inject venom into its prey. This venom can cause a certain amount of time to completely destroy the targeted creature, but it can vary in many ways. 4 stages are the most common when a creature gets infected. Stage 1. The venom is dormant within 4 minutes, until it corrodes the tissue within its host, causing it to turn into grayish hue, and can travel through other veins of blood. Stage 2. The creature will experience pain during the process, to the point that the nervous system gets completely destroyed. By now, all of the tissue might have turned completely gray at this point. Stage 3. The creature's shape begins to decay at an accelerated rate, and the venom begins to corrode the vital organs until they are completely destroyed. The subject will die seconds later during the destruction of these organs. Stage 4. The subject by now is completely destroyed, and turned into a grayish mess, and its remains randomly melted into a gooey substance, which allows YOS 2974 to use it. This process can be stopped by using a type of antibiotic that is secret at this time, and the subject's entire body randomly grows back. YOS 2974 can secrete a gooey substance from its mouth, and can use it to build up a certain item. This can vary from tools, vehicles, and consumable items. Its most common is the formation of consumable foods. It will make it excrete a pleasant smell that will attract nearby prey and make them consume it, making it easier to use more of that gooey substance. This goo is designated as YOS 2974-1, and YOS 2974 will either use it to create more items, or absorb the goo within its body. It is assumed to be intelligent, due to its capabilities to lure nearby subjects to consume a consumable item, and uses a certain item that can easily tear or break through a hard structure to escape. A tool is most likely, and a vehicle is commonly used to escape easily. YOS 2974 is unable to do any of these skills when temperatures below 45 degrees Celsius, and will become immobile until temperatures rise up to safe levels. When in its immobile state, it can build up oxygen and carbon dioxide to keep itself alive and warm, and it will cease when temperatures rise up. Addendum: YOS 2974 has been seen roaming around Site 15, and it attacked one of the researchers. The researcher was quarantined and the subject was placed into a cell. Containment procedures have not yet started since YOS 2974 appeared out of nowhere, and the researcher was later terminated by unknown force. Incident 2974-01. YOS 2974 breached containment mysteriously, and attacked multiple staff members. The site was in immediate lockdown and the rest of the site members were evacuated into a safe room. Temperatures were dropped to 4 degrees Celsius, and it was immediately immobile. The subject was sent back to containment by MTF Unit 17, and the infected members of the site's remains were incinerated. Addendum 2. YOS 2974 was seen creating a bigger item made up of YOS 2974-1. It stands up 6 meters tall, and the temperatures were dropped by command, and the item was destroyed. YOS 2974 seemed to be able to create bigger items when necessary. It was constantly being observed by staff to look after other bigger items it creates. Item number: YOS 2807. Object class: Keter. Containment procedures: YOS 2807 seems to be uncontainable by any means, and is constantly manifesting at a high rate when in a certain area. It is to be tracked down and monitored at all times, and must be tracked down immediately after it disappears. No one is to attempt to turn on the lights that YOS 2807 currently resides in temporarily, as it might result in death. It should be closely examined and keep track of its behavior when in a specific area, and personnel should not attempt to physically contain it, as it uses self-defense to free itself. Civilians who have witnessed YOS 2807 must be given Class B amnestics to prevent them from spreading any information about it. Description: YOS 2807 appears to be an unknown source of a Class K manifestation event that only occurs within an area that is completely devoid of light, or partially devoid of light. Witnesses have caught sight of an unknown humanoid entity hiding in the darkness. It cannot be easily seen from any light source, as it prevents any source of light from reaching it, as it will attack the subject attempting to do so, by pinning them to the ground. Subjects will also report it excreting methane gas and feces, which is very toxic to everyone within a 2-mile radius. Despite this, it will not react when a camera is capable of seeing the entity with a light source within it. The entity appears as a nude African American man with long limbs. The subject is incapable of speech, but possesses the behavior of various wildlife, and can only walk on all fours. It also shows low intelligence, and it doesn't show a need to eat. Apparently, every organ in its body is absent, with the exception of the heart. It doesn't seem to impact it in any way. It will remain passive unless the subject attempts to turn on a source of lightning. Addendum 28071. YOS 2807 was discovered in one of the Foundation facilities, within a dark room that is supposed to be a containment chamber later on, but the cell was dark, and they caught a sense of smell, reminiscent of a person who's naked and is secreting a foul smell within. They attempted to turn on the lights, but the presumed attacker attacked one of the researchers and eventually killed the victim. They reported hearing a flatulence noise and possibly defecation. The entity was no longer seen after this, and the researcher's remains were incinerated. Addendum 2807-2. Foundation staff reports that an entity is attacking and killing civilians that tried to turn on the lights to their rooms. They tracked down the entity and attempted to contain it, but it used self-defense and released a huge amount of methane gas for flatulence and defecation, and eventually killed the team with extreme force. Due to this, containment is no longer possible, and the entity is to be tracked down and monitored until further investigation.
Note: I think if we keep him in an area where darkness completely consumes it, it will most likely stay within it, and containment will be effective and there will be no further incidents happening. I say we try to find one. Dr. Smith?
Decisions with Dr. Smith's statements are yet to be made by the 07 Council when YOS 2807's new containment protocol is to be approved. Item number: YOS 2878. Object class: Safe. Containment procedures: YOS 2878 is to be kept within a 7 meter by 7 meter by 7 meter enclosure made out of porcelain. Stains caused by YOS 2878 are to be removed on a 3-day period in order to prevent contamination.
YOS 2878 is allowed to roam the facility within 2 to 6 hours daily, and must be looked over when necessary.
Paragraph was stricken from the document. See Incident 2878-01. Physical contact with YOS 2878 must not be attempted, unless for testing purposes. Since YOS 2878 doesn't require sustenance from nutritional foods, foods made out of its mass are permitted. If YOS 2878 is experiencing changes in health or behavior, it must be reported by Dr. and must be acquired in additional dose of its mass. Additional contact between Site-22 staff, and other anomalies, is to be limited. After multiple conversations with YOS 2878 and YOS 2884, its room must be connected with YOS 2884's new room connected with a wooden door. Description: YOS 2878 appears as a thick, gelatinous, partially translucent mass of what appears to be 425 kilograms of slime, appearing in a greenish color. It is entirely shapeless in its original form, but it commonly takes the form of what looks like a human female, although with some changes in its shape. It is sticky upon physical contact, and parts of its culmin shape constantly starts to drop from its mass. It can increase or decrease in height by somehow increasing the mass of itself, and can grow to the size of an African bush elephant, Loxodonta africana, and shrink to the size of an African pygmy mouse, Mus minatoides, but it mostly prefers staying to the size of an average human. Despite only taking the form of a female, it can change into other animals or objects if it wants to, but it will go back to its culmin shape once it completes its goal. YOS 2878 appears to not need sustenance by consuming real nutrients of numerous food supplies, and it lacks any internal organs within it, so it uses its own body to consume and increase its own mass at will. YOS 2878 can rarely at times wear any clothing that perfectly fits its body, although it shows signs of extreme discomfort when wearing a certain type of clothing. Even though it wears clothing, it mostly prefers not to wear them in order to not cause discomfort. YOS 2878 occasionally sheds its own mass at a time between 3 to 4 hours, and rarely sheds out large chunks of itself. This doesn't cause great damage or distress to it, as it can simply regrow its mass with little issue. The shredded material from YOS 2878 will remain intact for a 21-hour period, as a result, will emit large amounts of bacteria and contaminants, and will eventually experience decomposition for no less than 2 hours. This doesn't affect YOS 2878 in any way when it's nearby. This shredded material is somewhat edible to consumption, and can be digested without incident. Subjects who consumed the material reported that it has a sweet taste of strawberry jello, vanilla yogurt, milk chocolate M&Ms, and a small hint of chocolate chip cookies. The reasons for these flavored edible products within the material is unknown, as YOS 2878 is incapable of ingesting anything that is not its own mass. The shredded material is to be removed and will either be eaten or incinerated in order to prevent contamination. YOS 2878 appears to be passive to any living organism it sees, and will often try to communicate with them, with slightly muffled, slightly squishy yet still hearable English, although it will change its vocalization when with an animal, and sometimes take their own forms. Addendum 2878-1. YOS 2878 was discovered within an abandoned home, that has been partially covered with its own material, but emits a quite pleasant scent of smell. MTF Unit 34 went in, and it went with them willingly, and was transported to the site. Incident 2878-01. YOS 2878 was allowed to roam Site-22 at will, but the staff were unaware of it capable of shedding itself. As a result, the shredded material decomposed, and the site was in immediate lockdown. The hallways were polluted with a pleasant smell from spray devices, and the shredded mass was removed upon coming into contact with the water. YOS 2878 was eventually found and must be in its enclosure at all times. Addendum 2878-2. Interview logs. 2 interviews were conducted prior to incident. Interviewer: Dr. Kelline. Interviewee: YOS 2878.
Hello 2878, can you still speak?
YOS 2878 nods, and attempts to speak.
Yes. I can, still, speak.
Great, I just want to ask you about the shedding on yourself. Is there a reason for that? Also feel free to take your time to answer.
I didn't notice any of that, but I didn't think any of that.
YOS 2878 is immediately capable of speaking without tissue.
Although I still can save myself.
What made you start doing this in the first place?
I don't know, I think I got too much of myself to handle, so I decided to remove some of that I think.
Well, it causes a massive amount of bacteria to inject and it will decompose, that's why we need to get rid of those pieces from you.
Well, you should have brought it back to me if you are that desperate.
Well, unfortunately, that won't happen, because it might do something to you horribly, and we won't let that happen.
If you say so.
Anyways, I'll see you later 2878, goodbye.
Interview Log 2. Subjects: YOS 2878 and YOS 2884.
Greetings, little strange green lady.
Hi.
My name is Sailor Moon, and it's my duty to save the world from threats.
That's nice.
I've known all of my teammates, and we can defeat evil, until they fall down defeated.
What kind of evil?
I'm afraid I can't tell, because I like to keep these guys a secret at times.
Guess that's fair. You seem pretty cool for a lady. You wanna be friends?
Sure, at least I got another good citizen to talk to. I'll try my best to see you as much as I can.
Thank you.
Closing statement. YOS 2878 and YOS 2884 was assumed to have become friends during the interaction, and YOS 2884 promised to see her for a random period of time. As a result, the interaction of both subjects is to be accepted. Addendum 2878-3. YOS 2878 was set up for multiple test logs for each YOS subject with inside 22. See Testing Logs 2878 for details. Testing Logs 2878. Below are the testing logs with YOS 2878. Test 1. Subject: YOS 029. Results: both subjects communicated with each other for a 4-hour period, before being removed prior to ending the test. Test 2. Subject: YOS 146. Results: YOS 146 starts teaching YOS 2878 multiple easy and complicated math questions during interaction. YOS 2878 begins to speak and somehow manages to solve YOS 146's questions correctly. YOS 146 seems proud of YOS 2878, and YOS 2878 is capable of solving questions related to mathematics. Test 3. Subject: YOS 302. Results: Subject 302 remained docile upon interaction with 2878, and both sat on chairs without saying anything. Test 4. Subject: YOS 436. Results: YOS 436 placed within YOS 2878's enclosure and immediately gained contact with YOS 2878. It then started attempting to touch the breast parts of it, but it seems to be causing YOS 2878 to be very uncomfortable with it, and sometime later would ask someone to remove YOS 436 from the enclosure. The request is approved, and YOS 436 was moved back to its container. Test 5. Subject: YOS 551. Results: YOS 551 started to encourage YOS 2878 about its own goals, and other activities it planned, and also showed a cheerful attitude towards YOS 2878. 2878 is seen with great enthusiasm, and is interested in hearing out 551. This conversation ended 5 hours later. Test 6. Subject: YOS 1297. Results: YOS 1297 immediately dosed its flames to an unknown material, as if not trying to damage YOS 2878 with its flames, and remains in a passive state until removed from enclosure. YOS 2878 does not seem to be comfortable with it, and tries its best to stay away from it, but YOS 1297 remains motionless until away from 2878. Test 7. Subject: YOS 1504. Results: YOS 1504 was placed inside the enclosure, and basically started to mess with YOS 2878 as much as she can. This made YOS 2878 very annoyed to the point that it wanted her out of the room. Subject was removed soon afterwards. Test 8. Subject. YOS 1552. Results. YOS 1552 was placed within the enclosure and started to encourage YOS 2878. YOS 2878 showed signs of excitement and a little bit of love. YOS 1552 was removed from the enclosure before YOS 2878 did something else. Test 9. Subject. YOS 2726. Results. YOS 2878 and YOS 2726 communicated with each other for 7 hours, before YOS 2726 left the room, with a promise at the end. Test 10. Subject. YOS 2884. Results. Both subjects are now in a friendly relationship when interacting with each other, and both of their enclosures are close to one another due to a promise with one another. Test 11. Subject. YOS 3285. Results. A 8-meter water tank is placed within YOS 2878's enclosure, and YOS 3285 interacts with it, and offers 2878 a hand to give her an anomalous effect that is to be looked after soon, and 3285 was removed from the enclosure. Test 12. Subject. YOS 3496. Results. A small container was opened to let YOS 3496 out. YOS 2878 showed small signs of fear upon coming into contact with it, although 3496 didn't attack it in any way, and was later removed from the cell. Test 13. Subject. YOS 4367. Results. YOS 4367 simply lays in the cell, and YOS 2878 simply does the same for 2 hours before YOS 4367 was removed from the cell. Test 14. Subject. YOS 4687. Results. YOS 2878 was provided with a computer device currently housing YOS 4687, and communicated with it. 4687 does not show any romantic attraction towards 2878, if it is aware that it took the form of a woman, and simply entered the room just to hang out with it, before disappearing 4 hours later. Test 15. Subject. YOS 5685. Results. YOS 5685 is placed inside the container, both subjects interact with each other. YOS 2878 shows no signs of love, and instead communicates with her. Test 16. Subject. YOS 7666. Results. Since YOS 7666 only affects males, the results were as expected. Both subjects simply communicated with each other for 7 hours, and told what their purposes are, and 7666 is removed by a female staff member.
Note. All of these YOS subjects seem to react in a similar way, going against their original purposes, although some of them made sense in a way. At least they didn't do any harm to 2878 in any particular way, although we had to forcefully remove them directly. I would prefer not to do any more tests with other anomalies, just in case the slime lady somehow manages to terminate a certain anomaly.
Dr. Coyote. Addendum 2878-4. After multiple conversations with both YOS 2878 and YOS 2884 were growing higher, both YOS 2878 and YOS 2884 were given a cell close to one another, and was connected with a single wooden door to allow access to the 2 different rooms. Item number. YOS 4356. Containment class. Keter. Disruption class. Kennick. Risk class. Danger. Containment procedures. All instances of YOS 4356-1 that are found are to be stored within a 6-meter glass container, and must be cleaned up on a daily basis. Any instances that are found outside of the container must be placed inside. No contact is to be made with YOS 4356-1 instances for 4 to 5 hours. Subjects who become infected must be quarantined within a 5-meter steel container, and if the infected subject becomes another YOS 4356-1 specimen must be placed within the glass container. Due to its nature, It is difficult to track down every instance of YOS 4356-1, as they appear in any area of the world. MTF Unit 88, Plush Hunters, must be sent to track down YOS 4356-1 specimens outside Site 44, and must be sent back when a certain amount of the specimens are found. Infected subjects outside of Site 44 must be terminated and incinerated immediately. Members must not directly observe YOS 4356-1 or come into physical contact with them for more than 4 to 5 hours, or else they will be considered lost, and will be terminated and incinerated. Due to the amount of instances of YOS 4356-1, several containment cells will be made and multiple glass containers will be constructed. Description: YOS 4356 is a phenomenon that constantly produces cotton-filled plush dolls in different areas of the world. They mostly resemble stuffed animals, but some of them commonly resemble a turtle, whale, and a seal. They look cartoonish in nature, and possess cartoonish eyes, and a wide grin. While they resemble ordinary dolls, there are a few alterations. Instances will show signs of bleeding, mostly identical to human blood, and have a number of different objects that might cause bleeding if coming into contact with them with extreme force. The blood might have come from normal humans that somehow got turned into dolls, and they lack motivation. These dolls are designated as YOS 4356-1, and they constantly appear in different areas around the world, randomly appearing in people's homes, facilities by the Foundation, or even a super-secret location. They seem to have a lethal anomalous effect when physical or direct contact is made. If a human subject physically touches and holds YOS 4356-1, or directly observes it for more than 4 to 5 hours, they will become infected with them. This infection will cease for a period of 12 days. The subject will constantly be implanted with different objects that cause pain, which is extremely painful for the subject, but this won't result in their death. The subject's size will significantly decrease, until they are the size of a plush doll. This infection can be stopped when an organism steps on the victim. Both the eyes will change into cartoonish ones, while the mouth will force a grin on the subject's face, and will freeze it, preventing the subject from changing it. After the 12th day, the subject is transformed into another instance of YOS 4356-1. This would lead to their death when the process begins, which may be the reason they lack locomotion. These specimens can measure 34 centimeters in height, and some manage to reach 56 centimeters. The reason why the instance appears is unknown, and what force of nature causes this. It is currently difficult to contain every YOS 4356-1 specimen due to its nature, and it's likely that more of them will continuously appear somewhere in the world. This effect only seems to infect humans. Animals won't suffer upon contact. Addendum 4356-1. YOS 4356 first appeared within an unknown person's home in Wyoming, where the subject got infected and was quarantined within Site 44. The Foundation then tried to contain every instance of YOS 4356-1, but they soon figured out that it is impossible prior to the present date. Incident 4356-01. After containment of approximately 80 instances of YOS 4356-1, multiple new instances were found within the site. Multiple members were infected upon contact, while the uninfected ones immediately contained them. Unfortunately, the infected members were terminated prior to this, and their bodies were incinerated soon afterwards. Look out for more instances within Site 44 as being conducted. Note from Dr. Gerald.
YOS 4356 is growing more and more difficult to contain, obviously due to the fact that it continues to appear somewhere in the earth, and lots of innocent people are becoming one of them. I think this might lead to an XK-class end of the world scenario, because there will be no more people in the future, so we need to do something about this and find a way to contain them for good. I think that all people will need to reside underground, while we use nukes to destroy all YOS 4356-1 instances, and it might severely affect the process of the anomaly. All we need to do is nuke every single continent that YOS 4356 appears on. If successful, and if YOS 4356 lost every plush in the world, and is now incapable of producing more, it might be neutralized. I hope this will turn out well.
The O7 command is making a decision whether to make Dr. Gerald's decision or not. If accepted, then containment procedures will be revised. Item number: YOS 5608. Object class: Keter. Containment procedures. Due to its transporting nature, YOS 5608 cannot be contained in a traditional sense. Personnel are to keep watch on the platform it currently resides in, and deter users from going near it, and are to keep watch of the correct one in order to not cause confusion. Since YOS 5608 cannot be physically removed, they are to immediately track it down in any area within the game. Description: YOS 5608 is an unknown entity that currently resides within a Roblox game titled Theme Park Tycoon 2, currently taking the form of a guest. Details: a guest with a red and white shirt with buttons, short white pants, and a black collar. It is presumably a woman, but will usually possess a specific type of hairstyle, like long brownish hair. Despite that it always appears that way, its name will always change, possibly just to hide its own existence, regardless of its appearance. Its behavior is similar to that of the guests in the game, often ignoring the users of that particular theme park, but it possesses a certain type of effect on the user's avatar. It usually urges the avatars to come near it and follow them around. Their eyes will also change into hearts, as if they are in love with YOS 5608, so it's assumed that they are trapped in a love state, and is constantly following the entity. The users are incapable of using their avatars and will lose their capability to move them. The only way to remove this effect is by clicking the reset button or exiting the game. YOS 5608 won't take effect if the avatar is from a certain distance away from it. This effect will occur every 7 minutes. YOS 5608 can also be transported to other theme parks by different users. Instead of disappearing entirely, it almost instantaneously appears to another area. Due to this capability, containment is no longer possible. Addendum 56081. The Foundation gained attention when users reported that their avatars are behaving differently with a certain guest in the game, and Foundation members gave them Class B amnestics and tracked it down. They use Class D personnel to test its effects, and the team needs to keep a safe distance from it at all times. Addendum 56082. YOS 5608's thought was investigated, and it said, "It is uncertain what that could mean, but it is assumed that it does this in order to." Addendum 56083. Foundation members took notice of a feminine voice speaking somewhere. They were unaware of what it meant, but it is assumed it might be coming from YOS 5608. Since the guests have not shown the ability to speak unless in a large number of people. Item number: YOS 173. Object class: Euclid. Containment procedures: YOS 173 is to be kept within a sealed containment chamber at all times. When personnel are permitted to enter the cell, the door must be closed behind them. No fewer than 3 members must be within the containment by any means, and the additional member must be removed from the cell. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous procedures. At any time, 3 Class D personnel are to enter the cell and make contact with YOS 173. 2 members must make contact with the item, and alert another when they're going to blink, while the other cleans up the cell, until all have left the chamber. Description: YOS 173 is a statue presumably made out of concrete and rebar, with spray paint of unknown origin, resembling an unknown person wearing a blue shirt and jeans. The face has 2 dots for eyes and a lined-up mouth sprayed black. YOS 173 is capable of locomotion and can move very fast at times. It appears to be very hostile to everything around it, and will try to attack and kill the subject with a snap to the neck or by strangulation. However, it ceases all movement when eye contact is made with it, and will move again when eye contact is broken. Personnel have reported sounds of scraping stone within YOS 173's chamber when no one's present. However, this is considered normal. Any change with this behavior must be reported. There are soft reddish-brown substances on the floors within the chamber, and is a combination between feces and blood. Origins of the material are unknown, and must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. Item number: YOS 2343. Object Class: Keter. Threat Level: Danger. Containment Procedures: YOS 2343 is to be sealed in the bathroom at all times. If it attempts to open the door, it must be immediately shut and locked. No one is to enter the room YOS 2343 currently lives in. Any attempts by members to enter is removed by force. Subjects who are infected by YOS 2343 must be quarantined with no reflective surfaces on site. Personnel are to administer the infectees with Class C amnestics if necessary. Description: YOS 2343 is the spiritual manifestation of an unknown humanoid entity that resembles a nude African American male. It is only viewable through reflective surfaces, and it only manifests when an individual enters the bathroom from it resides in and observe the reflection of the mirror, although subjects will report that they don't see their reflection, but they see a nude man staring at them. At this point, the subject will become infected, and will see the same figure in any reflection they see. However, after the entity has been observed, subjects hear a sound that is reminiscent of flatulence and defecation, presumably from the entity, and they see in a reflective surface that they might see the perspective of the entity changed, and instead appear with its back turned and bent over, showing an overly thickened butt, and will continue to fart and poop directly at them while in a reflective surface. Subjects also report a bad smell of the flatulence and defecation, and they often have to leave the room to evacuate. Subjects also report that the entity is smiling menacingly at them at all times, and will follow them around by turning its head. They expressed extreme disgust upon seeing it, as they complain that a nude man is in their walls, as they see it excrete feces as if teasing them. Addendum 2343-1. Discovery: YOS 2343 was discovered when an individual is suffering from a pink eye due to a smell, and also seeing something. The man was interviewed, and was administered amnestics. The house was purchased by the Foundation, and the bathroom is to be permanently sealed. Addendum 2343-2. Interview: Interviewer: Dr. Zoe. Interviewee: D808.
Yes, please leave. They can leave now. Okay, calm down. Calm down. This is Dr. Zell. I did D0808 experience enough, so here from the distant lightning show. Burn away. Thank God.
Addendum 2343-3. Incident: Dr. accidentally entered the room and made contact with YOS 2343. He was quarantined soon after. After several hours, the smell grew more toxic due to the entity. Dr. was still alive despite the toxicity of it. The smell spread through the entire site and emergency protocols were triggered. Dr. was administered amnestics and the bathroom was sealed permanently with additional locks. YOS 2343 was covered with multiple long pieces of tape in order to not cause another incident. Item number: YOS 3230. Object Class: Keter. Threat Level: Danger. Containment Procedures: YOS 3230 is currently uncontained. MTF Unit 81 are to track it down at all times and find a way to permanently contain it before it causes more damage. The unit is to be cautious when around YOS 3230, as it is likely that it will attack the force. YOS 3230 is believed to still be somewhere in the state of Minnesota, and must be tracked down when in an isolated area. MTF Unit 81 must not attempt to stop YOS 3230 by any forceful method, as it will result in a huge loss of personnel. If YOS 3230 is seen to be anywhere else other than Minnesota, is to be reported immediately. Description: YOS 3230 resembles a red sedan car of unknown make and material. It can reach speeds up to 109 km per hour, with its highest speed up to 170 km per hour while observed. It appears to show signs of sentience, as the inside of the car lacks any individual inside it, and is capable of moving on its own accord. According to this capability, it shows hostility towards anything it sees. Its headlights are assumed to be its eyes later on, and will try to run them over until death occurs, and is capable of breaking through hard surfaces with no trouble. It also attempts to destroy any known vehicle, even when a person is controlling it, and causing massive damage if successful at doing so. When YOS 3230 doesn't cause any of these problems, it is often docile and can move about on every street. It mostly prefers to be in an isolated area. It is unknown if it's aware of its behavior around other subjects or objects, and will stop in the middle of the road if necessary. If an incoming object moves through the area YOS 3230 currently resides in, it will cause YOS 3230 to destroy them immediately, and immediately becomes dormant when doing so. YOS 3230 is extremely durable, and cannot be damaged or destroyed in any known way that an ordinary vehicle can take, and will immediately kill anyone who does this attempt. YOS 3230 might be organic in nature, as it is theorized by the Foundation that it has organic material under its surface and is capable of moving about on its own. It is almost impossible to contain YOS 3230, as it continues to get away and will kill staff members if attempting to do so. MTF Unit 81 are sent out to try and contain YOS 3230 as soon as possible, as long as they don't get themselves terminated. Addendum 3230-1. It is unknown how YOS 3230 came to be, but it is likely that it gained sentience somehow when some incident occurred in a certain car shop, and many people were killed during this. Addendum 3230-2. Attempts to contain YOS 3230 have proven futile, as it easily speeds off after first killing off the attempted members. Decisions are currently being made whether to terminate YOS 3230 instead of physically containing it. This procedure will be pending in the near future. Item number: YOS 2167. Object Class: Keter. Containment Procedures. Since YOS 2167 cannot be removed from the location it was in since discovery, she is contained on site. Personnel are to observe YOS 2167 for any other behavior or action. If she tries to escape the site, D-Class personnel must be sent to lure her away from the exit. No one is to attempt communicating or interacting with YOS 2167 under any known means. Anyone who gains contact with YOS 2167 should be considered lost. If YOS 2167 manages to escape, MTF Unit 98 are sent to subdue her and send her back after first administering a tranquilizer dart. Description: YOS 2167 is a female, apparently filled with murderous intent. She wears a white dress, golden heels and adornments, white socks, and a white veil including a red underside connected to a royal crown on her head. A giant stylized halo floats behind her back, and often holds 6 muskets covered in black patterns, and suspended off the ground. YOS 2167 possesses curly blonde hair, twin drills, and shows a deranged look in her face. YOS 2167 refers to herself as Holy Mommy, and desires to eliminate anyone she sees, as she sees them as troublesome, should they dare to hinder the truth of the magical girls who are currently unknown. She seems to be desperate to liberate the girls she refers to, and often attacks and kills anyone she sees as a threat, and reacts negatively when people protest a certain plan. She is very hostile, and will use her muskets to inflict harm and kill the subject when direct contact is made. YOS 2167 came to the Foundation's attention when multiple people went missing in an undisclosed location, inside a castle in severe decay. The place was entirely empty, and recovery teams heard sounds of screams, and some laughter. They went to investigate. They eventually found YOS 2167 standing next to a deceased individual. The subject immediately sensed their presence, and proceeded to kill them before they could restrain her. Due to the difficulty of containing her, she will need to permanently reside in the decaying castle, in hopes of preventing her from receiving more kills. Addendum 216701. MTF Unit 45 was sent in the castle in an attempt to contain YOS 2167. An audio log was retrieved when they were found dead in action.
Control, we've entered the castle to retrieve the threat.
Copy. Remind us when you find the threat.
The group starts investigating, until finding a four-way path.
There's 4 ways, what do we do?
Let's try splitting up, we'll find the threat easily if we do.
Agreed, call us out if you find her.
Copy that.
Members 1 to 7 split up to find YOS 2167. 45 minutes later, Member 6 has caught a loud sound in closer distance. Member 5 can be heard screaming while echoes spread from the distance, followed by a gruesome squeezing sound, and later hearing menacing laughter.
Control, Member 5 is down. I repeat, Member 5 is down. He seems to be attacked and killed by someone. This might be the threat we're looking for.
Copy. Call over the rest and pursue the attacker.
Member 6 pulls out the walkie-talkie and calls out to enter the second hallway in order to restrain YOS 2167. All members except for Member 5 managed to reach YOS 2167, and immediately prepared their weapons.
Freeze, drop your weapons. If you don't drop your weapons, then we'll be forced to shoot.
I am the Holy Mommy, and I will liberate the ones that meet their fate. I will not tolerate anyone who dares protest the Mahia's plans, and you would dare protest our freedom from fate? I will eliminate anyone who gets in our way. They are troublesome to our plans, if they dare hinder the truth of our magical girls.
What's she talking about?
While Member 1 started responding, YOS 2167 can be heard laughing.
No time for questioning, we need to contain her so we...
YOS 2167 lunges for the team, interrupting them and killing all of them at once in the process. End log. Closing statement. After 5 attempts of containing YOS 2167, it has been proven challenging, and the Foundation gives up and keeps her in the castle permanently. Addendum 216702. Anomaly testing. These are logs of testing YOS 2167's abilities, using anomalies that can revive themselves at times. Subject: YOS 450. Results: YOS 450 is placed in castle via pickup truck. Subject wandered in the halls for 3 hours, until YOS 2167 sensed its presence. She immediately started to attack it, and YOS 450 tried to fight back, but YOS 2167 subsequently dodged its attacks, and easily destroyed 94% of its body. Subject was easily incapacitated, and was retrieved by MTF Unit 61 after YOS 2167 left the hallway it was attacked in. Subject later regrown its missing mass for 5 days. Subject: YOS 2457. Results: YOS 2457 is placed in the castle via pickup truck. The subject flies around the main room, and YOS 2167 is seen nearly out of the first hallway. She immediately lunges at it and successfully cuts off its wings. YOS 2457 tries to get up, but is struck and shot multiple times by YOS 2167's muskets and easily incapacitated it. YOS 2167 flees from the room into the hallways. Subject was retrieved and regenerated after 10 days. Note:
Who this Holy Mommy person is still a mystery. We don't know what else she's capable of, and needs to be cautious about any future changes.
Item number: YOS 3596. Object class: Euclid. Threat level: guarded. Containment procedures: the area, designated as YOS 3596, must be denied access by incoming civilians who attempt to enter, and must be moved away from the area. Personnel who wish to enter must have Level 2 clearance or higher for approval, and must be monitored at all times. During investigation, they are to be warned by an incoming YOS 3596-1 specimen, and immediately avoid its presence and keep distance from them, approximately 7 meters. If the subject is attacked by a YOS 3596-1 specimen, and has acquired YOS 3596-V1, must be either quarantined or left within YOS 3596, until expiration occurs. YOS 3596-1 specimens are to be terminated if necessary. Description: YOS 3596 is the designation given to an island named Ilha de Queimada Grande, or Snake Island, that is currently located in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Brazil. The island is small, 106 acres, and has a number of different species of snakes seemingly anomalous. These are known as YOS 3596-1. There are approximately more than 100 species of snakes within the island. Here are 5 species currently discovered by the Foundation. YOS 3596-1-1. Yellow anaconda, a non-venomous species of snake, and kills subjects by constricting. YOS 3596-1-4. Eyelash viper, is a venomous species of viper. Despite being native to Latin America, it resides in the area. It shows signs of aggression, and has venom that destroys the tissue of a subject. YOS 3596-1-15. Eastern diamondback rattlesnake, is the largest venomous rattlesnake, and it shows hostility towards subjects, and will kill them with its venom. YOS 3596-9. Angolan python, is a non-venomous snake species, but will still defend itself against something that poses a threat. YOS 3596-32. King rat snake, is a species of snake that abnormally eats large organisms, including humans. Its venom will kill its prey within a few minutes. After its discovery, YOS 3596 seems to have multiple species of snakes currently unidentified, and they possess stronger anomalous properties that can easily cause death. Due to this, the area must not be entered unless for testing purposes. Addendum 3596-1. YOS 3596's discovery takes place when multiple people went missing, and it is suspected that they went into that particular area, and soon found their bodies apparently being devoured by different species of snake. They had no choice but to terminate the group for safety reasons. The island was contained and closed off from the public, because they suspected that it was the cause of disappearances. Addendum 3596-2. D-1701 was sent into the island to measure the extent of it. He explored through the area until being blocked by YOS 3596-1 specimens. He attempted to go past them, but the snakes immediately lashed out at him before he reacted. D-1701 immediately dropped dead after this, and tests were suspended soon afterwards. Addendum 3596-3. Members who are observing YOS 3596 noticed that there are more species of YOS 3596-1 not identified, and reported it afterwards. Members made the decision to terminate most of the YOS 3596-1 specimens in order to not let them pose a risk in the future. Item number: YOS 5062. Object Class: Safe. Containment Procedures: YOS 5062 is to be kept within a humanoid containment cell, decorated to be in a feminine way, and must be provided with gifts every day, but must be given a special gift every February 14th. No one is permitted to interact with YOS 5062 other than giving out gifts. Description: YOS 5062 is a human female, age unknown, with brownish hair, and wears a red dress with unknown appearance. She seems to have a positive attitude around Foundation personnel and allows them to interact with her. YOS 5062 also has the ability to make nearby human subjects provide her with gifts, and will either give a positive or negative response when seeing the gifts. She seems to accept gifts, like chocolate, flowers, letters, and balloons, similar to that of Valentine's Day, and will continue to request for more regardless if the date is supposed to be February 14th. If the gifts are not received for more than 5 months, the effect will grow stronger and affect people in a 2-mile radius, and will cease if enough supplies are present. When questioned, she claims that they are taking too long to bring her the stuff she wants, so she calls out to them to give them to her immediately. Addendum 506201, D5002, D3445, and D6336, all male, were sent to YOS 5062's room. They went out and came back holding gifts. YOS 5062 showed positive responses and the subjects were removed. Item number: YOS 2079. Object class: Safe. Containment procedures: YOS 2079 is to be placed into a steel safe with a 7-digit code, and must be used for permission from Level 3 personnel. YOS 2079 must not be used for testing on living organisms, and testing with machinery must be cautioned. Description: YOS 2079 is a 45 cm Duracell battery. It possesses a limitless supply of energy and never seems to run out. It weighs at a significant amount of 15 kilograms, and it is very solid to the touch. When YOS 2079 is placed onto organic matter, or placed into a mechanical device, it will provide them with a huge amount of energy, and it can last up to 15 to 25 weeks. On rare occasions, however, it can lead to the destruction of the organism or device it has been placed into, and can lead to losses of life or resources. YOS 2079's energy supply often increases or decreases for periods of time, 25 to 35 weeks in a year, and might be possessing a dangerous level of volts and even less energy. It may be less used for experiments that might lead to losses of personnel, and might lead to destruction of property. Addendum 2079-1. Testing. Test 1. YOS 2079 was placed on the body of D10789. Subject was provided with large amounts of energy, and proceeded to run around the testing room. Subject gave out after 5 minutes of motion. Test 2. D20376, D5607, and D10065 was placed into go-karts to race each other in a large 85-meter racing field in Michigan. Each go-kart was provided with YOS 2079's energy volts, and the race started after 3 minutes. D5607's go-kart exploded after 5 minutes, while the others remained stable. The race concluded after 3 hours. Test 3. 3 saltwater crocodiles were tested. YOS 2079 provided energy to the subjects. Subjects seemed confused, and never moved for the remaining 4 hours. Test 4. D10745 was provided with energy from YOS 2079. Subject moved around the room with incredible speed, until exploding after the 3-hour mark. Item number: YOS 320. Object class: Euclid. Containment procedures: all YOS 320 packages are to be stored in a small steel safe at Site 21. Anyone exposed to it must be quarantined for approximately 3 days. Any use of YOS 320 must be approved by Level 3 personnel. Description: YOS 320 are 3 packages of milk chocolate M&Ms. They lack any properties when intact. However, when pieces of YOS 320-1 are outside of the package for 2 minutes, they will disappear and reappear inside the package. When a human subject consumes a single piece of YOS 320-1, no unusual activity will occur. When consuming multiple pieces of YOS 320-1, the effect will cease within 56 minutes. Subject will experience a stomach ache, and will rarely get a temporary illness not yet identified, that lasts within a minute. They will have issues with their digestive system, and will often excrete parts of YOS 320-2. After almost 3 hours, the subject will get an urge to regurgitate the rest of YOS 320-2 infesting the body, and the subject will lose consciousness after this occurs. When the subject wakes up, they will get a minor headache and seem to have trouble with their health. Analysis shows that most of the subjects have a severe loss of blood, and might have been caused by YOS 320-2 consuming most of it. YOS 320-2 is believed to be an amorphous mass of purplish waste matter. It is assumed to be capable of moving on its own accord, and feeds off the blood and possibly tissues of the human host. Once the mass has been removed, either physically or by regurgitation, it will cease all movement, and it is assumed to be terminated. This might be due to the fact that it cannot survive anywhere except for the human body. The pieces of YOS 320-1 after being consumed, simply reappears within the package, and the open part of the package will simply regrow. Addendum 320-1. YOS 320 was found within one of the boxes of the Foundation's Site-21. It was tested on a Class D subject to see any unusual occurrences, and was secured in one of the cells. Item number: YOS 2415. Object Class: Keter, previously Euclid. Containment Procedures: YOS 2415 is to be kept in a standard humanoid containment cell, decorated with a living room-like environment. YOS 2415 is to be provided with television programs that contain chocolate-themed shows, for example Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and is to be provided with 180 kilograms of chocolate-related foods for approximately 2 hours a day. If YOS 2415 isn't provided with chocolate-based foods within the 2-hour period, the containment cell is to be abandoned, and YOS 2415 is placed into the new container. Any chocolate-like matter that's seen beside YOS 2415 is to be taken for testing. Description: YOS 2415 is a humanoid female, approximately 1.5 meters tall, and weighs 150 kilograms. YOS 2415 possesses a slightly lighter skin color, and possesses brown hair and clothing based on chocolate wrappers, and a pink flower headband. Although YOS 2415 resembles a perfectly ordinary human female, it has an unusual physiology. Its bones, blood, muscle tissue, and organs are all made up of chocolate materials. When giving YOS 2415 an anesthetic to test its outer layer of its body, such as the skin and eyes, they are also made out of chocolate. YOS 2415 is capable of regenerating any damage to itself, regardless of parts being severed, although YOS 2415 states it doesn't show any signs of pain. YOS 2415 claims to be the goddess of chocolate, and also claims to be the mother of all chocolate products, and desires to see the chocolate by harvesting them. YOS 2415 seems to have an extreme interest in chocolate, and is highly addictive, and will usually consume more than 150 kilograms of chocolate. This doesn't impact the subject's health in any way. YOS 2415 can, on rare occasions, release 5 to 15 centimeter chocolate eggs from its body, and is completely edible for consumption. YOS 2415 loves to watch television shows that feature chocolate-themed scenes. Its favorite is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and would love to watch it while consuming chocolate. Subject claims to be 14 years old. This was proven false, as the subject is actually 22 years old. When questioned about this false claim, it said that it wanted to stay younger, and doesn't like it when it ages, and only wants to stay as a child forever. This may also be the reason why the subject's never been observed aging. YOS 2415 is capable of transfiguring all matter into chocolate, and on rare occasions, even on walls. This is due to not being given chocolate in a 2-hour period. Although YOS 2415 never attempted to escape containment, it can sometimes eat through the walls of chocolate, and can turn the walls and doors, and even Foundation personnel, into chocolate constantly. YOS 2415 will cease this effect if given more chocolate, and will never resist containment. Addendum 2415.1. YOS 2415 was discovered when MTF Unit 72 noticed a house entirely made out of chocolate while attempting to recontain YOS. Member 1 decided to send out one of the members to investigate it, while the rest went out to subdue the YOS. Member 5 entered the house, and immediately caught the sound of munching and chewing in one of the rooms. Member 5 followed the sound, and spotted a bedroom with YOS 2415 seen inside, consuming massive amounts of chocolate. Member 5 tried to apprehend it by convincing it to come with him. The subject refused at first, and questioned if he was friendly. Member 5 replied with a nod, and YOS 2415 claimed it would not come without getting more chocolate first. Member 5 luckily carried some chocolate and gave it to YOS 2415. The subject immediately squealed in joy, and willingly agreed to come with them. After recontainment of YOS, the rest of the MTF Unit 72 returned to Member 5 while having YOS 2415 sitting beside him while consuming the chocolate. The unit returned, and YOS 2415 was placed into containment. Incident 2415.1. One day after YOS 2415's been contained, Dr. went to YOS 2415 for examination. When he entered, he immediately noticed that the whole room was covered in chocolate, and YOS 2415 was seen consuming it. He assumed it was a hallucination after experiencing too much hazardous YOSs, until seeing YOS 2415 chewing its way through the cell, and escaped, turning everything in its surroundings to chocolate. Dr. in a panic, called for reinforcements to apprehend YOS 2415. MTF Unit 09 arrived and tried to subdue it, until the entire team was immobilized for reasons unknown. This was later confirmed they were turned into chocolate. YOS 2415 without hesitation decided to consume them. Dr. later figured out that it's responsive to chocolate, and gave the bars to it after getting some from a vending machine. YOS 2415 immediately ceased its effect and was recontained. Due to multiple breaches caused by YOS 2415's effect, and its dangerous potential to immobilize multiple personnel into chocolate-like material, YOS 2415 has been reclassified to Keter, and is to be fed multiple kilograms of chocolate per day in a 2-hour period. Interview. Reasoning YOS 2415 and its effects. Interviewer. Dr. Katie. Interviewee. YOS 2415.
Good morning, lady.
Oh, hey there, what do you need?
I was sent here to give you multiple questions for you to answer.
Sure, I have time for a few.
First question is, why do you like chocolate so much?
Oh, that's an easy one. I like chocolate because it's delicious, not to mention tasty, makes me want to be the mother of them and feel like a child.
When was the first time you ate chocolate?
Well, I don't remember. The feeling of eating chocolate forever must have corrupted my brain, but better luck next time.
That's unfortunate. Anyway, what you've said before, why do you identify as a child becoming a mother?
Like I've said before, my brain's acting up, and now I identify these fits of delicious chocolate as my children, willing to be eaten by their own mother. I love them, and they love me too. But about that child thing, it's simple, I don't like growing up.
But you look like a grown woman.
You don't know that, do you?
No. Never mind.
That's right, I'm 14, and that's it.
Anyway, second question, do you know that you're turning everything and everyone around you into chocolate?
No. All I see is chocolate, not people. You must be seeing things or something, hee hee.
She'll probably be mad if I ask too much. I should probably stop. Anyway, I guess you just really love chocolate.
Yes, I'm the goddess of chocolate, baby.
Goddess of what?
Goddess of chocolate, that woman in straight-up mythology, right? That's me.
That figure doesn't exist.
Yes it is, you looking at one right here.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to anger you.
That's good, maybe you are unfamiliar with this sort of stuff.
But
Nope, I think you do? Get out of my room, I'm too disgusted and offended at seeing you now.
Fine, I was done anyway.
Dr. Katie leaves the room with a grunt. Closing statement. Dr. Katie was seen not responding to personnel, and refused to do any more testing with other anomalies. It is recommended that no further interviews are to be conducted on YOS 2415, as it would affect the behavior for one of the researchers and refuse to cooperate due to YOS 2415's selfishness. Dr. Katie soon recovered for a few weeks. Addendum 2415.2. Researchers have reported that there was a yellow sticky note imprinted onto YOS 2415's back, and the removal of the note from it was accepted. YOS 2415 lets one of the members remove it, and it was written in permanent marker and is written in a 3-letter format. It says the following words. This is it. My own desire. It is bliss. And more refreshing. Embrace the browns. Eat those bars. Be the god that you want. Be the one you shall get. And be the one and only goddess of chocolate. Do not destroy this note. It is unclear what it means, but it must be written by an unknown individual who apparently created YOS 2415. Attempts to track this individual are ongoing. The last statement made most of the staff curious. When it was attempted to be destroyed, it was later revealed to be indestructible by normal means, and water has no effect on it. The note was placed into a plastic case inside YOS 2415's cell. Addendum 2415.3. YOS 2415 was seen with multiple brown egg-shaped pieces, 20 in total. Personnel noticed and realized it wasn't there before, and had to enter to experiment on them. It was later confirmed to be the same material YOS 2415 is made of. When questioned about these eggs, it claimed once again that it was the mother, and it gave birth to these eggs. Without any reason to remove these eggs, they were placed back into its container in order for it to not release its effect. Addendum 2415.4. After some research into YOS 2415's full capability, it is recommended that it does not come into contact with any chocolate-related anomalies, like YOS 1763 and YOS 2136, in fear of terminating both in the process, and accidentally giving YOS 2415 more properties. Item number. YOS 6378. Object Class. Safe. Containment Procedures. YOS 6378 is to be kept within a 3-meter cubed containment cell at Site 17, and it is to be checked daily for behavioral changes. No one is permitted to interact with YOS 6378 unless for testing purposes, and must be removed from the premises if refusing to leave. Infected subjects are to be administered Class L amnestics after testing has expired. Description. YOS 6378 is a 23-centimeter stone statue that resembles the character Cupid in classic mythology. It is seen to be moving about on its own when no one's present, and will cease its movement when necessary. It is assumed to be sentient, and can sense everything in its surroundings. If YOS 6378 comes into contact with 2 individuals of opposite genders, it will fire its stone bow and shoot 2 stone arrows at both subjects. Subjects do not feel pain when the arrows hit them. After several seconds, both individuals will react differently with each other upon contact, and will significantly fall in love with one another. They will embrace and kiss each other constantly, and will often make sexual contact. This behavior should be stopped in order to not cause further issues, and will often be administered Class L amnestics if things come too far. Due to this altered behavior, YOS 6378 shall not be provided with more test subjects in order to not cause an incident, and will be left alone spinning in a certain amount of time. Addendum 6378-1. YOS 6378 was discovered when 2 individuals were acting differently. They were found on the bed making sexual contact, and MTF Unit 22 moved away the sheets without hesitation. Both were completely naked, and have been administered amnestics, and the item was moved to the site. Addendum 6378-2. D1007 and D1009 of opposite genders were tested with YOS 6378, both were altered by its arrows, and they made sexual contact with one another. This was halted soon after. Incident 6378. 2 unknown individuals somehow broke in Site 17 without detection, and found themselves in YOS 6378's cell. They seemed to know what they were looking for. It is unknown how they are aware of YOS 6378. Before they could take it, the item moved and shot at them both. Both fell in love and ran away in a different room, somehow decorated their own room so suddenly, and they made sexual contact with one another. They were soon found by Site 17 members. They were both naked, and were administered amnestics afterwards, and sending them off Site 17 with new clothes, seemingly losing memory of their purpose. Item number. YOS 2189. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: Subject is to be placed in a room resembling a bedroom, in order to deter it from realizing it's in a cell. No one is to approach it within 15 meters without reason, and is to be removed with force. At any time YOS 2189 starts to activate, the cell is to be filled with pleasantly odored spray, and to constantly operate until the odor expelled by YOS 2189 dissipates. Description: YOS 2189 is a human male of unknown age and average build, with a dark skin tone, and 1.5 meters in height. YOS 2189 is in a constant state of dormancy, though it is somewhat believed to be in an unrecoverable unconscious state, or is comatose, and has never been observed to wake up. YOS 2189's entire body remains in place at all times, and remains that way prior to its discovery. The body and the limbs can't be placed in a different position, even by force. When YOS 2189 senses someone within 15 meters from its position, or realizes it's in a padded cell, it will constantly excrete a foul odor from its anal cavity, which is toxic enough to kill a human within close proximity. YOS 2189 will cease this action when the subject moves away, or when it's in a comfortable room. It is unknown how YOS 2189 came into this state during its lifetime, but it is theorized that it was once a human who wanted a lifetime sleep, and doesn't want to be disturbed or moved, and dislikes remaining in a place where it's too uncomfortable for it to sleep on. YOS 2189 has never been observed to age at all, and has remained in its young healthy state despite not eating or drinking prior to 1981. It is unknown why this occurs. Item number: YOS 2904. Object Class: Keter. Containment Procedures: YOS 2904 is kept in a 5 meter by 5 meter steel container, pinned to the north side of the container. A blanket is to envelope YOS 2904 at all times, and no one is to remove said blanket under any circumstances. If the blanket is not enveloping YOS 2904, personnel must wear eye protection to prevent a compulsive response from it. If a member is compelled to engage with YOS 2904, they are to be taken away and quarantined for 4 hours. Description: YOS 2904 is a row of 3 pictures of an underdressed woman, only showing the inner clothing colored in black. The woman is always pictured from the neck down, making identification difficult. The investigation of the woman in question is ongoing. When someone views YOS 2904 for an extended period of time, they experience a compulsion to engage with YOS 2904. Subjects have been viewed making a conversation with YOS 2904, and most of them are romantic. This conversation will end at a random time, until the subject makes sexual contact with YOS 2904. Subject usually starts this act by somehow pinning to the wall in front of the item. After several hours of this act, they will cease this activity and no longer be affected by YOS 2904. It has been reported that this only affects males. Subject who was questioned from observation of YOS 2904 described it as a woman named Jessica Robertson. She was beautiful and very sweet, and her body was stunning, so I had to go with it. Investigations of the woman described are yet again ongoing. Addendum 29041. Discovery: YOS 2904 was discovered when a woman named caught sight of her husband sexually interacting with a picture, and reported the police. The Foundation caught up after the police arrived, and gave everyone amnestics, and recovered the item. Incident 29041. Testing of D-Class personnel. YOS 2904 was set up for testing prior to its recovery. D-1011 was ordered to view the item for an extended period of time. After 3 minutes, D-1011 gained a compulsive response, and instead of simply talking to it, and sexually engaging with it, took YOS 2904 off the north wall and attempted to escape with it. MTF Unit 83 was dispatched and went after the subject before it successfully escaped. Subject was found and terminated soon afterwards. Note: prior to incident, it is determined that YOS 2904 can do more than simply compel the subject to engage while in said chamber. but it had caused subjects to escape with it on multiple occasions. Due to this incident, its intentions are unpredictable, and personnel are yet to determine if YOS 2904 is sentient, or if it uses these anomalous techniques to make subjects take it to escape. Reclassification of YOS 2904 to Keter is approved, and testing has been suspended indefinitely. Item number: YOS 2342. Object Class: Keter. Threat Level: Warning. Containment Procedures: YOS 2342, if possible, must remain in a humanoid containment cell at all times. No initial tests to interact with YOS 2342 are to be performed, and interviews with it are strictly prohibited. Due to its constant transportation to the nearest human being, it is almost impossible to contain. In order to prevent a containment breach, one Class team member must be within the containment cell at all times, and all Level 3 personnel must be within a 4-meter radius away from YOS 2342. Description: YOS 2342 is a female of indiscernible age. It stands at 1.5 meters in height and weighs 23 kilograms. YOS 2342's body often changes in size, and its voice is often higher or lower. Despite these changes, YOS 2342 is simply a human whose age cannot be determined. YOS 2342's behavior is often seen as being sexual, always wanting to do sexual activities with any male human being. YOS 2342 does not speak, instead it vocalizes what seems to be a moan, whether sexual or not, and constantly does this. YOS 2342 does not respond to any questions, and will only look at someone with a weird look, and only respond with a moan. YOS 2342's body has also been seen pulsating parts of its body, such as the breasts and thighs. It is unknown why this occurs. YOS 2342 can transport to any location constantly, but only when the nearest human male is present. When it appears next to the male, it will sexually interact with them. YOS 2342 is proven not to be intelligent, as it doesn't respond to any stimuli, neither questions, and seems to be suffering from brain damage. YOS 2342 was discovered when a man reported to the police who says that a nude woman broke into his house and did nasty stuff with him. The man also said that the woman was once in his house, but she disappeared soon before the police arrived. The Foundation caught notice of this, and MTF Unit 66 went out to track sightings of a nude woman. After 6 hours, they tracked her down, and put her in a container, and brought her back to Site 44. Addendum 29041. Interview. Interviewer. Doctor. Interviewee. YOS 2342. Begin log.
Hello there.
YOS 2342 moans.
Okay. Where did you come from?
YOS 2342 does not respond.
I said, where did you?
YOS 2342 moans.
Could you please stop
YOS 2342 moans. YOS 2342 leaps out of chair and lunges for doctor. Interview was immediately halted. End log. Note from Dr. Cine.
After this weird interview went wrong, I would recommend that no further interviews be conducted, as it would just be gross the further this goes on. So don't do any more of this.
Item number: YOS 2227. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: YOS 2227 is to be contained on site, and must be checked for any additional changes over time. No one is to make contact with YOS 2227, and shouldn't be submerged in it. If refusing, must be forcefully removed, and if preventing the removal will be terminated. Any YOS 2227-1 instances that attempt to attack personnel are to be terminated or thrown back into the item at long distances. Description: YOS 2227 is a large lake, depth unknown, that is located somewhere in Montana, surrounded by large hills and mountains. The water seems to possess a purplish hue, and is quite acidic to the touch. When a subject is submerged in YOS 2227, they will slowly break down and burn away, and feel the acidic effects get worse. The origin for this hue is unknown, and is indistinguishable from normal water. YOS 2227 is infested by a single unknown species of marine life. These are designated as YOS 2227-1. YOS 2227-1 specimens are a species of marine organisms resembling an ordinary fish. They have white and orange skin, and burn marks around it. These specimens can adapt to the lethal effects of the liquid, and are capable of swimming around underwater with no issues. They seem to be hostile to living subjects outside the water, and will try to throw the liquid on them attempting to kill, or they lunge at them with sharp fangs to latch onto them, or they try to enter their body to easily kill them. Once the specimen has successfully killed a subject, they will slowly devour them whole, except for the bones, and will enter back to the body of water once the deed is done. After it returns back to the water after consumption, it will excrete a deadly orangish substance from their anal cavity, and will eventually create another specimen of YOS 2227-1. It is also assumed that it adds more toxins to the water itself. YOS 2227-1, unlike ordinary fish, will survive out of bodies of water for 5 days, and they won't flop helplessly upon landing on the floor, as they will simply flop back into the liquid with no trouble. YOS 2227 currently houses 200 million specimens of YOS 2227-1, and this number will keep increasing as more subjects get consumed. Addendum 2227-1. Discovery. YOS 2227 was discovered when a pile of bones were seen near a purple lake. The Foundation were curious and investigated the pool. An unknown species of fish suddenly lashed out at them, and the fish was thrown back out upon killing agents, and containment was immediately issued. Addendum 2227-2. Testing. A sample of YOS 2227 was retrieved, and a D-Class, D207, was ordered to physically touch it. He reported that it was burning him. He was then ordered to dump the whole gallon on him. The subject refused at first, but eventually did it, and it simply hurted him, like it is acidic, and the test concluded. Addendum 2227-3. Retrieval. A YOS 2227-1 specimen was captured when it went too close to the floor on land, and was immediately sent to a water tank containing gallons of YOS 2227, and was taken back to a room on site. The lid was immediately closed to prevent it from lunging out at the members. The specimen was fed a piece of raw meat, and was observed for a few minutes. The specimen eventually excreted the orangish substance from the anal cavity, and a sample was taken after it stopped. It contained methane, carbon dioxide, oxygen, hydrogen sulfide, and more of the acidic compounds. The specimen was kept in its tank for more tests. Item number: YOS 2437. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures. The area where YOS 2437 resides must be closed from the public, and drones must track down any of YOS 2437's movements. Anytime it interacts with an individual, members of MTF Unit 18 must be sent and prevent the individual from receiving YOS 2437A or B. Since YOS 2437-2 is incapable of speech, see addendum, no staff must interact with it, and must be evacuated from the premises. Description: YOS 2437 consists of two components. YOS 2437-1 is a standard ice cream truck, seemingly sentient, as it is seen moving around on its own accord. It will seemingly drive around the town of and try to find some individuals to serve. YOS 2437-2 is a humanoid entity. It is accompanied by YOS 2437-1 in order to get around, and resides within it. It resembles a dark-skinned human male, with an orange shirt, and jeans. However, its entire body appears to be melting, as it is seen when it sticks its hand out when serving. Analysis of it appears to be made out of the same material as ice cream, and always remains cold to the touch. Similar to YOS 2437, it will also try to find individuals, and then serve them the ice cream they requested. Both components will flee at high speed and return to normal once out of sight. When this individual receives the ice cream, and eats it, they will suffer a massive heart attack, and die in seconds. Once the subject is dead, Their body will begin to melt like wax, and will also have the same ice cream-like material. The ice cream, designated as YOS 2437A and B, only resembles an ice cream cone and popsicle, but they will take on different appearances and flavors when the individual requests for it. When the Foundation found out about its nature, approximately 108 people had become victims of YOS 2437, and the ice cream material leaking from their bodies had flooded 25% of the area. A cleanup team was dispatched and they immediately began to look out for YOS 2437. Addendum. Dr. insists to approach YOS 2437 as an attempt to interview it. When he attempts to communicate with YOS 2437 too, saying why it gives people deadly ice cream, it's unable to speak. Instead, it shoves an instance of YOS 2437A down his throat, and he dies seconds later, before YOS 2437 flees the scene.
Note: YOS 2437 seems to be incapable of speech, and attempts to communicate with it may result in death. It is recommended that no future staff members should interact with them again.
Item number: YOS 3721. Level 3, Confidential. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Caution. Containment Procedures: the entrance of YOS 3721 is to be sealed off with a metallic hatch, and it is to be secured by 2 MTF Unit 9 members, and is to be accompanied by at least 2 Level 3 research personnel. No one is to enter YOS 3721 unless for further investigation, and personnel who do enter are to be equipped with the following requirements: 1 bag full of supplies, food, water, and security equipment. 1 flashlight with a luminosity of 350. 1 camera embedded on the forehead. 1 rope tied to the body of the subject to pull them back once testing has concluded. Subjects are to be instructed to investigate the deep halls of YOS 3721, and to avoid instances of YOS 3721A, B, and C. If spotted by these 3 instances, they are to be considered lost. Description: YOS 3721 is a large, spherical green tunnel, located in an unexplored region of South America. It is 3 meters in diameter, and is constantly exposed to water with a temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. It is unknown where this condensation is coming from, since the tunnel is neither hot nor cold. YOS 3721 is hidden underneath one of the hills made of grass, approximately 2 meters inside the hill. The time this tunnel was built is unknown. When inside, the tunnel seems to stretch over 17 meters, until finding a hole 2.5 meters in diameter. The hole contains more of the tunnel, and seems to stretch on infinitely. This part of YOS 3721 contains 3 instances that share the same physical structure, but possess different traits. YOS 3721A is a spherical entity, 2.5 meters in diameter, and possesses a reddish glow. YOS 3721A is the closest to the entrance to the hole, and never has been observed closer to it when outside of it. YOS 3721A is extremely hostile, and will attempt to attack any living thing nearby. It usually attacks by blinding the victim due to its increasing luminosity, and will rip apart the victim until no traces of it are found. YOS 3721B is the second of the spherical entities, 3.1 meters in diameter, and possesses a bluish glow. YOS 3721B is brighter than YOS 3721A, and wanders around the presumably centered region of the tunnel. Like YOS 3721A, it is hostile, and unlike A, it will release an unknown source of antimatter, which engulfs the victim completely, until no traces are visible. YOS 3721C is the last of the spherical entities, 3.5 meters in diameter, and has an intensely bright white light. It is the brightest of the spheres, and dwells within the outermost layer of the tunnel. YOS 3721C is hostile, and can sense its prey using its own light source. It has increased eyesight, and can smell its prey once in close proximity. It will terminate the subject by increasing its brightness, and causing them to not only go blind, but to melt their entire body, which is probably caused by intense heat emerging out of it. All three entities have never been seen to interact with each other, due to extended distances between them, and will possibly never see either one of their kind. The scenario in which A, B and C interact with each other has yet to be seen. Addendum 3721-1. YOS 3721 was discovered when a person of interest gained interest in three hills in a random area of South America, and somehow dug through one of them until finding an abandoned green tunnel. The person of interest went inside and was never seen again. MTF Unit 86 went to contain the tunnel, and keep watch of any non-Foundation personnel. Addendum 3721-2. A video log was established to investigate the deeper areas of YOS 3721. Detain 17 was sent into the tunnel, equipped with the appropriate supplies, a camera, and a bright flashlight. Dr. was ordered to accompany Detain 17 and directed whenever possible, and ordered it to avoid any potential threats.
I'm in.
Great. Now please enter deeper into the tunnel.
Detain 17 does as requested.
It's kind of wet in here. I think someone pissed in here a while ago.
Well, do you smell anything unusual?
No.
Then it's just water. Now proceed.
Alright, fine.
Detain 17 travels more, until entering the hole, and travels even more deeper.
It's getting dark. I'm turning on my flashlight.
Alright, keep in mind that you avoid anything that's hazardous. Is that clear?
I'll do my best.
3 hours later, Detain 17 has since passed the area of YOS 3721A, and is now entering YOS 3721B's area. After traveling another 7 miles, Detain 17 stopped on its way.
Reason for stopping?
I see a bright light up ahead. I think someone else is in here.
That would not be the case, so don't interact with the subject.
Okay, fine. Not like you'd give me a bit of company anyway.
Detain 17 goes the opposite way from YOS 3721B. Since then, D1017 passed the area of YOS 3721B, and is now traveling deeper into YOS 3721C's area. After entering, he stopped once again.
I'm getting hungry. Do you mind if I stop to quickly eat, Doc?
Approved. You may eat and drink your food supplies. I'll contact you again once you're done.
Detain 17 eats and drinks for several minutes, until finishing up his meal.
Okay, I'm done.
Good. Now proceed.
Detain 17 travels another 7 miles, until seeing a bright light approaching it.
Doc, I swear there's someone here. They're probably looking for me.
You do what I say, and you have to approve this. Now stay away from the light.
No, I'm going to talk to that person and ask how they got trapped here, and how to get out of this tunnel because I lost track of how to return back.
Did you seriously forget that you've been tied to... Never mind.
Detain 17 approaches YOS 3721C, and was immediately terminated by it. The body was later retrieved via rope, and the test concluded. Addendum 3721-3. The liquid excreted from YOS 3721 were collected for analysis. The liquid is revealed to be 28% of H2O, and 90% of human remains. It is determined that the tunnel consumed human subjects, and turned them into a liquid state. Item number: YOS 1122. Object class: Apollyon, previously Keter. Containment procedures: all available instances of YOS 1122 are to be kept in 9-meter containment cubes at all times in multiple locations. All instances must be terminated as soon as possible, due to the ever-increasing numbers of instances appearing in the cells. Each specimen must be collected with caution and must be used for attempted termination, and will be sent to a different cell if this fails. In the event when each specimen reproduces, the eggs must be sent to a new cell immediately. YOS 1122-2 is to be kept in a 95-meter containment cube at Site 98. It is currently impossible to keep every instance of YOS 1122 in containment, and therefore must be terminated immediately in order to not cause a XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Description: YOS 1122 are a group of small, partially humanoid creatures that are covered in a dark substance that resembles tar or ink. They possess a round head with a white face, with facial features like pie-shaped eyes, and a small mouth. They have the behavior of a human infant, and are capable of movement by crawling on the ground. The origin of where YOS 1122 came from was from a small inkwell, designated as YOS 1122-2. The object is translucent, and the fetus of the specimen can be seen within, and when they are birthed, they will leave the inkwell and move on. YOS 1122 specimens do not seem to age at all, and will always keep their body shape. How this occurs is unknown. Specimens of YOS 1122 can regenerate within 1.5 minutes. If cut in half, its upper half will regrow the lower part of its body with ease, while its lower half produces another specimen of YOS 1122. YOS 1122 specimens can reproduce constantly, occurring within 5 seconds, usually in the form of eggs covered in tar or ink. These specimens are assumed to be genderless, because they show no romantic attraction towards one another, and the appearance of them don't seem to be different at all. They only reproduce asexually. After the egg is released, it will hatch within 10 seconds and another specimen is born. When birth takes place, a dark liquid-like substance will excrete from the specimen's rear end. This is assumed to be amniotic fluid. YOS 1122 specimens show no signs of pain when being cut, and won't show any reaction from the section. They also don't seem to cry like a human infant, and they remain calm for unknown reasons despite their behavior. Addendum 1122-1. YOS 1122 was first discovered in an abandoned animation studio, where thousands of specimens of YOS 1122 were moving on the ground. Multiple egg-shaped objects and a huge amount of dark liquid was on the ground. MTF Unit 76 was ordered to retrieve the object and all specimens, and was sent to Site 23 for examination. Addendum 1122-2. Dr. noticed in the camera inside YOS 1122's room that millions of specimens of YOS 1122 have appeared, and he ordered the staff to send them into a new cell. Incident 1122-1. A researcher noticed a specimen of YOS 1122 outside the cell, somehow managed to get out. It started to reproduce constantly, and the site was immediately overrun by the specimens. The site was breached, and the specimens managed to leave the site. Personnel immediately contacted MTF Unit 23 to retrieve all of them before they could cause further spread, and were forced to place them into another site, Site 71. Addendum 1122-3. After multiple attempts of keeping YOS 1122 contained in multiple sites and cells, YOS 1122 was set to immediate termination, due to the tiring process. A researcher retrieved a specimen, and tested it by cutting it in half with a knife. Subject regenerates after and a new specimen is born. YOS 1122 was tested with other anomalies in an attempt for termination. See Termination Logs 1122, Item Number. YOS 2847. Object Class. Euclid. Containment Procedures. YOS 2847 is to be kept in a humanoid containment cell, and must be provided with decorations, outfits, rooms, and other equipment she would like to have. She only would exit the room when given a floor to clean up, and will be returned once the cleaning is done. Personnel are permitted to interact with and communicate with YOS 2847 with the permission of at least 2 Level 2 personnel. Any other ways to get YOS 2847 to interact with and do more activities is prohibited. Description: YOS 2847 is a human female, white in skin tone. She has long dark hair, faded blue eyes, and wears a maid outfit. YOS 2847 has a positive attitude, though will not be so positive if she sees something not suitable to her. YOS 2847 will willingly communicate with personnel if necessary, though won't communicate when she's busy. YOS 2847's capabilities occur when the remains of any type of matter is spilled on the ground. She will almost immediately approach it, and pull out cleaning supplies from nowhere, and will start cleaning the floor. The cleaning of said floor will occur almost instantly, even when viewed through video surveillance. When questioned about this action, she said it was easy to do. It will still remain the same speed when a huge amount of waste is on the ground. YOS 2847 claims to be named and originally lived in Tennessee. She was apparently given a job as a maid, and was instructed to clean up as much as possible. She doesn't seem to know how she gained this instant cleanup. Addendum 284701. Interview. Interviewer, Dr. Franklin. Interviewee, YOS 2847.
Hello. Or YOS 2847.
Hello, Doctor. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
I'm here to talk about your skills at the job you currently have.
Oh, this? It's been pretty nice. I'm very good at cleaning everything, so I didn't complain much.
Not only that, but you seem to go quickly when you clean. Do you take notice of this?
No, I just got done.
Well, we saw it with our cameras, and you did it fast.
Well, I didn't notice any of that.
So you are telling me that you didn't notice yourself cleaning fast?
Nope.
Okay, hopefully you notice someday. Our interview concludes here.
Item number. YOS 2618. Object class. Euclid. Containment procedures. All instances of YOS 2618 currently in possession of Site-03, approximately 1,276 specimens, must be kept in individual glass containers, 10 meters by 10 meters, with 675 instances for each. Personnel who are believed to be allergic to peanuts must not approach within 20 meters of the containment area. No one is to attempt to come into contact or attempt to consume any instances. If personnel are seen attempting to do either of those, must be removed by force and quarantined. Any signs of any instance found escaping containment must be placed back into the container or terminated. Description. YOS 2618 are a species of unknown insects, measuring 2.35 millimeters in length. They have super high speed, about 12 to 65 miles per hour, and can jump 10 meters high. Their exoskeleton is similar to the standard peanut, and has all of the parts that make it an actual peanut. The reason for this is unknown. YOS 2618 instances have a limited intelligence, and acts as a sort of hive mind. They use their intelligence to hide within the exoskeleton of their own, and wait for a subject to grab them and attempt to consume them. When they reach the mouth of a subject, they will bite wherever part of the mouth is near, bodily tissue, teeth, tongue, uvula, or the lips. They mostly prefer to attack subjects who are allergic to peanuts. Prior to biting, subjects will experience a strong headache through unknown means, and report tasting some sort of peanut from nowhere. Eventually they will lose consciousness within 12 to 32 hours. In the case of subjects allergic to peanuts, they will experience a strong fatal seizure, as well as forming multiple tumors around their body, and will then experience the allergic response to the peanut sensation. After the subject expires, they will suddenly combust into flames, and will detonate from an unknown method, causing massive amounts of destruction and pain to nearby subjects. Due to this, no personnel who are allergic to peanuts are allowed to interact with YOS 2618. Addendum 2618-1. YOS 2618 came to the attention of the Foundation following an incident of a subject's death from seemingly out of nowhere. It occurred in a city of Massachusetts, and has been seen by one of the skyscrapers that experienced severe destruction. MTF Unit 12 urged everyone in the building to evacuate as they will be taking care of the incident. There is movement from one of the peanuts in the bag when the subject got too close to it. The specimens were taken away from the city and moved to Site-03. Amnestic gases were released to the entire city. Item number. YOS 2266. Object class. Keter. Containment procedures. YOS 2266 is kept in a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter containment cell, and it is to be cleaned on a weekly basis. Subject is to remain in the cell at all times, and any time it manages to escape, personnel are to scan the walls for the subject, or find it when excreted fecal matter is found appearing. YOS 2266 is to be monitored at all times, and traces its whereabouts to see if it's in its cell. Physical contact is not to be made with the subject by any means necessary. Description. YOS 2266 is believed to be a small human infant of abnormal size, 66 centimeters in height. It is believed to be Caucasian in origin, but identification is difficult due to its effects against any forms of matter. YOS 2266's abnormal touch against any form of matter will cause it to blend in with the matter it detects, making it incapable of being observed properly. YOS 2266 constantly excretes fecal matter from itself, which is toxic in close proximity. It also gives away YOS 2266's position. It is theorized that YOS 2266 can apparently self-transport to different locations at will, although this has never been confirmed. This is also undetermined if this is the reason YOS 2266 breaches containment simultaneously. Addendum 01. YOS 2266 was detected on 19 unintentionally, due to reports by people spotting an unknown source within the house of, hereby referred to as YOS. MTF Unit 03 spotted brown stuff on the walls, and reported it having a foul smell. Although they were ordered to track down YOS, they decided to follow the trail of this stuff. After 3 hours, they found it leading to nothing. All members were led to disappointment when they thought of this, until they spotted something appearing on the walls. One member decided to get closer, ignoring the smell, and touched the wall. He reported that it felt like someone's skin, and requested for immediate containment. After announcing the others about it, the presumed subject vanished from its position when not observed, and the group turned its attention to the entity, now designated as YOS 2266, and YOS still remained at large. The entity was later found in an undisclosed warehouse, and was taken to Site 03. Addendum 02. Incident. Dr. and Dr. were called over to study another YOS. Once they returned to YOS 2266's containment unit, they found that it wasn't present in the chamber. After 3 hours of searching, they found a hallway covered in thousands of fecal matter hanging off the ceiling and walls. They tracked it down following the trail, only to find more feces appearing. They subdued YOS 2266 and brought it back to containment. Following this, extensive surveillance of YOS 2266 is under consideration. Item number: YOS 157. Object class: Keter. Containment procedures: YOS 157 is to be encased in a 35 cm cubed glass cube at all times. The cube must be highly surveillanced between 3 to 5 hours, to ensure that YOS 157 didn't manage to escape the cube. Any newborn specimens of YOS 157 must be terminated immediately, with extreme caution. YOS 157 is not to be provoked at any time, and if personnel gets stung by it, they must be immediately quarantined. Once the subject in question gets entirely consumed, the newborn specimens must be immediately terminated using pesticides. If YOS 157 managed to break out of containment, Protocol 157A must be initiated immediately. See Protocol 157A below for more details. Description: YOS 157 is a large female specimen of an unknown species of wasp, 3.6 centimeters in length. Unlike other species of wasps, YOS 157 is in a passive state around other organisms, unless provoked. YOS 157 is capable of reproducing a large number of eggs. Observation of said eggs appears to be a maximum of 214 eggs, and the newborn specimens can come to life in no less than 2 hours. If YOS 157 is provoked in a way that would threaten a normal insect's life, it will immediately attack the subject using its stinger. Analysis reveals that YOS 157 produces more eggs, but they are placed within the subject themselves. YOS 157 will also drain 21 milliliters of blood from the subject. After this has been done by YOS 157, it will revert back to its docile nature. The eggs, anywhere between 215 to 342 eggs, will hatch immediately, regardless of when they hatch outside near YOS 157. The newborn will proceed to devour the subject's entire body, tissues, musculature, and organs, in no less than 54 minutes. Subjects will expire before the newborn specimens entirely devoured the tissues. Once they devour the entire body of the subject, beside the skeletal remains, they will mature into an adult specimen of YOS 157. Unlike YOS 157, they are highly aggressive towards any other organism within their sight, and will sting them or devour their tissues entirely. Due to the threat they pose, YOS 157 must never be provoked for any reason unless for testing purposes, and newborn specimens must be terminated immediately upon completion of consumption using pesticides. Addendum. YOS 157 came to the Foundation's attention when reports of a large number of citizens went missing. Several civilians who are related to the missing people are taken for questioning. They claim that the last time they saw them was them entering a forest near them. The agents gave them Class C amnestics and began investigating the forest. Agents reported a large number of flying insects near them prior to entering said forest. MTF Unit 54, Pest Control, was sent to deal with the insects, insisting that this is the anomaly due to the large number of them. They appear similar to wasps, but have different textures of color. They also report that there were 14 skeletons lying on the ground, presumed to be the missing persons. Upon seeing this, the members of MTF Unit 54 immediately used pesticides to kill off the specimens, only for one of them to see an unusually large specimen of the wasps. The viewer of the team ordered the others to cease their work, and urged them to catch sight of the specific specimen. One of them insisted that this was the anomaly the whole time, and that the large number of other specimens were its offspring. While the team was only meant for them to deal with the incident, they immediately issued a containment plan for it. The specimen tried to flee from them, but the team was able to catch up and contain it in a glass cube. The specimen was sent to Site 02, and is given the YOS 157 designation. Addendum 2. Testing Log. A single test was initiated for YOS 157 prior to containment. D1178 was placed within an empty containment chamber with YOS 157, and was instructed to provoke YOS 157 for testing. D1178 at first refused, stating that he had a fear of insects while at a young age. After being instructed further, he relented. After provoking YOS 157, it stings the subject, and inserts 316 eggs within him, and drains 19 milliliters of his blood. YOS 157 released its stinger and flew away from him. After 54 minutes prior to D1178 getting stung, D1178 expired 12 minutes earlier, and he was reduced to a skeleton. The newborn specimens were instantly terminated using pesticides, and the skeleton of D1178 was removed once the pesticide dissipated. YOS 157 was placed back into the cube, seemingly unaffected by the pesticide. Protocol 157A. If YOS 157 was able to breach containment, the site is to be on lockdown, and the area where YOS 157 is locked in due to the steel electrical doors must cause the temperature of the room to decrease. Once YOS 157 is incapacitated, it must be placed back into the cube with caution. This protocol must not be lethal to YOS 157, and caution is to be initiated in order to not accidentally terminate YOS 157 in the process. Item number: YOS 5403. Object Class: Keter. Threat Level: Danger. Containment Procedures. Due to the nature of YOS 5403, containment is not possible at this time. YOS 5403 is to be considered a restricted area, and no one is to approach within 50 miles of the anomaly. YOS 5403 is to only be viewed via drone footage, and must be evacuated from the area of effect within 2 to 5 minutes. In the event that the YOS 5403-1 population increases, the radius of the distance is to be increased. No one is to attempt to destroy YOS 5403A and YOS 5403B, or any of the YOS 5403-1 instances and recently constructed buildings by any means necessary, and should be removed by force or terminated. Description: YOS 5403 is a region of anomalous phenomenon currently affecting the Sahara Desert. It mostly resembles a village made entirely out of sand, and is composed of nearly 100 buildings, currently designated YOS 54030. It is inhabited by a large number of humanoid entities composed of sand, designated YOS 54031, and they construct more sand buildings when ordered to. YOS 5403A and YOS 5403B are tall electric structures that resemble radio towers. They send out waves of commands mostly once every 4 months. They are directed at YOS 54031 instances, and they are ordered to construct more buildings in the empty spaces. It is theorized that should the instances of YOS 54031 cover up the entirety of the Sahara Desert, it would trigger an unknown anomalous event that is likely to cause an XK-class end of the world scenario. Therefore, decisions are to be made whether to destroy the buildings in another way. Attempting to damage the buildings created by YOS 54031 would trigger a wave that instantaneously destroys the attacker, and attempting to terminate instances of YOS 54031, or tampering with the radio towers themselves would be the same result. Addendum 01. A number of individuals, who were exploring the Sahara Desert, took notice of a strange village near them, and took a closer look at them. They reported that the buildings were made of sand, and showed no signs of falling. It appears that the village was not abandoned apparently, as they saw some sand people wandering around the village. They tried to speak with those sand people, but they ignored them completely. The individuals decided to investigate further, until coming across the center where they saw 2 large radio towers. They seemed confused about it, given that there is no signs of any equipment requiring electricity in the entire area. They decide to investigate it, until they get startled by an unknown commanding voice telling the sand people to construct more replicas. One of the individuals got more startled that they ended up kicking one of the towers, only causing minor damage to it. All of the individuals dropped dead 5 seconds later, including the attacker of the group. This came to the Foundation's attention when nearby cities noticed that the group of individuals went missing, and they investigated the sand village using multiple groups of mobile task forces. An audio recording from one of the satellites orbiting Earth was also recovered before the Foundation took notice. See Addendum 04. Addendum 02. Multiple tests with D-Class personnel and Foundation staff were conducted with Dr. Drake, accompanied by Agent Smith. Test 1. D-1433, male, age 41, was sent to YOS 5403, and instructed to go to the center of the village. Once they reached the center, they were then ordered to attempt to destroy one of the towers. This resulted in a wave that instantly terminated D-1433.
Note, well, that settles it. The towers don't like being tampered with. How about we do that to the sand people instead?
Test 2. D-2631, female, age 32, was sent into YOS 5403, and instructed to approach one of the residents. They are then instructed to attack the resident. D-2631 hesitates for a moment, before doing as instructed. The wave that took out the previous subject was then sent to terminate D-2631 entirely. Note:
it seems that the village wants to ensure that the residents are entirely safe, and no attackers are present at all. Let's cease from attacking the village and instead investigate the buildings they constructed.
Test 3. Dr. Brittany Smith was sent into YOS 5403, and instructed to enter within the houses. Once inside, the subject expressed surprise when seeing the expanded interior of the building, regardless of the shape and size of the exterior. They are then instructed to investigate further, and investigate the furniture with caution, fearing they might exhibit anomalous properties. Dr. Smith picked up a picture made out of sand, carved into what is presumably a family of 4 people, 1 father, 1 mother, 1 son, and 1 daughter. The subject put down the picture 1 minute later and reported nothing anomalous about it. The subject entered one of the bedrooms, with the sand people sleeping on the sand bed. The subject was ordered to not tamper with them and cautiously investigate the room. Dr. Smith remained silent, and slowly picked up the equipment towards them. One of them contains a large jug of water composed of sand. Dr. Smith silently said should they drink the contents of the jug, the instructor orders them not to do so, in order to not let them self-terminate. Another one is a roll of toilet paper that is actually made of sandpaper. The last was a large magnet composed of sand. Dr. Smith was ordered to bring the magnet back to the facility for testing. Dr. Smith then quickly exited YOS 5403, and brought the magnet themselves. Test 4. The magnet picked up by Dr. Smith was subject to multiple tests requiring any sand matter. D3780, male, age 54, was instructed to hold the magnet and put it close to the cup filled with grains of sand. The cup moved slightly when the magnet moved closer, and dropped towards it, and the sand was instantly embedded into the magnet itself. The test concluded, and the sand that bonded with the magnet could not be removed from it, and it became more of YOS 5403's formed sand. Test 5. D4401, male, age 47, was instructed to enter one of the buildings from YOS 5403, and destroy it from the inside. D4401 was equipped with a baseball bat, saw, and an axe to cause some damage. D4401 entered the nearest building, and proceeded to cause damage to the walls using the equipment in a certain pattern. A wave from YOS 5403A was released and instantly terminated D4401 prior to attempted destruction. Test 6. D3451, male, age 28, was instructed to try to take away one of the instances of YOS 54031. Once successful at doing so, both YOS 5403A and B instantly send out a wave to instantly terminate the subject. The instance returned to the area, seemingly unharmed. Note: after the previous test, no further tests with YOS 5403 are to be conducted at this time. Addendum 3. Dr. Brittany Smith has convinced Level 3 staff to conduct an interview with her. She claims to have a possible way to stop YOS 5403's continuous growth. Interviewers: Dr. with Dr. Drake and Agent Smith. Interviewee: Dr. Smith.
So, what do you want us to do with YOS 5403?
Well, we need to find a better way to destroy most of the anomaly's structures, and I seem to think of one plan.
Which is?
What if we strike the village with a nuke from miles away, in order to not cause accidental death?
I'm not sure that's a great idea. We don't know how far this wave travels, and we wouldn't know if it spreads over the entire planet.
Hold on, Smith. That wouldn't even make sense. If it did spread over the entire world, the rest of the human population would face extinction by now. That includes us.
I agree with. It might just dissipate once it reaches a certain radius.
So, are we going to do this in the future?
We'll see what we can do. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Addendum 4. The following is a series of audio logs that was sent from YOS 5403A and B. Message 1. Sent before the Foundation gained attention.
Attention all citizens, we must build a city, do it with extreme effort. Message 2. Attention all citizens, we must build more. Message 3. More. 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 Message 4. This is not enough, build more. Message 5. Excellent citizens, but we must build even more. Message 6. This is going well citizens, but we are not halfway done, we must build more.
Addendum 05. The proposal made by Dr. Smith is undergoing acceptance by the O7 Council, and will be initiated once approved. Item number: YOS 438. Object Class: Keter. Containment Procedures: all specimens of YOS 438 currently in possession of the Foundation must be kept into a 45-meter glass container, and must be provided with the newly created hives and must still be intact. No single YOS 438 specimen must be removed from the container. If a single specimen manages to escape from the container, they must be immediately incinerated. Any nearby personnel who showed signs of exhaustion, due to loss of blood, must be sent to get medical treatment. Any specimens of YOS 438 in the wild must be incinerated on site. Description: YOS 438 are a species of unknown insects. They mostly resemble bumblebees, but their yellow-colored fur is more faded, and they have darker bodies. Newborns have no fur on their bodies. This growth of fur can last up to 4 hours. Female specimens of YOS 438 are predatory in nature, and will seek out the nearest mammal, including humans. They will attack them using the stinger, and extract approximately 106 to 125 milliliters of blood to their bodies. They will rarely extract the mammal's entire bloodstream, leading to their death, although the mammal will likely survive this attack if the YOS 438 specimen extracts less than that, although they will show exhaustion and feel cold. Once the specimen has extracted the blood, along with their bodies rapidly expanding prior to extraction, they will return to their hive and release the blood into it in order to feed their offspring. Newborn specimens feed extremely quickly, consuming the blood in no less than 45 minutes. Once they have consumed the blood, they will start to age rapidly, only stopping after they reach a certain size, approximately 24 millimeters in length, and when they get partially covered by the fur they've grown. YOS 438 came to the Foundation's attention when reports of mammals across the planet are randomly dying or showing signs of exhaustion or slowly or barely moving. This was later reported for the humans showing the same symptoms. MTF Unit 54, Pest Control, was dispatched to deal with the threat. They caught an unknown species of insects feeding on a single specimen of deer, and they extracted the insect for examination. They tried to follow where the insect was coming from, until finding a large hive full of insects. Most of the insects attempted to attack the members, until they used their flamethrowers to incinerate them. The team then sent the female specimen to Site 09, and was given YOS status. Addendum. Once a single female specimen of YOS 438 was placed in a large glass container. It rapidly reproduced millions of offspring 2 hours later, and was releasing the blood it extracted from the deer. The newborns quickly consumed the blood, and matured into an adult specimen. Further observation of YOS 438 and its offspring are ongoing, in order to determine if the number of specimens reaches dangerous levels. Item number: YOS 367. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: YOS 367 is to be kept in a soundproof container, 5 meters by 5 meters by 5 meters, and must be locked at all times. No one is to enter said chamber for any reason other than for testing purposes, and must be accompanied by at least one Level 2 member. Anyone who suffers from temporary or permanent damage to the ears must be sent to Medical Wing 45. Description: YOS 367 is a rubber balloon, blue in coloration, and 40 centimeters in height. YOS 367 is easily destroyed when a sharp object comes into contact with it, or when destroyed by force. When it is destroyed, it will release a loud sound, about 956 to 1050 decibels, which will cause nearby subjects to suffer from temporary or permanent hearing damage and ruptured eardrums. However, this does not result in the termination of YOS 367, as it will regrow its previous shape and air filter from an unknown method. YOS 367 came into the Foundation's attention when a family of one father, one mother, 2 sons, and 2 daughters were suffering permanent hearing damage while throwing a birthday party for one of the family's sons. The family was taken away for medical treatment, and were interviewed. Due to their deafness, Dr. uses sign language to the mother and father for reasoning their cause of deafness. The father states that one of his sons accidentally hit and popped the blue balloon, and it was so loud that it resulted in permanent hearing damage to the family. The family were given Class A amnestics, and agents were sent to investigate the house. They saw that the blue balloon that was mentioned was still intact, and it was sent to site for testing. Item number: YOS 735. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: due to the number of YOS 735 specimens in the wild, containment is to be focused on extensive surveillance, and track sightings of an unusually bright light. No personnel is to enter the area for any reason except for investigation. Any personnel who suffered from blindness from a YOS 735 specimen must be sent to receive medical treatment. Description: YOS 735 are a subspecies of fireflies, 28 mm in length, that can produce light more frequently and more extensively. Their bodies can produce light brighter than a regular firefly, 780 to 3000 lumens. This light would end up in the observer suffering from temporary or permanent blindness. It would also lead to their entire eyes melting like wax. Although it could ruin the subject's vision, this light may technically be a defense mechanism for YOS 735 specimens in order to ward off nearby threats. Addendum 735-1. The anomaly came to the Foundation's attention when a series of permanently blind civilians were sent for medical treatment. The Foundation interviewed the affected civilians, and have been given amnestics. The Foundation later tracked down the source of this disruption of vision, and spotted sources of bright lights coming from small fireflies, some of which are unaffected by the light they're producing. The area they are residing in is now considered a restricted area, and personnel must keep watch extensively.
Level 4 748 classified.
Item number: YOS 748. Object class: Keter. Containment procedures: YOS 748 must be kept in a 15 meter by 15 meter steel containment chamber, encased in a row of 10 different layers of smaller containers, the outermost container made of steel, the second composed of granite, the third composed of metal, the fourth composed of copper, and the last 6 composed of glass. Object is to be surveillance at all times, in order to ensure that it never leaves its container. In the case where the object escapes, an immediate lockdown is initiated, and must incapacitate YOS 748 using non-lethal weaponry and temperature changes. Once incapacitated, it must be sent back to the container. Personnel wishing to enter the 6-layered container must keep a distance of 4 meters from YOS 748 once entering the glass-layered and innermost container. Description: YOS 748 resembles a butterfly of unknown species. It mostly is yellow in coloration, and has a wingspan of 29 centimeters. Despite other species of butterfly being harmless to humans, YOS 748 is very hostile to any organism within its proximity. It has a stinger on its rear, which no other butterfly has, and will use it to sting the subject when close enough. The subject will undergo 4 distinct stages prior to getting stung. 1. The subject will experience getting swollen faces, similar to allergic reactions, and will become extremely vulnerable to damage. 2. The subject's skeletal system will change shape, taking on a shape similar to a banana, which will physically change the subject's body shape as well. 3. The subject's limbs will detach from the body with little effort, and the cutted portion of the torso is immediately covered in new skin. 4. The subject will shrink in size, and will experience a permanent change in their physiology. They will now be a physically identical-looking banana, although the interior of the banana is composed of human flesh. Once the subject has been fully converted, YOS 748 will return to its docile state, and the subject will no longer show any life signs. YOS 748 is incapable of reproduction despite confirmed analysis that it is considered to be a female. As such, it does not pose a severe security risk unless it's provoked. YOS 748 came to the attention of the Foundation when a series of people complained about bananas having meat inside of them. MTF Unit 74, Meat Seekers, was dispatched to detect any bananas containing meat within them. 1 banana was sent back to site for analysis, and the team decided to investigate further. They then detected a yellow butterfly feeding on one of the flowers, and tried to approach it suspecting that it might be the cause. When the butterfly tried to attack the team, it was easily incapacitated by using non-lethal pesticides. The banana and the yellow butterfly were sent back to the facility for further testing. Addendum 748-01. D-1776 was sent into YOS 748's temporary containment chamber in order to test its ability, and was almost immediately attacked by the object. D-1776 went through the normal stages until becoming a banana with human flesh within it. Incident 748-01. YOS 748 managed to escape containment unnoticed, and attacked one of the research personnel. The emergency breach alarm was triggered, and MTF Unit 54 was dispatched to incapacitate YOS 748. After capture, 33 research personnel were affected by YOS 748, and have been converted into more of the meat bananas. Item number. YOS 2570. Object class. Safe, Euclid class up for consideration. Threat level. Guarded. Containment procedures. The area where YOS 2570 currently resides in is surrounded by a tall 12-meter steel wall, 34 meters by 34 meters, and it is to be staffed with MTF Unit 12, disciplinary actors, and 15 research personnel. YOS 2570 must not be used unless for testing purposes, and must prepare MTF Unit 12 in the case that a new YOS 2570-1 instance emerges. In the event that YOS 2570-1 emerges and attacks nearby personnel, it must be subdued with extreme force. If a YOS 2570-1 attempts to escape the area, it must be terminated. Description: YOS 2570 is located in an abandoned farmhouse in the outer reaches of Kansas. The item appears as a pack of unidentified plant seeds, tan and black in coloration, and 1 mm long. YOS 2570 shows no anomalous activity at first, until it is exposed to grains of soil, and a small gallon of water, 2 to 5 gallons. Once it has come into contact with these two elements, it will develop for approximately 2 to 6 hours. Instead of maturing into a plant, it will form into a small, nude human child, 85 centimeters in height. This member is designated as YOS 2570-1. It will first appear as a torso, and will slowly come out of the soil, with the bottom of the torso emerging, and then the limbs will form underneath the soil, and then the entirety of the head. Once the formation is completed, the YOS 2570-1 specimen will show movement and attempt to get out of the soil. Once it successfully pulls itself out of the soil, it will enter a docile state when organisms are nearby. It will enter in an aggressive state when an organism is nearby, and will attack by exposing them to highly toxic doses of flatulence, and also toxic remains of feces. Once the subject expires, the specimen will consume their body until it remains as a skeleton. Once it has finished consumption, it will attempt to find a source of water to be submerged in. Once it finds one and gets in the water, it will heavily contaminate the water by heavily defecating and produce more toxic flatulence. Once it has finished, it will enter into its docile state once again. There is a 20% chance that YOS 2570 will form more than one instance of YOS 2570-1, and will not activate its formation despite being provided with the appropriate elements. Addendum 2570-1. YOS 2570 came to the Foundation's attention when a farmer found a strange pack of plant seeds. The farmer may have tried out these seeds by giving the right materials to them, and let it grow for hours. The farmer came out of his barn 1 hour later, when he noticed something coming out of the soil. He was almost disgusted when he saw what he thought was butts coming out of the soil. The farmer seemingly ignored the exposed butts, and checked on his farm animals. After 3 hours, the farmer came to notice that his farm animals had significantly disappeared, and he went out to look for them. He was shocked when he saw that there was a small nude child feeding on one of his sheep, and it was reduced to a skeleton by the time the farmer noticed. The child retreated once it was done, and the farmer was hit with a foul odor when he attempted to follow the child. The child led him to one of his large lakes, and got into it, along with the other nude children. The farmer heard loud sounds of presumed flatulence, and the water turned a lighter brown. The children left the pool when they were finished. The farmer immediately retreated to his barn once they've turned around. The farmer called emergency services, and he told the person what he saw. The person who picked up the phone hung up, and contacted the Foundation soon after. MTF Unit 12 was dispatched and immediately terminated the nude children on site. The farmer was taken into Site 08 for questioning, and the farm was set up as a containment zone. Addendum 2570-2. The farmer was interviewed prior to containment of YOS 2570. The farmer had received post-traumatic stress disorder prior to viewing YOS 2570-1. Interviewer: Dr. Cine. Interviewed: Mr.
So, Mr. How are you feeling today?
Not good. Those children were eating my animals.
We can tell, because we saw their skeletons still intact, but I assure you that you're going to be fine.
All right, ma'am. What do you need me for?
I want to know how you gained these seeds in the first place.
I don't know, they just seem to pop out of nowhere, and I can't remember the last time I got them.
So, are you saying that the seeds had appeared inside your barn randomly, without reason?
Yes, so I tried them because, why not? Then I came out an hour later, and I saw tiny butts all over my soil. It was gross, but I ignored it. But when I returned to my barn, things started to get worse.
Like what?
Little, naked kids are eating my animals, and they were a skeleton when I caught sight of them. I don't know if the kid sensed my presence, but he started to run off. I had to check what's up, so I did. They approached one of my large pools, and they started to...
Well, what did they do?
They started to poop on the pool. I can tell because the water turned brown. Turns out that 13 kids is enough to quickly change its color. Anyways, they've turned around and I retreated back to my barn to call authorities, and that's where you found me.
Well, that's one of the grossest stories I've ever heard. Anyways, that's all I need from you. We need to inject you with something in order to forget what you've experienced.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Addendum 2570-3. 30 YOS 2570 seeds have been set up for testing in order to see the limit of its reproduction. 0 hours and 1 second, the seeds have been placed and are now in the process of producing. 1:02 and 33 seconds, the back of the torso can be seen coming out of the soil. 3:21 and 43 seconds, as if right now, the limbs and the head have formed underneath. 3:44 and 12 seconds. 30 YOS 2570-1 specimens show signs of moving. 3:44 and 34 seconds, all specimens attempt to remove themselves off the soil. 3:45 and 2 seconds, all specimens fully emerged. 3:45 and 10 seconds, all specimens, except for the last 3, turn to look at the last 3 specimens. 3:45 and 23 seconds. All specimens start to attack the last 3, the 3 specimens attempt to fight back. 3:47 and 12 seconds, the 3 specimens were terminated, and are being consumed by their attackers. 3:56 and 45 seconds, all specimens finished their consumption of the targets. 3:56 and 55 seconds, all specimens approach one of the lakes. 3:57 and 34 seconds, all specimens enter the lake. 3:57 and 49 seconds, all specimens proceed to contaminate the lake is turning a bright brown. 4:01 and 45 seconds, all specimens cease their activity and leave the contaminated lake. 4:01 and 56 seconds, all specimens show no more activity.
Note: although this was supposed to be a log about how much YOS 2570 seeds it would take, still, that event was unexpected. I never expected that the YOS 2570-1 members would turn on the other 3, and they killed them in the process. I guess we now know the limit to what these seeds are supposed to be. Just produce less instances of YOS 2570-1, and they shouldn't exhibit a violent response to the number of specimens larger than that. We should save more of those seeds for later, and terminate all those instances of YOS 2570-1.
Incident 2570-1. Dr. placed 21 seeds of YOS 2570 into the soil, and took 3 to 4 hours to fully produce. All 21 instances of YOS 2570-1 approached the barn house, and instantly terminated all research personnel. MTF Unit 12 immediately arrived and terminated all instances. Dr. was given disciplinary action due to not acquiring permission from the Level 3 researchers for testing. Note: prior to the unknown number of instances of YOS 2570-1 and YOS 2570 itself, and how YOS 2570-1 specimens would react, Euclid class is under suggestion by the O7 Council, and testing will likely continue. Item number: YOS 912. Object class: Euclid. Containment procedures: all YOS 912 specimens are kept in a 5-meter steel container, and is to be airtight. At no time is YOS 912 specimens are to be released unless for testing purposes, and personnel are to wear eye protection to prevent accidental exposure. YOS 912 specimens are to be given a piece of raw meat once a week, and should be provided with a water supply. Description: YOS 912 is a subspecies of Pyrrhocoris apterus, firebug, 0.56 to 1.06 inches long. YOS 912 specimens can cause minor physiological damage to any organisms that come into direct eye contact with them. The organisms will see the black patterns of the insect's back to be humanoid-shaped faces, usually an agonized expression, and will cause a loud sound reminiscent of a severely injured human male. The organism will become immobilized after this happens, and will eventually cease all bodily functions indefinitely. The specimens will then run up to the deceased subjects and consume their remains, and reduce them to a skeleton. YOS 912 was discovered in a rainforest of Brazil, after reports of a large number of people going missing. Their remains were found in the forest by MTF Unit 54, and the specimens were contained after witnessing the effects. Addendum 912-1. An unusually large specimen of YOS 912 was found in the steel container, 3.5 inches long, and was sent away for testing and termination. Item number: YOS 2296. Object class: Archon. Containment procedures: since YOS 2296 poses no threat to POI 26711, containment is not necessary at this time. Observations of both subjects are to be recommended in order to keep watch of any incidents. Description: YOS 2296 is a Caucasian woman named Mika Derick, whose age is unknown, but is believed to be between 15 to 17 years of age. She possesses dark shiny hair that envelopes her eyes, although her eyes can be viewed when she allows it. She wears a traditional school uniform and is 1.5 meters tall. Her behavior is often unpredictable, but often rejects requests from other civilians, and has a lazy demeanor, but she will also sometimes laugh hysterically for no reason. Aside from her seemingly non-anomalous behavior and appearance, she seems to cause some effects in her own saliva. This includes other people's own saliva. This can vary in many cases, but upon inserting her saliva into another's mouth, a random anomalous effect will take hold, and will cause the person to experience a dream associated with YOS 2296. YOS 2296 is currently having a bond with POI 26711, Akira Taubaki, and often hangs out with him. She sends her own saliva to his mouth and allows him to experience anomalous effects and made him slightly obsessed with her, and often claims to fall in love with her. His experience with YOS 2296's saliva varies in many ways, and she also sends it to other people, and he and she made their relationship more positive. See Addendum 02. Addendum 01. YOS 2296 came to the Foundation's attention prior to her attending in high school, and often sends her saliva to another person, later known as POI 26711, and made him experience many anomalous effects. Addendum 02. POI 26711 had experienced multiple effects from YOS 2296, such as going into shock, having a cure, and experiencing multiple dreams during REM sleep, and had an unpleasant side effect referred to as lovesick, and apparently fell in love with YOS 2296 when he gazed at her eyes. As the years pass, their bond goes well and POI 26711 has matured since then. Other students at high school had experienced different effects as well, although none of them had any compulsive desire towards YOS 2296. Item number: YOS 3651. Object class: Safe. Containment procedures: YOS 3651 is to be kept in a steel 7-digit safe when not undergoing testing. YOS 3651 is to be used with the permission of at least 2 Level 3 personnel. In the event when YOS 3651 takes effect of a human subject, the chamber is to be in lockdown, and the subject must be incapacitated by using darts or gases. The subject must be sent out of the room and must be terminated. Description: YOS 3651 is a cardboard pair of glasses, resembling that of 3D glasses, green in coloration, and the lenses being a reddish color, making the wearer see anything colored red. YOS 3651's anomalous effects do not become noticeable until a human subject wears it. Once the subject wears it, they will briefly cease all life signs, and reanimate 1 second later, but the subject's behavior is altered. The subject, hereby referred to as YOS 3651-1, will be highly animalistic, and is highly hostile towards other human subjects. YOS 3651-1 entities show a deep hatred for clothing, and will attempt to take them off by ripping them off against a sharp object. It should be noted that YOS 3651-1 entities are very reckless, and do tend to injure themselves or even experience death. Once they successfully remove themselves of their clothing, they will cease their reckless behavior, and become docile, although they will become hostile when observing a human being. YOS 3651 will attack by pinning the subject to the ground, and will excrete flatulence gas and feces from their bodies, which are highly toxic to most subjects, and it will result in the subject's death. Once the subject has expired, YOS 3651-1 will become docile once again. When YOS 3651 has been removed from YOS 3651-1, they will still possess their animalistic behavior, and will become more hostile when the subject removes the object from them, and will kill the subject in order to reclaim the object. YOS 3651 was discovered when a series of people died from naked people wearing green glasses. MTF Unit 64 was sent out to obtain the object. The group tracked it down to an abandoned house accompanied by an African-American male, with corpses all around the house that are presumed to be his relatives. The man attempted to attack the group, but was immediately terminated when lunging at them. The object was sent to site and given YOS status. Addendum 1. A test was performed by 2 Class D personnel, both male, with both of them placed in separate chambers. D11754 was instructed to wear YOS 3651, and once he put it on, he immediately began his animalistic behavior, and attempted to remove his jumpsuit. He ripped it off with extreme force, and went docile when successfully removing it. A mechanical claw was sent down to remove the object from D11754, now YOS 3651-1. Once taken off, D11754 reacted violently, and attempted to attack the claw. The claw went up and was undamaged. D11754 continued to claw at the walls violently. D2113 was instructed to wear the same object. He refused, claiming he heard what happened with D11754. When threatened for not complying, he relented and put them on. D2113 immediately went animalistic and did the same method as D11754, and was docile. Both subjects were sent to a 10-meter containment chamber, and D11754 immediately lunged towards D2113, who still wore the object. D2113 attempted to fight back. Both subjects continued to attack each other by flatulence and defecation, until D2113 eventually expired. D11754 retains the glasses and becomes docile once again. D11754 became incapacitated by being shot with a tranquilizer dart, and was immediately terminated by MTF personnel. Note:
it seems that both YOS 3651-1 entities don't take very kindly to each other who wears the glasses that they wore before, and the entity that wore them previously were more aggressive and strong, and it allowed them to kill the other entity and get the glasses back. Very interesting. I'd recommend that no further tests be conducted, as we seem to know how YOS 3651 works now.
Dr. John. Approved, by 071. Item number: YOS 682. Object Class: Keter. Containment Procedures: YOS 682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. At this time, no destructive method is capable of destroying YOS 682, only able to cause massive damage. YOS 682 must be kept in a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter containment chamber with acid-resistant steel, and the cell is to be flooded with hydrochloric acid to keep YOS 682 incapacitated. Conversing with YOS 682 is strictly prohibited, fearing provoking a violent response from it. Anyone who attempts at conversing with it must be removed from the cell by force. Due to its continuous breaching of containment, YOS 682 is kept in sight and ensures that the area is clear of human development. Description: YOS 682 is a large unknown entity, with some vaguely reptilian features and builds. It also is covered in a tar-like substance, and envelopes its presumed eyes, although this doesn't prevent YOS 682 from observing, and a presumably pale white skin color, which can only be seen on the head. It is believed that YOS 682 is highly intelligent, and is capable of speech and conversing with other YOSs that don't possess a life sign. YOS 682 seemingly has a hatred of all life forms, which has been expressed in multiple interviews. See Addendum 682-1. YOS 682 has always been observed possessing high strength, durability, speed, and reflexes, although they vary depending on its form. YOS 682's body decreases or increases in size depending on whether it sheds itself or consumes materials. YOS 682 gains energy by consumption of organic or inorganic material. Digestion of these materials seems to be done by the gills in YOS 682's nostrils, which allows it to remove any usable matter from any liquid, allowing it to regenerate in the acid. YOS 682's regenerative properties and resilience are complex, as it still speaks while its body is half destroyed or rotted. In the case that a containment breach occurs from YOS 682, it must be tracked down immediately, and multiple MTF units are sent out to subdue it. To date, YOS 682's attempted containment breaches have numbered at 17, while successful breaches had numbered at 6. See Addendum 682-2. Addendum 682-1. Audio transcript by Dr.
Now, why did you kill those farmers? If you don't talk now, then we will send you back to... Pardon? Speak up. Move the mic closer.
They were
I don't think it's picking it up right. Move it closer.
Look, his throat's messed up. I don't think he would talk.
They were disgusting.
Addendum 682-2. Successful breaches from YOS 682. First occurrence. 185 casualties, successfully contained by MTF Unit 29, 47, and 62. Second occurrence. 219 casualties, successfully contained by MTF Unit 71, 44, and 89. Third occurrence. 122 casualties, successfully contained by MTF Unit 22, 16, and 32. Fourth occurrence. 324 casualties, successfully contained by MTF Unit 53, 85, and 68. Fifth occurrence. 110 casualties, successfully contained by MTF Unit 11, 43, and 97. Sixth occurrence. 230 casualties, successfully contained by MTF Unit 72, 14, and 36. Addendum 682-3. Termination attempt. Dr. Matthew requested using YOS 414 to terminate YOS 682. Request approved. Observation with Dr. Matthew, accompanied by General and Dr. YOS 414 was placed into YOS 682's chamber to test its effectiveness to the entity. It spilled onto the ground and slowly approached the entity. YOS 682 was dormant and resting during the time, and immediately woke up aggressively when it felt YOS 414 devouring its flesh. YOS 682 rotates around aggressively fast and destroys parts of its chamber, and bit into the flesh it saw, but the item started consuming it inside its body. YOS 682 has lost consciousness for several hours, and walking up tearing off the flesh that was completely covering it. It regrows its flesh and incapacitated YOS 414, making it motionless for several days. The item was retrieved without incident as YOS 682 was severely injured and showed difficulty moving. Afterward, YOS 682 recovered 16 hours later prior to exposure, Testing ended unsuccessfully. YOS 682 seemingly adapted to the effects of YOS 414 after being exposed, and now has an immunity to it. Cross-testing with YOS 389 suggested by Dr. is currently pending approval. Dr. has suggested using YOS 650 to destroy YOS 682. YOS 650 promptly refuses, saying that she couldn't tire out her capabilities when she is fighting against an immortal entity. Addendum 682-4. Termination logs. Logs of termination attempts of YOS 682 can be found here, which is called Termination Logs 682. Item number: YOS 3305. Object class: Safe. Containment procedures: YOS 3305 is to be kept in a 10 meter by 10 meter by 10 meter containment cell, and placed within a glass container to prevent it from floating away. The cell is to not include observation windows in order to not affect subjects when viewing it. Any subject who is affected by YOS 3305 must be quarantined for more than 5 hours. Description: YOS 3305 is the designation given to a collection of rubber balloons, varying in colors, each one approximately 45 centimeters in height. The balloons cannot be destroyed in any normal fashion that would cause destruction of a normal balloon, for example, nails, sharp tools, and extreme force by subject. Any human subject that comes within close proximity to YOS 3305, or makes visual contact with it, will slowly develop a fear of balloons, referred to as globophobia, and will recoil upon witnessing it and being up close. They will refuse to go any closer towards YOS 3305 when these symptoms occur. This fear will dissipate once a subject no longer observes YOS 3305 for more than 5 hours, and will not remember the encounter with the item. Addendum 33051. YOS 3305 was discovered by the Foundation following reports of people in the town of Minnesota, showing extreme aversion to a certain number of balloons. MTF Unit 90 members were equipped with cognito-hazard-resistant goggles in order to not experience the same outcome. The balloons were retrieved and given YOS status. Item number: YOS 718. Object class: Euclid. Containment procedures: YOS 718 is kept in a 250 cubic meter containment chamber, and a semicircle floor is suspended 198 meters from the bottom of the chamber in order for the chamber to be accessible to Foundation personnel. No one is to enter said chamber without approval from Level 3 personnel. Description: YOS 718 is a large, air-conditioning object that resembles a standard Lasco pedestal fan, with the exception of its size. It measures 156 meters tall, with the pedestal measuring 142 meters in diameter, and the head being 147 meters in diameter. YOS 718 is in a state of disrepair, with parts of its structure being torn off prior to containment, and is most likely tampered with. If a living subject is to approach YOS 718, it will activate itself for unknown reasons. YOS 718 goes through 3 different stages in order to kill the subject. Stage 1. YOS 718 will enter into a harmless state, with a yellow glow illuminating on its activator. The air that is emitted by YOS 718 won't cause the subject any harm or effects, leading them to be off guard and unaware of the dangers. Stage 2. YOS 718 will cause major harm to the subject, with an orange glow illuminating from it. Subjects will report that they are experiencing minor to major, or even extreme, pain, and will often try to escape from the situation. Stage 3. YOS 718 will kill the subject. The red glow will be visible from it, and a loud intimidating roar is emitted from an unknown source. The subject will then immediately detonate following the sound, and immediately expire prior to it. YOS 718 will then revert back to its dormant state after 10 seconds. YOS 718 will revert back to its dormant state when a subject moves 10 kilometers away, or out of range. YOS 718 came to the Foundation's attention when reports of a large Lasco fan was seen with a group of windmills. MTF Unit 64 was sent to recover the object, and was sent to Site 76 without incident. Addendum 7, 1801. Incident Log. Prior to retrieving YOS 718, Dr. entered the chamber for taking notes. YOS 718 became active once Dr. entered within a certain radius. YOS 718 eventually terminated the researcher, and Site 76 staff restricted access to YOS 718's containment area temporarily. Item number: YOS 2589. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: YOS 2589 is kept in a 10-meter humanoid containment cell, and is to remain there at all times. At any time she requests for anyone to admire her dancing skills, 4D class subjects are sent to interact with her. Description: YOS 2589 is a Caucasian female, approximately 13 years of age, and is 1.5 meters in height. She wears a pink and white dress, with wings attached to her back. She has light brown hair with cat-like ears, and wears a pink leaf headband. She has pink-colored eyebrows and has rosy cheeks. Her demeanor is often pleasant and energetic, and is always ready to show off her dancing skills. YOS 2589 has an infohazardous effect on people when they write details of herself. Any writing that discusses any mention of her true gender effectively gets crossed out, or removed from all records, and is replaced with signifying her as female. This also applies to vocalizations of Foundation staff. As a result, staff must write documents of YOS 2589 with the falsified gender. Another thing that signifies her as female is her voice, which sounds feminine for Foundation staff, although there is a possibility that she sounds feminine in tone. See Addendum 2589-1 for details. When any human subject views YOS 2589's dancing skills for more than 10 minutes, they begin to participate in the dance, and will mimic the movements of her dancing skills. YOS 2589 came to the Foundation's attention when reports of people claiming that many groups of people are participating in the dance with the girl who started this whole dance. MTF Unit 90 was dispatched and subsequently contained the suspect, and all affected individuals were administered amnestics. Addendum 2589-1. Prior to retrieving YOS 2589, an interview with her has been conducted regarding her nature. Interviewer: Dr. Derick.
Hello there, ma'am. Wait, why can't I say ma'am? It happened again. I swear I'm telling the truth. You are female.
I believe you're on the right track here, sir.
Whatever, I tried. Anyway, are you aware of what those people did with you?
Yes, they started to dance with me too. I guess they loved my dancing, don't you think?
I'm not sure for certain.
Well, they did. I know they did. You seem pretty let down. Want to see me dance?
No thanks, I'm good.
Come on, you'll like it, I'm positive.
I would love to see it, but not today.
You'd love it? Great. Watch and learn.
No, I said no.
YOS 2589 stands up and starts to dance.
Ma'am, please sit down.
Dr. Derick pauses as music from an unknown source starts to play.
Oh yeah.
My God, those moves are so good.
Closing statement. Dr. Derick then starts to participate in the dancing until being halted by Level 3 personnel. YOS 2589 was sent to her cell, while Dr. Derick undergoes a 7-hour quarantine. Note:
Let's try not to interview YOS 2589 ever again, because she. Okay, no writing about females, because she simply wants to dance, so does the other watchers. So we might need to let her do the thing for the time being.
Dr. Katie. Item number: YOS 4646. Object Class: Safe. Containment Procedures: YOS 4646 doesn't require any containment procedures, as it's just a ball. Personnel are allowed to interact with said object, as it doesn't pose any known threat in any way. Description: YOS 4646 is just a ball, a blue ball. Note from Dr.
Since YOS 4646 is a simple ball, We think that it's not an anomaly as we initially thought, as there is absolutely nothing harmful about this small ball. So personnel are allowed to interact with it when they are on break or if they're stressed.
Item number YOS 4646. Object Class Keter. Containment Procedures. Prior to incident, YOS 4646 is to be isolated from any human contact, and is to be kept within a 10-meter-cubed containment chamber at all times. No one is permitted to enter said chamber under any circumstances. Description: YOS 4646 turns out that it's not just a ball, it is a being of pure destruction, as it simply kills anything that gets too close to it. The ball killed at least 100 Site-17 personnel prior to us thinking that it's just a ball. That's our bad. Not only that, but it destroyed 20 of our YOS kept anomalies, such as YOS, and YOS. We forgot to mention that it's a blue ball, 10 centimeters in diameter, and can often move on its own. We strongly recommend that all Site-17 personnel should stay away from YOS 4646's chamber at all times, in order to prevent any future casualties. Note from Dr.
We'd like to apologize for the staff at Site-17 for not realizing the ball's full capacity, as we thought it was a completely normal ball. But I guess in this forsaken world, not really everything is completely normal.
Note from Dr. Cine.
Whoever wrote this seems completely unprofessional. This is far from our other entries for many other YOS anomalies. Please, whoever this is, write future entries seriously.
Item number YOS 881. Object Class Keter. Containment Procedures. YOS 881 is kept in a 7-meter containment cell, inside a 5 cubic meter container composed of steel. No one is to enter the cell with approval from Level 4 personnel, and no initial contact with YOS 881 is to be made under any circumstances. Description: YOS 881 is a humanoid entity, composed of mostly dried ink and tar, with a yellow-skinned face similar to cartoons, and has a round head with horns formed from the head's upper layer, and wears a sepia-type business suit. YOS 881 is extremely hostile upon gaining visual contact with any organism, and will attack and kill the subject. YOS 881's hostile behavior is also followed by its extremely loud screeching noise, approximately 254 decibels, which will damage the eardrums of nearby subjects, while others that aren't nearby suffer minor hearing damage. Addendum 881-1. YOS 881 came to the attention of the Foundation following reports of multiple people being killed by an unknown creature wearing a suit. MTF Unit 16, Evil Seekers, was sent to deal with the entity. The team eventually found the entity, and attempted to subdue and recover it. YOS 881 became hostile when being touched by one of the members, and caused major damage to the team members, but was recovered quickly without any fatalities. Addendum 881-2. YOS 881 seems to have a relationship with YOS 2344, this has yet to be confirmed. Item number YOS 1509. Object Class Keter. Containment Procedures. Due to its nature, YOS 1509 cannot be contained at this time. To prevent any more casualties in New York City, New York, civilians are to be escorted out of the building while the projectile is heading towards its place, and a cover story is to be published saying that there was another plane crash in New York. Since YOS 1509 only activates on September 11th, preparations for the escorting of civilians is to be initiated until the date reaches the day. Description: YOS 1509 is a phenomenon affecting New York City, New York, where nearby planes are affected by an unknown source, and it basically hijacks the plane to crash into a specific type of building. This will lead to massive numbers of casualties, and severe property damage. YOS 1509's activation only becomes noticeable once the calendar reaches the 11th of September every year, and it will activate over a certain time period. YOS 1509 deactivates when the time reaches midnight, and will become inactive for the rest of the year. YOS 1509 only affects aircraft when it comes within close proximity to New York City, and will hijack it through unknown means, leading to it crashing into a specific building. This only happens once, and more planes will continue operating normally without the hijacking of the anomaly, at which it becomes inactive when reaching midnight. YOS 1509 came to the Foundation's attention when another plane crash struck New York City, and it happened after the events of the September 11 attack incident. MTF Unit 99, City Spires, was dispatched to investigate the anomaly. They were able to recover footage of the crash, and it led to the team thinking it happened randomly. Side 36 members were sent out to further investigate the anomaly, and a cover story was published. Addendum 15091. Despite the existence of the actual incident since 2001, YOS 1509 has proven to be a bigger threat to the residents of New York City, and the number of casualties will become higher the more destruction these buildings will gain. The Foundation is currently finding a way to prevent these crashes from occurring for the upcoming years. Item number: YOS 1023. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: YOS 1023 is to be kept within a humanoid containment cell, decorated in a way that would accompany a human being. Any personnel who wishes to interact with YOS 1023 should do so in less than 5 minutes. No one is to view any photos made by YOS 1023 by any means necessary. If any member views one of the images, they must be in a 10-hour quarantine cell. Due to YOS 1023's constant desire to wear YOS 4534, exposure to the object must be limited between 1 hour to 3 hours. If YOS 1023 refuses to remove YOS 4534, YOS 1023 must be tranquilized in order to remove the object. Description: YOS 1023 is a human female of African American descent, 1.45 meters in height, and weighs 187 kilograms. YOS 1023's demeanor is mostly positive, and often interacts with other humans in a friendly manner. YOS 1023's hobbies include, but are not limited to, laundry, cleaning, dusting, and cooking. Despite YOS 1023's full capability to do these activities on its own, it often needs some kind of assistance in order to finish it. YOS 1023 has an extreme fascination with taking pictures of itself, and often does so by taking selfies, but also needs a second person to do so. Note: this has been strongly discouraged prior to Incident 1023-1. However, YOS 1023 also has a more extreme fascination with taking photos of itself while nude, and often does so in positions that have made Foundation staff uncomfortable. YOS 1023's nude photos also have an anomalous effect when viewed. Once a human male views one of the nude photos, the subject will show strong affection for YOS 1023, and will often go to YOS 1023 to take more photos with it. YOS 1023's photos are often sent to Foundation staff without reason. It is unknown if it wants to show Foundation staff how good its photos are, or if it wants more humans to join to take more pictures. Addendum 1023-1. YOS 1023 came to the Foundation's attention when calls from wives were sent to the authorities. Agents have been sent to converse with the concerned wives. They all said that their husbands haven't returned to their houses within weeks, and confirmed that they told them that they want to go to their friend's house. Agents then went to find where the men had gone, when they saw a commotion in one of the houses. They went to investigate, when they found that the wives' husbands were all nude, along with one blue-haired woman. They all were subdued and removed from the house, and were administered amnestics. The blue-haired woman was sent to Side 15 for an interview to explain why all of the wives' husbands were in her house. Interviewer: Dr. Matthew. Interviewed: YOS 1023.
Alright ma'am, would you mind explaining why all of the husbands of the wives were in your house?
Look, they didn't just come over just to cheat on them. I just needed more people to take better pictures.
Well, that doesn't explain why they willingly went to do so.
Well, I think it has something to do with the photos, a particular type of photos.
What type of photo?
Pardon me from saying this, but I took photos of myself, naked.
Why would you do that?
Well, I thought that nude pictures would make me more beautiful, as clothing gets in the way of my full prettiness.
Did you think twice about sending those kinds of pictures to the men?
No, they look fine, so I sent them to those guys. I was so happy to have more people, that me and the men often take pictures that are what we consider porn.
Why call it that?
Well, we didn't do anything that would make me get a baby. Speaking of which, do you see a bump in my belly?
Dr. Matthew looks down to view YOS 1023's abdomen.
No, I don't.
That's a relief. Anyway, I simply allowed one of them to get on top of me, and for another photo, I made one of them get on my belly. After that, we simply talked about how all of these photos are very good, and that's where you found me.
Well, you should have thought twice when those men were going to participate with you.
Maybe you're right. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. That's all I need from you, ma'am. Now come on. We need to send you to your new room.
Closing statement. After the interview, the woman was given YOS status, and was put into containment. Addendum 1023-2. A test was conducted on one of YOS 1023's nude photos. D10 1042 was used to view the photo. He starts to show affection for YOS 1023, and goes to the chamber. He was allowed to take photos with YOS 1023 for 14 minutes, before being removed from the chamber. YOS 1023 didn't send the photos of her and D10 1042, claiming she wants to keep it to herself. Incident 1023-1. Dr. accidentally exposed himself to one of YOS 1023's nude photos, and began participating with it. Dr. was removed from the room when noticed. Prior to the incident, Foundation staff shouldn't interact with any of YOS 1023's nude pictures, and must not be in the outer layer of the chamber for more than 2 hours. Addendum 1023-3. Dr. Jackson, a researcher who is known to be a comedic genius, thought of exposing YOS 1023 to YOS 4534. The researcher gained access to YOS 4534's chamber, and grabbed it with an apparatus. Dr. Jackson gained permission from the Level 3 researchers to enter into YOS 1023's chamber without being caught carrying YOS 4534. Dr. Jackson gained contact with YOS 1023 and gave YOS 4534 to her. She accepted the request and put it on, and Dr. Jackson immediately fled the room. YOS 1023 did not show any signs of being affected by YOS 4534's anomalous influence, and didn't show any signs of her behavior being altered. She expressed confidence upon wearing the object, and took nude photos of herself while wearing it, and takes even more photos than what she usually takes during the day. Level 3 researchers noticed the object she is wearing and immediately entered the room to remove it from her. YOS 1023 resisted in a quite violent manner when YOS 4534 was being taken away, but the staff were able to remove it without further incident. Dr. Jackson was soon taken for disciplinary treatment for endangering YOS 1023's life. When YOS 1023 was questioned for why she wants to wear YOS 4534 for her photos, she responded by saying that she would be more beautiful and unique if she was wearing the object, and the mask allowed her to be in positions that shouldn't be possible for any human being. She wants the item back in order to take more prettier photos, but Foundation staff denied her request out of concern. Once YOS 4534 was returned to its chamber, its appearance changed to indicate a frown. It telepathically told the staff that hanging out with YOS 1023 while she was taking nude photos with it is torture, and it recommended that it is not to be allowed to interact with YOS 1023 again. Despite the incident, it is also known that denying YOS 1023's request for her to wear YOS 4534 again made her go into a depressed state, almost as if it had altered her demeanor entirely. So the Foundation staff ignored the object's request and allowed YOS 1023 to wear it for a limited time only. Addendum 1023-4. YOS 1023 is thought to be related to YOS 1803 due to their purposes, although they both don't share the same traits. Interaction with the two subjects is currently pending approval. Item number: YOS 4688. Object class: Euclid. Containment procedures: YOS 4688 is to be kept in a 5-meter-cubed containment chamber, and should be locked when not in use. No other under Level 3 clearance are to enter YOS 4688's containment area. and no one is to enter into its chamber for any reason, excluding D-class personnel. Description: YOS 4688 is a rectangular object that vaguely resembles a large mattress, but when examined closer, it contains sharp canine-like teeth underneath its cushions. YOS 4688 is immobile, and has a carnivorous nature. Despite its inability to move, it devours the subjects when they get too close to its cushions, and will consume the subject entirely without any traces released from it. YOS 4688 was found when the unexplained disappearance of a local man came to the attention of the Foundation and police departments. The Foundation found the item when it was covered in blood. DNA samples confirmed that the blood belonged to the missing man. The item was taken into Foundation custody, and all witnesses were administered amnestics. Item number: YOS 2046. Object class: Keter. Containment procedures: due to the widespread nature of YOS 2046, full containment isn't necessary at this time. All civilians are to keep their distance from any YOS 2046 infected animals, and to never attempt direct interaction. Anyone who is bitten and infected by a YOS 2046 infected animal must be quarantined until fully infected, or until a cure could be found. Description: YOS 2046 is a viral infection that is found widespread on the planet. The virus only infects small to large-sized animals, excluding humans. The infection would cause a certain species to turn on each other, and cause them to develop cannibalistic behavior, in which they would kill and devour their own kind. Despite the virus never infecting humans, the virus could still be transmitted to them by inflicting severe damage, like biting or scratching. The only way an infected animal would cause damage to a human is by being threatened or startled, in which they would harm the human. Once the human is infected with YOS 2046, the infection would take over in 2 days prior to being infected. The human would then develop cannibalistic behavior, and their teeth will become sharp to easily pierce meat, after which they will attack and devour any humans on sight. YOS 2046 came to the Foundation's attention when a group of people spotted a group of waved albatrosses, Phoebostria aurata, attacking and devouring each other. Initially, they kept quiet of this unusual activity, but gave away the information to others. The Foundation took notice and began to investigate the phenomenon. MTF Unit 97 spotted 2 great blue herons engaging in violent attacks, and biting at each other, attempting to rip themselves apart. The birds were held in captivity, but one of them bit one of the Unit 97 members, and the member was sent to a separate room for quarantine. 2 of the great blue herons were euthanized prior to their arrival at Site 23. Close-up of their bodies revealed that they are covered in bite marks and blood spilling from their wounds. Researchers have noticed that there are now sharp rows of teeth inside their bills. It is believed that animals who do not possess teeth will develop the teeth when infected. The heron carcasses were incinerated once examination was complete. The infected Unit 97 member later developed cannibalistic behavior within 2 days, as it attempted to attack personnel when behind a sealed door. The member was terminated with careful methods. Addendum 01. Since the spread of YOS 2046 is worldwide, it has proven to be impossible to dispose of or safely secure the infection entirely. Personnel have been advised to warn people about the dangers of the cannibalistic behavior of animals, as they could attack and infect anyone when in close proximity. Addendum 02. Note from Dr. Derick.
I can't believe it has already gone this bad. Most of the animals that exist today are already having different behaviors. I don't think there's anything we could do about it. The only things we have to worry about is finding a cure, and making sure the human population is safe. Currently, researcher Cine, the Unit 97 team, and I are currently working on the situation associated with YOS 2046, while the MTF team is watching out for any nearby animals infected with the virus, and they are ordered to terminate the animal to prevent any incidents. I am counting on the Foundation to stop this viral outbreak from continuing.
Item number: YOS 2565. Object class: Keter, previously Euclid. Containment procedures: due to the number of instances of YOS 2565, containment is not possible at this time. Personnel who are in charge of observing YOS 2565 must track events of people disappearing from their residence, and the missing person must be found in order to direct them. Personnel who have entered the platform must interact with any present YOS 2565 instances, and must be contained within the platform's many backgrounds.
Site 422565 is to house many YOS 2565 instances until every instance is contained if possible.
This was stricken from the document. Since the destruction of Site 422565, the facility was shut down. See Addendum 2565-4. In the event when the trapped subject shows uncomfortable behavior, they must be encouraged to accept the instance's requests. In order to prevent any accidental entry, the platform must be turned off if a YOS 2565 instance is present. Description: YOS 2565 are a large group of humanoid demonic figures that currently inhabit a platform titled Gacha Life. They resemble slightly pale-skinned human females, with black hair with cat ears, tail, paws, bat-like wings, and a maid outfit. It holds a weapon similar to a scythe, and keeps it with them at all times. They possess dark empty eyes with glowing red pupils, and have sharp fangs for defense or for attacking. All specimens are capable of changing their appearance at will, although they all prefer to take the form of a woman cosplaying as a pink cat, while still having the same characteristics, but the maid outfit remains unchanged, and the eyes revert to their whilst clearer part of their eyes, and will have pink irises. YOS 2565 instances behave in an innocent manner, wandering about the server they are in. However, when they spot an individual that's supposed to be a character for Gacha Club, they will strongly react with love, and immediately go to the subject. Although instances do show love towards the subject, it seems to be more of an obsession. Upon approaching the subject, they will convince them to love them and stay with them for a long period of time, while also calling them senpai, for reasons unknown. The subject would either accept their request or reject it. Note: accepting their request is strongly recommended. When the subject accepts their request, they will show signs of excitement and will bond with the subject. However, if the subject denies the request, instances will make more attempts to convince them to stay with them, even trying to get them to accept their request easier. If the subject still refuses to stay with them, they will show frustration and change their appearance to their original form. The instance will attack or kill the subject that denied their request, but this can be stopped by strongly accepting their request, and they will revert to their disguised form and show excitement. YOS 2565 instances speak in English, but will mostly prefer to make sounds similar to a feline. YOS 2565 came to the attention of the Foundation on August 18, 2021 following sightings of strange pink-haired ladies with a maid outfit and cat-like features, and the unknown disappearances of local citizens. Site 42 staff are currently investigating the source of these sightings and disappearances, until finding some anomalous activity on a single platform, Gacha Life. They gained access to the platform and started investigating, until they found a live character with the description of the cat lady. Dr. was violently pulled into the screen of the active device unexpectedly. The Site 42 made an evacuation prior to the incident. Dr. was presumably inside the platform that was being used, and took the form of a preset that themed Gacha Club. An instance of YOS 2565 noticed him and fell into deep love. She attempted to convince Dr. to bond with her for a long period of time. The researcher was confused at first, but then saw this as an opportunity to contain one of the instances. The researchers accepted the request, and the YOS 2565 instance got excited. The researcher instructed her to follow him into a research facility to stay there for a while, and she willingly agreed by calling him senpai. As of now, there are currently 45 instances of YOS 2565 held in custody. But because of the large number of YOS 2565 instances, it is currently impossible to capture all of them. The instances are to wear a standard D-class uniform for security purposes. Addendum 2565-1. YOS 2565 was presumably manifested by a single female citizen by the name of Abby Lamington, a citizen that disappeared 3 years ago before YOS 2565 came into existence. Since her disappearance was noticed by local citizens, one citizen by the name of wrote an article about Abby's life and her disappearance, which is placed here.
The disappearance of a local woman named Abby Lamington. Born on May 13, 1995, Abby Lamington was a 23-year-old woman who seemed to love anybody she laid her eyes on, especially the female citizens. She was labeled as the weird one by many individuals, and most of them just ignored the woman's pleas to be with her. Abby seemed to get an obsessive behavioral change from an unknown date or year, and she cries when she doesn't get what she needs. 3 years later, she mysteriously disappeared for reasons unknown. Citizens who had known her noticed this about 3 days later following her disappearance, as she hadn't come out of her apartment during that time. Another 3 days pass, and the citizens surprisingly grow concerned for Abby's well-being, and report this to the authorities and police department. The police later issued a missing persons report, and wasted no time searching for the missing woman. 5 cops entered the apartment and directly went to room. When they entered, they noticed that the room is heavily trashed and unclean, with bowls of ramen noodles on the couch and table with the food and liquid spilled onto them. The cops ignored the mess and went to find Abby, eventually going into her room. There was no sign of the missing woman, only that the room was trashed. The only thing that seems to be previously used by Abby is an iPhone that's still active. One of the cops decided to investigate the phone and look at it. The phone shows a screen that somewhat resembles the platform Gotcha Life, and the screen doesn't show any characters present. The cops decided to keep the phone for evidence, and the apartment room was temporarily closed until it had been completely cleaned. As of today, there is still no sign of where that missing woman could be seen.
Although civilians are unable to find Abby Lamington, it is theorized that Abby might have been pulled into the platform itself, and was unable to get out. But it has also been theorized that she thought this would be a great opportunity to trap people into the platform to force them to love her easily. As a result, she transformed into a demonic creature in black features, but is capable of disguising as a pink cat lady, and duplicating herself constantly. Abby still possesses her obsessive loving personality, and most likely duplicated herself to spread throughout the community of Gotcha Life in search of more people to bond with. Addendum 2565-2. An interview was taken with one instance of YOS 2565. Interviewer. Dr. Now inside the Gotcha Life platform.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Abby, sir.
Well, Abby, what happened to calling me senpai? You said that to me so many times when you saw me.
Because I thought we were going to do something else other than sticking together. The last thing that was on my mind was mating with you.
I feel like that isn't necessary at this point now.
But sir, you look so cute. I would like to have a baby with you if you willingly do the honors, but now I'm in this stupid orange suit.
Well, since you are now something else instead of a regular person, I am not going to do that.
I guess you have a point. Maybe I was seeing things other than your own perspective.
That's what I like to hear.
But one question, why are my other allies here? They should be on their own individual servers at this time.
You have replicated too much of yourself, so we need most of you in here in fear that the platform might get broken in the future.
Well, ask the rest of my allies, they'll understand.
I won't waste my time doing that.
Okay, just leave me alone, I need to think about this.
If you say so.
Closing statement. It seems that simply reasoning a YOS 2565 instance might get rid of their obsessive love. Future actions of doing this is pending approval. Addendum 2565-3. Testing logs. These are the testing logs focusing on direct interaction with an uncontained YOS 2565 instance. Test 1. Dr. Edward volunteered to enter a Gotcha Life server inhabited by a YOS 2565 instance. He gets pulled in and becomes a preset. Dr. Edward noticed a YOS 2565 instance immediately approaching him with signs of extreme love. The entity tries to get Edward to hang out with her. Dr. Edward is uncomfortable with the entity's behavior, and initially refuses. The entity repeatedly tries to bond with Edward, but Edward instinctively runs away from the entity. The entity goes into a hostile state, and immediately terminates Dr. Edward. Test 2. Dr. Larry volunteered to enter a random Gotcha Life server inhabited by YOS 2565, and is instructed to remain calm when the entity approaches him. He gets pulled in and becomes a preset. Immediately, he notices a YOS 2565 instance approaching him and convinces him to hang out with her. Since Dr. Larry was reported to have gynophobia, he immediately ran away from the entity, immediately getting terminated by YOS 2565 after she became hostile. Test 3. Dr. Jonathan, who is known for respecting women, volunteered to enter a random gacha live server inhabited by YOS 2565, and is instructed to remain calm when the entity approaches him. He was pulled in and became a preset. The YOS 2565 instance immediately approached Jonathan and convinced him to hang out with her. As mentioned, he accepted the request and the YOS 2565 instance became happy. Jonathan then brought the instance to Site 422565 to keep her contained. Test 4. Dr. Jake volunteered to enter a random gacha live server inhabited by YOS 2565. He was pulled in and became a preset. The YOS 2565 instance didn't notice him immediately, and turned around. After spotting Dr. Jake, she immediately approached him and convinced him to hang out with her. He accepted the request, but he started to impress her by saying very nice things about her. This excites the YOS 2565 instance so much that she kissed him on his right cheek. Dr. Jake didn't send the instance to Site 422565 after that point. Instead, he moves away with YOS 2565, demanifesting after his initial interaction. Prior to the test, there was no sign of Dr. Jake still with a YOS 2565 instance. The only noticeable change is the increased number of YOS 2565 instances. This might be caused by Dr. Jake making YOS 2565 duplicate even more. As of today, finding Dr. Jake is Site 42's top priority, and in the event of finding him, he is to be removed from the platform and will be given disciplinary action or will be terminated. Future tests with interactions of YOS 2565 instances have been suspended indefinitely. Addendum 2565-4. Incident. A breakout in Site 422565 occurred when a single untamed YOS 2565 instance reached maximum obsession rates, and rapidly duplicated over 1,000 instances. The instances broke out and took away Dr. to an unknown server. It is unknown why the instance reacted in such a violent manner, and took away Dr. in the process, but it might be due to being held in captivity or wearing a D-class uniform. It might have also reverted the tamed YOS 2565 instances back to their original behavior. Prior to this incident, Site 422565 had to be shut down indefinitely, fearing that it would provoke another violent reaction from YOS 2565. Where Dr. is currently being held is unknown. Addendum 2565-5. As of June 24, 2023, there are currently 8,538 instances of YOS 2565, and is constantly rising at a rapid rate, along with a forceful transition to the Gacha Life platform in all devices. As a result, containment has been proven to be totally impossible, and the large number of YOS 2565 instances is to be left alone to inhabit Gacha Life indefinitely. This has been declared as a PK class social apocalyptic scenario. Footnote 1. PK class means that an uncontainable anomaly affects all devices worldwide, and causes the reduction of the human population.
Item number, YOS 1257. Object class, safe. Containment procedures, YOS 1257's location has been blocked from the public and remade into Site 1257. 2 personnel with Level 3 clearance must accompany the area YOS 1257 is located in, as well as 2 guards standing outside of it. No one is to enter into the anomaly under any circumstances, except when used for testing, and if in any case anyone were to step inside is removed by force. Testing is to be conducted by providing the subject with a recording device in order to view the activity when starting the test. Once the subject finishes the test, they will be sent out to be quarantined. Description: YOS 1257 is an elevator, labeled Elevator 2, located in a building from Redacted, Kentucky. The doors of the elevator are composed of polished stainless steel, and the interior of the elevator is made up of wood. The elevator has 27 buttons, 20 of which transports the subject to a random floor. However, entering into YOS 1257 will cause various events to occur when staying in it for a period of time, but this will only occur if the door is closed and moving to another floor. Once a subject presses a button, the elevator will go through the events when leaving the floor. There will be a loud screeching sound as if the elevator is caught on a random object, and the elevator will halt its movement. The subject will then suffer from catatonia, freezing them into their current position, followed by whispers coming from an unknown source. The subject will then experience a sense of dread upon hearing these whispers, and will suddenly become exhausted by unknown circumstances. When the subject fully closes their eyes, the feeling of exhaustion dissipates and the entire interior of the elevator is made of human tissue, along with blood dripping from the tissue, and enlarged human eyes on the door of the elevator, staring at the subject at all times. Subjects express shock and disgust upon seeing this, and the feeling of dread will disperse when viewing the eyes. The event will continue for another 45 minutes. After the time has passed, the subject becomes exhausted, and the change on the interior will disappear once the subject's eyes are fully closed. After the event is over, the elevator continues movement, and no other event occurs once the subject reaches the floor they picked. Once the subject exits YOS 1257, the subject will have no memory of what they've experienced while inside of the elevator. Addendum 1257-1. YOS 1257's unusual activity was noticed once individuals inside, redacted, made reports of people inside the elevator being covered in blood, and when questioned, they don't remember what happened in a specific elevator. The building was abandoned when police discovered that there were no signs where the blood came from, and foundation teams were sent out to contain the anomaly. Once performing tests inside the elevator, the entire building has been blocked from the public, and remade into Site 1257. Addendum 1257-2, Testing Log. YOS 1257 was undergoing testing when Foundation researchers discovered 2 elevators, and they suspected that one of them contained unusual activity, and 2 Class D personnel were sent in both elevators 1 and 2. D17658 in Elevator 1 was equipped with a single recording device to detect anomalous activity, and was told to click a button labeled F10. The subject complied and the elevator ascended. No unusual activity occurred while inside Elevator 1, and Elevator 1 reached floor 10 without incident. After researchers noticed that Elevator 1 had no anomalous activity, D21564 was told to press F10 in Elevator 2 to notice any anomalous activity. Subject complies and the elevator ascended. After leaving the first floor, the elevator produced a loud screeching noise and seemed to have come to a complete stop. Whispers became audible to the video feed, but researchers cannot understand what it's saying. The subject was presumably frozen in place, showing no signs of movement. D21564 was heard constantly hyperventilating, saying that the whispering had made him uneasy. After a few minutes, the subject complained that he felt exhausted, but he doesn't know why. The subject presumably closed his eyes from the exhaustion, but the video feed cut out for half a second, before revealing that the interior of Elevator 2 is covered in human tissue, blood, and eyes present on the door of the elevator, presumably staring at D21564. D21564 immediately became disgusted upon viewing the changed interior, as well as feeling a sense of dread upon viewing the eyes. After 45 minutes, the video feed cut out for another half a second, and the interior reverted to its normal appearance. D21564 was silent once he reached floor 10. Once D21564 was questioned by what he experienced in Elevator 2, he seemed to have no memory of the event he witnessed in the anomaly, despite being covered in blood. After testing concluded, Elevator 2 was given YOS status, and containment procedures were applied. Note from Dr. Richard: despite the fact that YOS 1257 erases the memory of those who entered it, the anomaly doesn't need more containment measures to keep it fully contained, as it doesn't seem to harm the subjects when inside or outside the elevator. Item number, YOS 442. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 442 is to be kept in a 6-meter cubed steel containment chamber. A yellow square is applied in order to maintain a safe distance from YOS 442 at all times. No one is to go over the square for any reason, and will be removed by force if not complying or be terminated. Description: YOS 442 is a porcelain toilet, 81 centimeters in height and 53 centimeters in width. YOS 442 has a text behind its rectangular structure, reading, "He hungers," in black Sharpie. YOS 442 appears to be sentient, although it remains stationary for the entire day. However, if anyone comes into close range to YOS 442, it will go into its ambush predatory state. If the person is within touching distance of YOS 442, or if the person sits on it, it will severely injure its victim by ripping off chunks of the victim's body. It does this by producing razor-sharp teeth on the bottom of the toilet seat. Once the victim expires, it will devour the rest of the body by grabbing it by a produced large snake-like tongue, and leaves no trace of the victim. YOS 442 desires to only devour humans, and shows no interest in any other animals. YOS 442 will cease its predatory behavior when the human subject releases urine onto it. YOS 442 also gets nutrients from the urine, and when it gets the sustenance it needs, it will never attack the person and goes back to being stationary. YOS 442 seems to show a strong preference for getting nutrients from human feces, and will cease its predatory behavior for a short amount of time when the subject releases fecal matter. Once the subject is done, it will devour the subject entirely, even when the subject is alive. YOS 442 appears to gain interest in other YOS anomalies who release feces continuously, including YOS 4411 and YOS 4817. Because of this, YOS 4411 and YOS 4817 are not to interact with YOS 442 at all times, in fear that it will trigger another ambush method in YOS 442. Discovery: YOS 442 was discovered when a man mysteriously disappeared from his home. MTF Unit 60, Home Invaders, were dispatched to contain the item. Once the team entered the man's house, they decided to check the security footage. One of the cameras was focused on the bathroom, and the team decided to look at it. The man entered the bathroom and closed the door. After 9 minutes, the man never came out. The team decided to check the bathroom, and found that the man was nowhere to be seen. One of the team members investigated the toilet, and noticed a little trace of fecal matter inside the toilet. Suddenly, the toilet lunged towards the investigator, and the team stepped back. Once confirming that the toilet is the culprit, a large cage was set up outside, and one of the team members carefully removed the toilet from the ground. Once securing the item was sent to Site 19, and given YOS status. Addendum: it is unknown how YOS 442 gained knowledge of the YOS anomalies that constantly defecate, but the anomalies in question should not interact with YOS 442 under any circumstances. Item number, YOS 2808. Object Class, Keter. Containment Procedures: due to the inability of capturing the subject, the entire area of Site 66 is currently considered YOS 2808's containment area. 4 Foundation personnel are to reside in Site 66 in order to prevent YOS 2808 from transporting to another site facility. All 4 personnel are given gas masks and air fresheners in order to live comfortably with YOS 2808 present, and to not get attacked by YOS 2808 at all times. All 4 personnel are to notify each other if YOS 2808 is near each one of them, and tell them to leave the area. All 4 personnel are given furniture to occupy them when residing within Site 66, and given weekly activities daily. Prior to Incident 2808-01, all YOS anomalies had been removed from Site 66 entirely, and were moved to other nearby facilities. Description: YOS 2808 is a humanoid entity that takes the form of a nude African American male. It is noticeably shorter, about 1.3 meters tall, which identifies it as being the size of an 8-year-old, but it might just be a sign of dwarfism. YOS 2808 can immediately demanifest from any object that completely blocks itself from viewing range, and manifest behind another object hiding it from view, but only if a person is nearby the object. If the person approaches the object in question, YOS 2808 will immediately lunge upwards and face its buttocks at the person, and release flatulence gas directly into them. The gas is extremely toxic, and it will result in death if the person stays in the gas for long periods. Once YOS 2808 has attacked the person, it will demanifest and reappear elsewhere out of view. YOS 2808 was discovered when Drive, redacted, was farted on by a nude man when testing with YOS redacted. He reports this to the thesis committee, and Foundation personnel are reminded to look out for any suspicious behavior of a certain nude man. Dr. Redacted was also attacked when she was about to start an interview with POI Redacted. She left the room and told this to the other staff. The researchers had no choice but to send MTF Unit 12, disciplinary actors, to deal with this problem. All members split up to find the nude man. One of the members got attacked by the nude man by farting before they could react. Repulsed by the smell, the member left the room. After 5 hours of searching, 2 more attacks and attempted capture. MTF Unit 12 were unable to capture the man and gave up. After failing to contain the man, 07-1 has given the following request: even though this capturing thing was a failure, it still is advised that you leave it alone for now, despite the attacks you will soon experience. The man is now classified as YOS 2808 and given the Keter designation, and further containment options are to be on hold. Sorry for the inconvenience. Until a containment option could be planned, Site 66 personnel are to not enter any rooms until YOS 2808 is believed to not be present in the room. Addendum 2808-01, how YOS 2808 entered into Site 66 is unknown, but soon, Dr. Redacted has found out that there was a disturbance in the city of Redacted, Massachusetts, and people report that a nude man had broken into their houses and farted on them, and kept hiding somewhere in their house. Police attempted to capture YOS 2808, but they couldn't find him, as they fell victim to his surprise farts. After 2 years of disturbance, YOS 2808 presumably entered Site 66 on Redacted 20 Redacted, and started its behavior around the researchers. The entire town of Redacted was administered with Class A amnestics. Addendum 2808-02, all personnel never attempted to enter each room in Site 66 until they presumed that YOS 2808 was not present, and it was working perfectly. Aside from one researcher who went in too late and was attacked. But there were no more attacks after that. Incident 2808-01, on Redacted 20 Redacted, when Site 66 personnel cautiously entered each room right away in order to see if YOS 2808 was still in the area, there were no signs of the entity. YOS 2808 was inactive prior to staff doing this practice for a couple months, to the point where all Site 66 staff can comfortably get in each room without any problems. That is, until Dr. Redacted heard sounds of loud flatulence in the chambers of multiple YOSs. He grew concerned that a containment breach was imminent, and reported this to the thesis committee. Security footage shows that YOS 2808 was coming into physical contact with multiple YOS items, by stuffing them into its rectum and defecating on them before immediately demanifesting. Prior to this, all staff at Site 66 went into each containment chamber to check on the items. All staff were revolted by the smell of the flatulence gas, and eventually removed the YOS 2808 inflicted items from the chamber. Despite the intense smell, researchers decided to test the DNA of the fecal matter in order to identify YOS 2808. The results show that the feces were not identified as human, nor any other person who lived on Earth. After this, YOS 2808 was re-identified from a human to a humanoid entity. The fecal matter was removed from the YOS items under cleaning protocols and recontained. Addendum 2808-03, prior to the incident, 07-1 requested all staff of Site 66 leave the facility entirely, while other staff members from different sites look after Site 66. For members named Dr., redacted, Researcher, redacted, Professor, redacted, and Doctor, redacted, were sent to accompany YOS 2808, as leaving it in Site 66 might lead to it demanifesting and manifesting in another Foundation site. All YOSs were removed from Site 66 and relocated to other nearby sites. The 4 site members were given resources and furniture to accompany themselves and remain cautious for any upcoming attacks from YOS 2808. As of Redacted 20 redacted, Site 66 is considered YOS 2808's containment area. Addendum 2808-04, note from Dr., redacted, even though it's unknown why YOS 2808 chose to live in Site 66 for the time being, it is theorized that YOS 2808 might be interested in messing with the staff here at Site 66, and also wanted to mess with their contained items. But since me and the other 3 are trying not to get attacked, and because there are no more anomalous items to mess with, I think it would eventually get bored, and wipe itself from existence forever. If that truly happens, YOS 2808 would be reclassified as neutralized, or if it got tired of staying at Site 66, it will relocate to another site or a distant city, although I really hope that isn't the case. I think maybe we should resort to keeping YOS 2808 busy with other items he should mess with, and not us, in order to at least get some peace. Addendum 2808-5. Note from Researcher, redacted, ugh, this whole keeping 2808 at Site 66 thing is driving me nuts. That little asshole got shit all over my favorite person mug, it made me vomit so much. I really hated this idea from 07-1, as it has driven me to want to dispose of this little nude bitch. I think in order to not worry about it anymore, we should terminate YOS 2808 as much as we try. You may deny my request, but this is the only way I could be at peace, and my stuff won't be tampered with ever again. So make your decision 07-1, I would just kill the nasty bitch anyway. Addendum 2808-6, Dr., redacted, S response by Researcher, redacted, S note, 07-1, I think, redacted, has a point, I think in order to dispose of YOS 2808, he should be terminated. Even though we are supposed to only contain and secure anomalies alive and well, I think that this constant rotten egg smell will come to a stop. You may think that she's being a little concerned for her health, but it's the only way to make us live comfortably and not smell the bad farts ever again. Heck, the anomalous items could come back to Site 66 and be contained again. I assure you that YOS 2808 is not impervious to firearms, and it will stop disappearing and reappearing again if MTF teams find the deed. So keep that in mind. Addendum 2808-7, 071's note to all Site 66 residents, all Site 66 staff, I've heard that you all are preferring to terminate YOS 2808 entirely, we are still thinking about it at the moment, after all, you don't know what else is hiding from 2808. But don't worry, we will think about this decision soon enough. We just need a couple more months to make our decision, so please be patient and thanks for the request. Addendum 2808-8, after receiving the note from 07-1, termination of YOS 2808 is currently pending approval. Item number, YOS 2123. Object Class, Safe. Containment Procedures. All bottles of YOS 2123 must be stored in a standard box container in Sector 11 of Site 21. Usage of YOS 2123 must be approved by a Level 3 researcher, and must be provided with instructions to ensure safety. Ingestion of any bottle is strictly prohibited unless for testing purposes, but ingestion must be done by D-Class personnel. Any researcher at Level 3 clearance that ingested the contents of the bottles must be quarantined until their death. Description: YOS 2123 is a row of bottles full of various condiments produced by the Heinz Company. They vary from ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise, and they appear to be completely regular at first glance. However, if a subject ingests the contents of these bottles, a life-threatening change will occur in their bloodstream. Their blood will be replaced by the specific contents that the subject recently consumed, and it appears to occur instantly. Their blood will be replaced, regardless of the amount of it consumed by the subject. Subjects will expire after 45 seconds prior to the replacement of blood. Surprisingly, the contents inside the bloodstream are completely edible, despite the chemical exposure within the deceased subject. It seems that the contents inside the bloodstream do not affect the next consumer upon ingesting a specific amount of it, making it a completely harmless substance. History: YOS 2123 was found after reports of a man mysteriously dying from an unknown source, and he died while eating his lunch with Heinz brand bottles. Foundation agents came to the man's house, and took all of the Heinz bottles and the body of the deceased man. Analysis shows that the man died from, presumably, exsanguination, due to the lack of blood. But when they checked the inside of the man's body, they noticed that the blood was replaced by ketchup and mustard, and because the two are incapable of flowing through the bloodstream, the subject died. Several tests were conducted to confirm this, and after the tests on D-class personnel ended on the same result, the bottles were given YOS status. Item number: YOS 2173. Object Class: Safe. Containment Procedures: YOS 2173 is to be stored in a standard locker at Site 18. Testing is only to be conducted by 2 Level 2 personnel and 1 subject under the age of 10, and testing is to conclude once the procedure is completed, and the object produced by YOS 2173 is to be examined accordingly. No one is to interact with YOS 2173 under any circumstances, and any subject above the age of 10 is to be removed from YOS 2173's presence. Description: YOS 2173 is a McDonald's Happy Meal box dating back to 2004, but with a Spanish text imprinted on it. YOS 2173 shows no abnormalities from the interior and exterior, and appears to remain intact despite being exposed to chemicals for years. When YOS 2173 is opened in a traditional way, a random item will manifest within it. The item varies in size, matter, and shape, and appears to depend on if the subject has a different behavior or age. Human subjects below the age of 10 are expected to have an item, usually a toy that they claim is their favorite, and also when the subject has a positive behavior, in which they get that specific item. But subjects below the age of 10 will get a type of decaying or contaminated substance, usually a decaying leaf, salt water, or rotting animals, if they have a negative behavior. Subjects above the age of 10 will often get an item that is a part of adulthood, usually a wallet, money, degree, or license, and will immediately be considered the subject's own item. But subjects above the age of 10 who behave negatively will get an unpleasant smell, the smell mostly emitted from an unknown source, but other subjects report that the unpleasant smell is emitted from diapers filled with feces, urine, sweat, and even decaying animals inside the box. The item will disappear within 2 minutes if the subject does not remove it from the box. YOS 2173 was discovered when a 7-year-old male by the name of Redacted gained possession of it, and used it to acquire lots of toys when he discovered that the box can continuously produce toys he likes. Agents were sent out to contain the object when Redacted's mother posted this on social media. The object was secured and the child and mother were given amnestics. Addendum: Testing log of items produced by YOS 2173. The following is a list of all items produced by YOS 2173 prior to containment. Subject: D16609, a 23-year-old white male. Procedure: D16609 is instructed to open YOS 2173 and discuss what he sees. Results: Subject complained of a very unpleasant smell, and initially refused to look at the item. Once instructed further, he looked down covering his nose. The subject noticed a Pampers diaper filled with feces, inducing immediate disgust on the subject. The subject was then instructed to pick up the item. The subject initially refused, but eventually relented and removed it from YOS 2173. The item was removed from the testing chamber and examined. The feces seems to belong to a human subject not yet identified, and was dated back to 2013. Further analysis of the subject is ongoing. Subject, D22679, a 28-year-old white female. Procedure, same as previous test. Results, subject complained of an unpleasant smell after opening it, and relentlessly looked down at the source. D22679 reported that there is a small decaying rodent in the box, and is being swarmed by numerous insects. The subject is instructed to remove the rodent from the box, which the subject quickly takes it out. Once removing it, the insects that swarmed it disappeared for reasons unknown. The deceased rodent was taken out of the testing chamber and examined. The decaying rodent is found to be a deceased specimen of Mus musculus, house mouse, which was presumably deceased a few months before the test was conducted. How YOS 2173 is able to transfer the corpse inside it is unknown. Note, I don't know why YOS 2173 is providing both subjects with revolting items, as it doesn't seem to provide them with acceptable materials as with the kid that had it. I think it might only work on children under the age of 10, so maybe we should try that. Dr. Simon. Subject, name redacted, a 8-year-old white male. Forward, subject was taken from an adoption center following the child's parents being killed by a car accident, and was taken in for testing. Procedure, same as previous tests. Results, no unpleasant smell was noticed by subject, but reports that a picture of his deceased family members appeared in the box. The subject showed signs of sympathy and disappointment upon looking at it, but became calm and relaxed upon holding and embracing it. The subject was allowed to keep the photo to cope with the loss. Subject, name redacted, a 5-year-old Hispanic female. Forward, subject was taken following being abandoned by her parents during a fallout, and was used for testing. Results, subject reports that a colorful stuffed animal that resembles a unicorn was in the box, and became immediately happy, as she took it out of the box and played around with it, saying that it's her favorite toy. The subject was allowed to keep the toy and was provided a humanoid cell furnished to be a standard playroom due to abandonment. Subject, name redacted, a 7-year-old white male. Forward, subject was retrieved following being taken to foster care due to an incident caused by his parents. The subject was taken with permission from foster parents and used for testing. Results, a folded blank paper was seen in the box, and the subject was ordered to unfold it. It appears to be a note, which read, "Son, not everything is what you may think. This world can be cruel and unpredictable at times, and it thinks you're not ready for it, which is why I don't need you anymore. I don't want to see you suffer. I need you to be safe. I'm sorry, but this needed to happen." This note could have been written by the child's biological parents, but no such report was made of this. The child showed great disappointment upon reading the note, but was allowed to keep the note and was returned to his foster parents. Subject, name redacted, a 13-year-old male of African descent. Forward, subject was retrieved prior to being abandoned by his parents during a fallout. Subject was taken for testing. Results, subject noticed a brown wallet filled with $100 dollar bills and a credit card with $200. The subject showed great surprise upon seeing this, and immediately took it out of the box. When the subject asked if he could keep it, the personnel approved, but they needed to test the item first before he could have it. Analysis shows that there are no abnormalities on the wallet, and seem to show some signs of damage. It is thought that this wallet was from another individual who abandoned the wallet from an unknown time period, and YOS 2173 transferred it inside it to give it to the subject. Regardless, the wallet was given to the subject and was raised by foster parents. Subject, name redacted, a 6-year-old white male. Forward, subject was retrieved following being transferred to an adoption center due to misbehaving around parents. The subject was taken for testing. Results, subject reported that water filled up the box, and the subject was provided a bucket to pour it into. The subject proceeded to pour it in, and brought it to Foundation researchers for analysis. The liquid is identical to salt water, and was covered partially in dirt. The liquid was disposed of in a nearby lake, and the subject was taken back to the adoption center. Note, it seems that people above the age of 10 get an item that is used by an adult, and children under 10 who showed bad behavior would get a random substance or material instead of a toy. meaning that the box can tell if a person is older, misbehaving, or good enough to receive something good or bad. Interesting. Dr. Simon. Addendum: after 10 tests have been conducted, all future tests are put on hold, and future tests must be approved by 2 Level 2 personnel and conducted accordingly. Item number: YOS 1389. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: YOS 1389 is kept in a 8-meter cube containment chamber, and it must be covered in a light-absorbent blanket in order to not cause accidental exposure. No one is to enter YOS 1389's chamber during its active state, and must be removed from the chamber immediately. If a staff member is exposed to the effects of YOS 1389, they are to be immediately quarantined. Description: YOS 1389 is a Halloween prop dating from the early 21st century. It shows signs of decay and disrepair, and measures approximately 1.7 meters tall when standing. YOS 1389 doesn't seem to display any anomalous activity when in its inactive state, and is completely safe to approach. However, in its active state, its eyes will glow a bright blue hue, which glows for about 4 to 5 hours. Anyone who views the eyes of YOS 1389 while in its active state will experience various distressing symptoms. These include, but not limited to, hallucinations, nausea, vomiting, severe headache, memory loss, catatonia, and diarrhea. These symptoms will severely damage the body of the subject, as the vomiting and diarrhea is so violent that the body slowly gets destroyed, but the subject will not die because of this. The subject will more likely experience hallucinations. Subjects who were exposed reported seeing blue glowing human-like eyes staring at them, and also seeing multiple human skulls on the ground. The subjects 80% most of the time become very paranoid, as the vision of the hallucination made them very uneasy. After 4 hours of exposure, the subject's eyes will glow a bright blue. The subject is unaware of this, as the glow didn't disrupt their vision, and the subject will become unusually calm during this stage. When the subject's eyes glow blue, it acts as a contagion for other subjects, due to the glowing eyes of the subject passing on the infection to another subject, leading to more infectees. After 3 more hours of exposure, the subject dies from what appears to be exsanguination, as the blood was drained from an unknown method. The glow in the eyes of the infected subject will dissipate, and a black substance will leak out from the tear ducts. Analysis of the substance reveals it to be human tissue and blood with DNA from another person yet unidentified. No other changes happen after the leaking of the substance. Due to the symptoms of YOS 1389 being very contagious, no one is to come into contact with any infected subject until the subject expires. Addendum 1389-1, Discovery of Object. YOS 1389 was discovered when reports of people mysteriously dying from an unknown cause caught the attention of the authorities. The police don't seem to understand why the subject's eyes are leaking a dark substance. The other officers took the bodies for disposal, while one officer caught something glowing blue in the victim's closet. He decided to investigate further and took a closer look, and it was a prop presumably for Halloween, glowing a bright blue from its eyes. After the cop was accidentally exposed to the object, he began feeling extremely ill, and was in constant pain. He vomited violently, had extremely bad diarrhea, and had a massive headache. Once this was noticed by cops, they took him to the hospital for help. This came to the attention of the Foundation and went to the hospital for questioning. After the officer gave all the information to the agents, he and the other officers and doctors were given Class A amnestic, and the officer was released from the infection. Agents went to secure the item, and luckily, the item was inactive. Agents took the item in a reinforced steel container and took it to Site 17, where it was given its designation. Addendum 1389-2, Testing Log. 3 D-Class subjects, D11102, D65278, and D11789, were sent to be exposed to YOS 1389. Test begin. D11102 was told to remove the blanket from YOS 1389 while it was in its active state. Subject refuses at first, but he was threatened with termination if he doesn't comply. He later complies, and was exposed to YOS 1389's infection. D11102 felt extremely ill, vomiting violently, severe diarrhea, and many hallucinations. The other two D-class subjects were extremely distressed by D11102's condition, and backed away from him. D11102 became extremely paranoid by the hallucinations, and attempted to take his own life, but to no avail. After 4 hours, D11102 eventually calmed down as his eyes glowed a bright blue. D65278 and D11789 were looking at D11102 during this stage, and became infected, with hallucinations, vomiting, and extreme paranoia. D11102 was unaware of his eyes glowing, and remained calm at all times. D11102 eventually dies from blood loss after 3 more hours, and 1 hour later, both D65278 and D11789 calmed down and their eyes glowed blue. D11102's eyes were leaking a dark substance, as the last two appeared ignorant of this. After another 3 hours, both remaining subjects died from blood loss, and leaked the dark substance. Once it was safe to retrieve the bodies, guards took the bodies out of the chamber, and the blanket was picked up to cover YOS 1389. Analysis of each subject leaking the dark substance matched the same unidentified person. Further investigation of who this person is and if they're responsible for creating YOS 1389 is ongoing. Addendum 1389-3, Incident. Dr. Redacted was accidentally exposed to YOS 1389 when trying to envelope it with the blacker that fell off, exposing the head. Dr. Redacted is quarantined and dies within 7 hours. The body was incinerated, and Foundation personnel are instructed to wait until YOS 1389 is inactive in order to safely cover it with the blanket. Item number, YOS 256. Object Class, Keter. Containment Procedures. All 4 instances of YOS 256 are kept in a 6-meter cubed containment chamber at all times in Site 12. If YOS 250 SIXS expanded stem is very close to the walls and ceiling of the chamber, the stem of each instance must be cut down and the cut-off portion is to be incinerated. Physical contact with YOS 256 is strictly prohibited, and any contact with it will result in the infected subject being quarantined and treated as effectively. If YOS 256 manages to corrode through the ceiling or walls of the chamber, the stem is to be cut off and the holes made by it are to be fixed immediately. YOS 256 can be damaged by pouring other liquids other than water, which will hinder its expansion once the liquid dissipates. However, this method must not be repeated with the same liquid, as it will eventually consider it as water and expand more. Each liquid is to be used 2 to 3 times if necessary. Description: YOS 256 is the designation given to 4 pots accompanied by an unidentified plant, with each pot measuring 4 meters in diameter, with soil approximately 130 grams. The plants can expand indefinitely, with no signs of stopping its growth. This growth cannot be stopped by blocking access to sunlight or water, as the plant will produce oxygen within it by releasing carbon dioxide in order to absorb it, and it will leak water from itself to let it spread through the soil, thus allowing it to grow. The plant's leaves produce a corrosive substance that spreads through the stems, and will use it to corrode through other materials if it is in the way of its growth, even other plants. Living subjects will receive minor burns when coming into little contact with the substance, but it will destroy the tissue if additional exposure is made. YOS 250 SIXS growth can be stopped by making it come into contact with a certain liquid that is not water, and it will become damaged and won't grow any further until the liquid dissolves. However, any more use of a specific liquid will cause YOS 256 to eventually consider it as a source of water, and will absorb it and grow faster than normal. This also causes it to produce more of the corrosive substance, most often causing it to drip onto the floor, damaging the floor upon contact. Due to this, no additional exposure to the liquid that is being used is to be made. YOS 256 gained attention from the Foundation following reports of an unusually long plant emerging from a 2-story house in Redacted, Wisconsin. Foundation MTF Unit 49, Seed Destroyers, were sent to deal with the plant. After 4 minutes of tracking the source of its expansion, it led to 2 small pots enveloped by long plants. The team cut off the long stems and were incinerated, along with taking the pots to Foundation custody, and witnesses were given amnestics. Incident 256-01, Dr. Redacted, was ordered to give YOS 256 large amounts of vinegar, and it stopped it from expanding further. However, after 6 uses of vinegar, the plant kept growing as it absorbed the vinegar, growing faster and producing more corrosive liquid, causing Redacted to evacuate. The plants caused damage to the walls, ceiling, and ground as it corroded its way out. MTF Unit 49 was sent to cut off the taller stems and were incinerated, and the plant is provided with a different type of liquid. Following this, no more than 6 uses of a single liquid is required. Item number, YOS 1102. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 1102 is to be stored in a standard locker at Site 48. Testing is only to be conducted by 3 Level 3 personnel, and instructions must be given in order to not cause an incident. No one is to interact with YOS 1102 for any reason other than testing, and said testing is to be conducted swiftly and efficiently. Description: YOS 1102 is a hand mirror, measuring 145 centimeters in height. YOS 1102 appears to have been used extensively, showing slight damages to the handle. YOS 1102's properties do not occur until a subject holds it. When the subject holds the object, their reflection will react in a different way. Subjects who interact with the reflection do not become aware that they are seeing a different perspective of their reflection, until a humanoid appears behind them, resembling the subject handling YOS 1102. The entity known as YOS 1102-1 remains invisible to unaffected subjects, but visible to the affected subject, but they wouldn't notice the entity due to the effects it induces. After the entity has appeared behind the subject, they will proceed to slowly approach the subject, which will still be oblivious to what's happening. Once the entity gets close enough to the subject, they will proceed to hold them down to the ground, strangling them, and cutting them up with a knife, and also stomping and kicking the subject. Despite the trauma, subjects will still remain oblivious to their surroundings, and do not respond to pain. Death will eventually occur to the subject due to extreme trauma, and the entity will demanifest once killing the subject. It is unknown what caused subjects to become unaware that they were being attacked, but it might be due to psychological trauma, making them oblivious to all of their surroundings. Addendum: YOS 1102 was discovered when a man died from extreme trauma, but it came from an unknown source. Agents were sent to investigate, and they found him dead while holding a hand mirror. The mirror was taken to Foundation custody, and the body was disposed of. Once discovering the anomalous activity by using D-Class personnel, it was given YOS status. Item number, YOS 729. Object Class, Safe. Containment Procedures, YOS 729 is kept in a standard humanoid containment chamber at Site 27. Due to YOS 729's desire to interact with personnel, 2 Level 2 personnel are to be sent into the containment chamber. Any food items made by YOS 729 are to be analyzed until it is proven to be harmless. Description: YOS 729 is a humanoid entity resembling a life-sized chef puppet. YOS 729 appears to be sentient and autonomous, and is capable of speech despite lacking the organs to do so. YOS 729's interior is completely hollow, and no organs are present to determine how the subject is capable of living or moving. YOS 729's demeanor is often cheerful, and has a very comedic attitude, as it often struggles to coherently speak to the point of becoming laughable. YOS 729 has been shown to love cooking food items, and will often make them when in the presence of humans. Once a human subject requests a food item, YOS 729 will manifest a full kitchen from an unknown source, and begin cooking the food that the subject requested. These foods are shown to be completely random, as if YOS 729 is attempting to make a new form of food. These food items vary depending if the subject wants a food item that they like. The food is always edible, despite the appearance of the item. YOS 729 was recovered in an abandoned bar and grill restaurant of unknown brand. It was seen creating various unknown foods and dishes. Subject willingly entered into Foundation custody and transported to Site 27. Addendum 1, Interview. Interviewer, Dr. Redacted. Interviewed, YOS 729. Hello 729. Oh, a new customer. How can I serve you today? Before I order anything, I would like you to answer some questions. Alrightly, tell me your questions. Where did you get these food ideas from? Well, I simply do what people asked. I don't think you understand my skills. What I'm saying is, where exactly did you find these food ideas? I don't need ideas, I'm perfectly able to make one on my own. So you just came up with those foods? That's basically it. I make one when I can, even if you ask me to make something you want. Speaking of which, would you want your food now? Sure, a large cake would be nice. Coming right up. Closing statement, YOS 729 makes a cake with baked dough and topped with whipped cream, and gives it to Dr. Redacted. The cake was taken for analysis, and was proven to be harmless. Dr. Redacted was permitted to consume the cake in the cafeteria. Addendum 2, Foods created by YOS 729. Below is a list of original foods created by YOS 729. Request, a large cookie. Result, a 1-meter cookie made of baked cookie dough, with sprinkles on top of it. Request, a hamburger. Result, 2 pieces of cooked beef 30 centimeters in diameter, with lettuce covered in ranch, and Swiss cheese on both pieces of beef. Request, a large vanilla cake. Result, a 70 centimeter cake with baked dough with traces of vanilla, and whipped cream on the top. Request, 1 cupcake. Result, 1 plastic cup with large chunks of cake with strawberry frosting and sprinkles. Request, 1 large pizza. Results, 1 pizza with various toppings, such as pepperoni, mushrooms, pineapple slices, onions, and sausages. Request, 1 grilled cheese with orange juice. Results, 1 grilled cheese with slight burns, an orange glass cup with 1 orange. The orange has a sticky note on it saying, "Do it yourself." Addendum 3, YOS 729's foods appear to be harmless to consumers, therefore, all foods provided by YOS 729 are permitted to be consumed. Item number, YOS 2965. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 2965-1 is to be closely monitored via drone footage for any change in behavior from YOS 2965-2. Vessels that are moving near YOS 2965-1 are to be redirected or sent to nearby land, and the civilians on board are given Class B amnestics. In the event YOS 2965-2 changes behavior, it is to be reported to MTF Unit 79, Sea Dwellers, and is to approach YOS 2965-1. No harmful force is to be used on YOS 2965-1 under any circumstances. Description: YOS 2965-1 is a specimen of great white shark, currently situated in the Pacific Ocean. YOS 2965-1 does not engage in the same activity as other members of its species, instead relying on moving aimlessly through the ocean, and does not show hunger under normal conditions. YOS 2965-1's mouth never opens, regardless of the condition and area it is in, instead it seems to be forced closed, as if something is inside of the mouth. YOS 2965-1's mouth seems to contain a nude humanoid entity, designated as YOS 2965-2, and it seems to be trapped inside of the subject. YOS 2965-2 seems to be attempting to free itself from YOS 2965-1, and attacks it from the inside, remaining inside the mouth at all times. YOS 2965-2's attacks can be heard as it continuously releases loud sounds of flatulence and defecation, attacking it with its feces. Despite this, YOS 2965-1 doesn't seem to notice this, nor react to it at all, and keeps its mouth sealed at all times. YOS 2965-2's attack seems to be limitless, as it has not run out of flatulence and feces prior to its discovery. It is unknown how YOS 2965-2 ended up getting inside YOS 2965-1, or when it ended up getting trapped, but it is believed that it got stranded in the Pacific Ocean and was eventually found by YOS 2965-1 and got trapped. YOS 2965-1 came to the Foundation's attention when people on vessels noticed traces of fecal matter floating on the surface of the water, and heard faint sounds of flatulence. MTF Unit 79 was dispatched and tracked the source of the material, eventually leading to the shark, and reportedly heard loud sounds of flatulence. Fecal matter was noticed leaving the mouth of the animal, and the team later assumed that a human is inside it and is still alive. The animal seemed to ignore the team who went near it, and continued swimming aimlessly without ever stopping. After the discovery of the subjects, it was given a designation, and was closely monitored. Addendum: YOS 2965-2 seems to look like a nude African American male, but DNA of its fecal matter did not match any known human existing. It is assumed that YOS 2965-2 is not a human who got trapped, but is something else entirely, even though its features were entirely human. Addendum 2: if the fecal matter were to spread further out into the Pacific Ocean, it could result in the ocean becoming entirely contaminated if it does not decompose in the near future. A proposal is being reviewed if Foundation personnel are to explore around the ocean to remove fecal matter from the ocean in order to prevent complications from happening. Item number: YOS 2186. Object Class: Euclid. Containment Procedures: because YOS 2186 is only situated in Containment Chamber 03, the chamber is to be kept secured effectively. Testing is only to be permitted by 2 Level 3 personnel, and must be assisted by at least 2 guards. No personnel is to enter Containment Chamber 03 by any means except for Class D personnel, only if for testing purposes. Description: it is unknown if YOS 2186 has an original form, as its appearance varies depending on personnel entering the chamber individually. YOS 2186 is located in Containment Chamber 03 at Site 28, and has resided there for an unknown period of time. If a single human subject enters the chamber, YOS 2186 will change its form, and it seems to focus on taking forms of the subject's fear or danger during their childhood. YOS 2186 will attempt to put the subject in danger if the subject perceives the form it took, but will not cause harm to most subjects. If the subject exits the chamber, whether out of fear or decision, YOS 2186 demanifests. It is impossible to perceive YOS 2186's original appearance, as security footage also catches it taking the form of the subject's danger when they view the footage. It is unknown when YOS 2186 inhabited Containment Chamber 03, or how it manifested within it, but some Foundation personnel theorized it might be from an anomalous event from an unknown YOS. YOS 2186 was first noticed when Dr. Redacted caught his attention to Containment Chamber 03, apparently sensing that there's something inside. When he entered, he presumably caught sight of YOS 2186, and immediately closed the chamber's door, apparently turning pale. Dr. Redacted was later interviewed by Dr. Lilly following the event. "My gosh. Can you tell me what happened? I just saw a large dark crocodile inside that chamber. I don't know how we missed that. Do you know that Containment Chamber 03 was put on standby for obvious complications?" "Yeah, but I never expected there to be a large crocodile in there. How did it even get in there?" "That is quite strange indeed. What made you check in there anyway?" "I thought there was something uncanny in there, so I checked. A large black crocodile came into my view, and it was staring at me menacingly. Scary. I'll tell the others about this event. I wouldn't recommend getting in there if I were you. That thing was scary as hell." After the interview, Containment Chamber 03 was securely contained, and was given the designation. Addendum: it is discovered that YOS 2186 is not only taking the form of people's fears or dangers, but also the forms of the people's good memories. See YOS 2186 test logs for further information. YOS 2186 test logs. Below are the test logs performed with YOS 2186. Test log 01. Subject, D2880. Procedure, D2880 is instructed to enter containment chamber 03 and describe what it sees. Details, D2880 immediately froze in place upon seeing YOS 2186, and was instructed to describe what it sees. D2880 describes it as a large cephalopod-like creature covered in darkness, with glowing red lines. D2880 was then instructed to exit the chamber, which the subject immediately followed. Test log 02. Subject, D7771. Procedure, D7771 is instructed to enter containment chamber 03 and describe what it sees. Details, D7771 states it sees nothing but a dark room, until immediately getting startled. When instructed to describe what it sees, D7771 described it as two large green glowing eyes with no pupils. D7771 then demanded to be let out, which was accepted. Test log 03. Subject, D2281. Procedure, D2281 is instructed to enter containment chamber 03 and describe what it sees. Details, D2281 stated to see no unusual activity, until becoming startled by YOS 2186. When instructed to describe, D2281 described it as a large amorphous pink mass with two orange eyes and a large mouth. D2281 then suddenly pounded on the door, begging to be let out as it repeatedly stated, "It's going to eat me." D2281 was immediately pulled out of the room. Note, this was either almost the first time YOS 2186 tried to harm the subject, or was trying to induce more fear into the subject by eating them. Regardless, that was interesting. Dr. Matthew. Test log 04. Subject, D3710. Procedure, D3710 is instructed to enter containment chamber 03 and describe what it sees. Details, personnel noticed a bright blue glow illuminating the inside of the chamber, and D3710 was instructed to describe YOS 2186's appearance. The subject described it as a large blue sphere with a smiley face, but never noticed a bright glow illuminating the chamber when questioned. D3710 was let out of the chamber soon after. Note, this was the first time personnel noticed something outside the chamber, but the subject inside did not. Quite interesting. Dr. Matthew. Test log 05. Subject, Dr. Lily. The subject was chosen due to a low chance of experiencing fear. Procedure, subject is instructed to enter the chamber and describe what she sees. Details, YOS 2186 was described as being a small green humanoid creature, and it approached the subject. The subject then stroked the head of YOS 2186, and appeared to show signs of euphoria. When questioned, YOS 2186 seemed to interact with the subject in an affectionate manner, and was vocalizing cooing and purring sounds. Testing ended soon afterward. Note, Dr. Lily most likely made YOS 2186 turn into a harmless being, and allowed her to pet it. This might be due to Dr. Lily's low chances of becoming scared. This is also the first time YOS 2186 interacted with the subject in a positive manner. Dr. Matthew. Test log 06. Subject, D8810. Procedure, D8810 is instructed to enter containment chamber 03 and describe what it sees. Details, D8810 was asked to describe YOS 2186's appearance. It resembles a magenta mass resembling slime, and also possesses a humanoid female shape. D8810 also notes that YOS 2186 vocalizes a beautiful humming sound like humming a lullaby. D8810 was let out of the chamber and was questioned. D8810 confirmed that he was sent to Site 24 to interact with YOS 2878 for 4 hours, and it might have resulted in YOS 2186 taking the form of it. Testing ended soon after. Note, this might indicate that YOS 2186 possesses intelligence, and takes the memories of the subject who enters and takes the form. This means that YOS 2186 doesn't only take the form of the subject's fears, but also takes the form of the subject's good memories. How convenient. Dr. Matthew. Item number, YOS 2414. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures. All YOS 2414 packages are to be stored in Containment Locker 42 at Site Redacted. All packages are only to be tested with the approval of 2 Level 2 personnel, and are to be used by D-Class personnel. YOS 2414-1 instances are to be kept in a 10 by 10 by 10 meter containment chamber with a 6 meter tank filled with water in order to allow for mobility. Each chamber is to be fitted with 7 instances of YOS 2414-1 each, and are to be interviewed accordingly. No personnel other than Class D are to consume the contents of each YOS 2414 package. Doing so will be sent into a separate containment room of YOS 2414-1 instances until conversion is completed. Description: YOS 2414 are a collection of packaged gummy candy similar to that of the Haribo brand. The only difference to the bags are the shapes of the candy, which resemble mermaids. The title of the bag read, Mermaids, with no information of nutrition located anywhere on the bags. Each individual gummy candy has individual colors, such as red, blue, yellow, green, and orange, and the flavors for each has not been mentioned on the packaging. When a male human subject consumes the contents of the candy, a physical effect will become noticeable within 12 hours. The subject's internal organs will change, and will be replaced with female organs. Their chromosomes will also change into female chromosomes, and their body shape will resemble that of a female. Once the feminine body is fully developed, their legs will fuse together, and will form into a large scaly green tail. Subjects who reach this point will become incapable of moving on land, minus the flopping, and will resort to swimming in bodies of water. Their hair will also change, and become shiny long red hair. Subjects will immediately develop gills when entering water, but are still able to breathe in the air. The physical change will finish after the last hour without further changes. The subjects, now as a YOS 2414-1 instance, will keep their memories prior to the event, but will often forget certain things in their life. Subjects that do remember have reported the change to be painless. YOS 2414-1 instances swim around a body of water for an extended period of time, but will mostly stay immobile on top of the water's surface. YOS 2414-1 instances rarely at times drag nearby males to the water they're in, and disappear with them. What happens to the member and dragged subject is uncertain, but GPS tracking of subjects show that they are transported somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. The member will eventually transport back into the location where it was transported from, although without the dragged subject. YOS 2414 was discovered in a 7-Eleven store when people spotted a previously unknown packaging of gummies shaped like mermaids. Later investigations by local authorities found females with a tail flopping helplessly on the ground, both at the sidewalks and most houses, and had the packaging sitting beside them. The Foundation later gave the witnesses amnestics, and the packaged candies and the tailed women were taken into custody. Addendum 2414-1, Interviews. The following are multiple interviews conducted on Class D personnel who consumed YOS 2414. Interview 01. Interviewer, Dr. Matthew. Interviewed, D25930, YOS 2414-1. Forward, D25930 the contents of an individual YOS 2414 package, and fully converted after 12 hours. Good morning, D25930. Who are you again? Dr. Matthew, remember? Oh yeah, it's you. What the hell happened to me anyway? I at least expected you would know. It's just, my legs suddenly don't work anymore, and I was strangely very good at swimming even though I wasn't previously. Judging by the tail, did I just turn into a freaking fish? Not exactly, you still have some human features, albeit more different than before. So I just turned into a mermaid, huh? Ha, shouldn't even be surprised at this point because you guys have some weird shit in this place. Also, what happened to my voice? It sounds girly now. That candy also changed your voice, I know that. I don't know why I even asked. I'd like you to answer this one question. Did the mermaid change hurt you in any way? No. Well, just at the point I can't walk anymore, and I could definitely feel my chest pushing against something, but I'm too afraid to look. So I guess it wasn't very bad. Interesting. What do you think of the others that look like you? Nothing much really, I just spent my time under the water, but for some reason it felt like I was drowning. The others though, some of them just ignored me, and swam off. Although I did get some attention from others, I didn't feel like talking to me, neither did the others that I've gotten attention from. I don't know whether I should believe what I'm going to say or just ignore it, but I feel like they're planning something. I fear that they might do something wrong to themselves, you, or even me. So that's probably the reason why I didn't converse with them. Excellent information D25930, I'll take my leave now. Wait, doctor, can I ask you something very quickly? What is it? Can you come with me in the water, so that I can show you the beauty of aquatic life? No thanks, I'm okay, besides I don't want to get my clothes wet, thanks for the question though. Closing statement. D25930 then went under the water as Dr. Matthew left the chamber, and hasn't been spotted for 2 days. D25930 re-emerged 2 days later. Interview 02. Interviewer, Dr. Matthew. Interviewed, D79901. D79901 was humming a lullaby beside the edge of the pool as Dr. Matthew entered and neared the subject. Greetings D79901. D79901 gets startled by Matthew's talking, causing it to briefly lose balance and kicks water out of the pool with its tail before restoring balance. Oops, sorry, did that get you? Only a little got on me, but I'm fine with that. Man, you just scared me, I was humming a beautiful song. Yeah, and a different one at that. Huh? What song is that? Duh, it's Pop Goes the Weasel. Wait no, it's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. No, that's too childish. Will on the Bus? No, that's not it either. You know what, I don't know, it's just my favorite song but I don't know what it's called. Strange. Anyway, how do you feel? I feel fine, why do you ask? I'm saying, do you feel strange at all? Well, I did at some point, some large bulges were appearing on my chest, and I thought it was some big-ass wasp that stung me or something. I guess it was a new feature I developed, because when I squeezed it, white stuff was coming out. I'm also wearing this, it's like a tail or something. I thought this was a cosplaying thing or something, but I don't remember wearing it. I can't take it off though, it's like it's a part of me, pretty fucking creepy. Did I turn into a mermaid or some shit? You know what, don't answer, I'm already confused enough. Interesting information D79901. One more question before I go. What do you think about the other mermaids? Well, instead of answering that, let's go see the fishes. Well, what are you doing? D79901 suddenly grabs Dr. Matthew and attempts to pull him under the water. Matthew struggles to get out of the subject's grip, but eventually frees himself when the subject drags him underwater. Matthew coughs, spits, and panting. What was that all about? What's wrong? Scared to see the fishes? Was it really necessary to drag me in there like that? Maybe you just don't like the fishes, or you don't think I'm pretty enough. Bummer, see you later, fish hater. D79901 sinks underwater and disappears from view. I'm out of here. Closing statement. Dr. Matthew then wrote a note to the Solvers Committee requesting to use D-Class personnel to interact with instances of YOS 2414-1. The request was later approved. Interview 03. Interviewer, D80812. Interviewed, D98203. Forward, D80812 was sent in the chamber, and given a clipboard with a singular sheet of paper written with questions for D98203. Hello there. OMG, hi, jolly evening isn't it? You seem oddly happy today. What's with that? Oh, you know, swimming around here does get enjoyable after a while. Well, I want to ask you some questions. How are you feeling today? I feel fantastic, don't believe me, I swim around these waters with a smile on my face, there's no denying that. Were you experiencing pain after a while? Nope, nothing hurts, not even my joy. Next question then, what do you think of the others in this pool? Oh, you know, they're pretty chill, ignorant at times, but they're still my buddies. Buddies, you say? Yes, buddies. I love all of them, and for you though, you are very cute. Anyway, enough questions, come with me. Whoa! D80812 gets dragged by D98203 underwater, and disappears out of sight. Note, at this point, D80812 gets transported to a random location, but GPS tracking sounds that they are somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. A brief audio log was heard by D80812's radio audio, which focuses on both subjects conversing with one another. The sound of water swirling partially muffles the voices of both D80812 and D98203, but a few words were recognized. Whoa, where are we? This is the unintelligible, the largest, unknown word. Why are we underwater? So that, unknown word, how good, unintelligible, things are. This is, unintelligible, absurd, I'm going to drown here. I assure you that you'll be fine. Oh, look at the time to, unknown word, bye-bye. Wait, you're just going to leave. 2 minutes of silence. Anyone, please help, I'm going to. 4 minutes of silence. That little. Why leave me? At this point, the connection to D80812's radio cuts out, and D80812 is presumed to be deceased. Addendum 2414-2, note from Dr. Matthew, either YOS 2414-1 instances are trying to drown them by transporting them to the ocean underwater, or just want them to see the ocean floor. YOS 2414-1 instances don't seem to show malicious intent by doing this, and are just doing it to take them by surprise. It is also noted that these instances don't have any prior knowledge of themselves before turning into mermaids, either some memories stayed or disappeared entirely. It is almost like the candy imprints something into the subject's brain to make them act like this, and makes them possibly addicted to taking people with them to the ocean, or just a weird instinct. Further analysis of this candy into what causes this behavior is ongoing. Item number, YOS 037. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 037 is to be kept in a 5 by 5 meter containment closet at Site 18. Testing is to only be conducted by D-Class personnel, and must be closely monitored by Level 2 personnel. No hostile action is to be taken against YOS 037 at any time, and if YOS 037 is attacked, the closet is locked down immediately, and should be kept locked until the YOS loses interest. Description: YOS 037 is a white boxing bag, 2.1 meters tall. YOS 037 shows no abnormal qualities unless hostile action is taken upon it, such as punching or kicking it. If the YOS is attacked in any way, it will proceed to move on its own with no signs of what's causing it. YOS 037 will attempt to reach the attacker by drifting itself over to their location. However, the YOS cannot bring itself up nor down when reaching stairs, as when on top of the stairs, it will fall down at a fast rate, and would get knocked over in the process, or when getting stuck on an enclosed wall. Instead of simply picking itself up, it will attempt to move towards its target while knocked over, and YOS 037 will attempt to free itself from the enclosed wall. If YOS 037 cannot get itself to the target after a long period of time, it will eventually lose interest, and become stationary again. In the scenario where it does reach its target, it will attempt to knock them out by assaulting their legs and head, sometimes killing the subject if the subject is not easily knocked out. Once knocked out or killed, YOS 037 will become stationary once again. YOS 037 was discovered in a gym, where one man named, Redacted, went to punch a white boxing bag to test his strength. Once the man started hitting the bag, however, the bag became autonomous and assaulted Redacted, knocking him out in the process. Once other people noticed his lack of movement, they reported this to the gym workers, and the man was taken to the hospital. Some people believed he hit his head on something too hard and knocked him out, but later on people looked at what happened to the people that were knocked out, and claimed that the boxing bag was alive. This later gained attention from the Foundation, and the item was taken into Foundation custody without further incident, and had given amnestics to witnesses. Addendum: it is unclear how YOS 037 becomes autonomous when attacking it, or what made it act the way it does. But it is theorized that it's a type of knockback feature inserted in the item. Further information regarding the item is underway. Item number, YOS 001. Object Class, Keter. Containment Procedures, YOS 001 is impossible to reach, as YOS 001 uses it to evade capture and detection, and also its hostile nature. Foundation personnel are to turn their attention to any anomalies made by YOS 001 when they are discovered, and to contain them swiftly and effectively. Foundation personnel are to be cautioned about YOS 001 possibly bringing an anomaly to one of the sites, and if it does, must monitor or contain it immediately. Description: YOS 001 is a hardcover book with a seemingly unlimited amount of blank pages. These pages are made of another material yet unidentified, and smelt vaguely of tobacco. YOS 001 is currently in possession of a young child, age 4, designated as YOS 001A. YOS 001A continually writes messages on one of YOS 001's blank pages, and the completion of a sentence will release a new anomalous influence in a random location. These anomalies vary, but most of them are discovered by civilians. It is unclear if YOS 001A thought of these ideas, or had malicious intentions of making anomalies to terrorize the human population. Catching YOS 001A is often problematic, due to its danger sensation and transportation. It will relocate itself to a higher location to reduce the risks of capture, and will continue to unleash more anomalies. It is unknown how YOS 001A acquired YOS 001, or how it knows to write down anomalous sentences, but it is thought that a random adult gave it the book in order for it to remain entertained, but how it transports is unclear. Addendum: YOS 001's existence did not become noticed, until a disturbance was noticed in a nearby town. Most people in the town investigate, and are shocked to see a massive figure walking on an empty field. People became hesitant to know what it is, or how it will act, but a bunch of people decided to get closer, and they were attacked by the entity. The people immediately fled upon seeing this, and reported it to the authorities. Although most of the authorities didn't believe people's claims, a group became interested, and promised them to deal with the situation. This group later became the organization that focuses on securing and containing anomalous threats, the YOS Foundation. The Foundation built numerous large sites in isolated locations, and tracked down and secured the large entity, and kept it in one of their secure sites. Another abnormal entity became noticed once it was hit by a car by Agent Derick. The entity was all red, and assuming it was anomalous, it was taken into custody. Another incident occurred when Agent Redacted took a bowl of Reese's Puffs back to one of the facilities, and ate it with other agents, only to feel discomfort. After realizing the cereal wasn't normal, it was contained. A mass murder caught the attention of the Foundation, and found a man holding a glowing sword. The man was subdued and the sword was taken into custody. This leads to 5 anomalous items into Foundation custody at the moment. Addendum 2, about 11 more anomalous items were discovered, and the Foundation wondered what could be causing a lot of them to appear. An investigation team was sent to find the source, while the others focused on containing more anomalies. The source was later found in a cabin in the middle of nowhere in Canada, and the team found a young child holding a book, drawing something on it. One of the members approached the child and attempted to converse with it. The child immediately jumped away from the member and started screaming at them to go away. Reason with the child is futile, as it proceeded to disappear, leaving a purple puff of smoke behind. After discovering that the boy is anomalous, a team was dispatched to track the child down. While others are focused on containing newly discovered anomalies, 50 more are found at the time of writing, the others were tracking the child. But no matter how many times they find the child and try to capture it, it quickly disappears. Unlike other anomalous items that were more easier to keep locked away, this one was very difficult to catch, which warranted the object classification system. Addendum 3. It is now thought by researchers that the book is anomalous, and the child was writing down the anomalous contents on the book, making it come into existence. Attempts to take the book away are almost impossible, as the child simply disappears when touching the book. The Foundation is trying to think of another solution to take away the book from the child, and as of the time of this addendum's writing, there are 500 more anomalies discovered by the Foundation. One team member thought of snatching the book away from the child's hands before it instantly disappears. Once the child is found again, the member then immediately lunges for the book and takes it away from the child. The plan worked, but suddenly, the child started screaming so loudly that it nearly burst the eardrums of all the team members present there. The child then lunged at the member who took it and started assaulting him. One of the team members tried to terminate the child by gunfire, but the child disappeared, along with the team member with the book. The team members were getting agitated with this hide-and-seek situation they're in, due to the child being very difficult to control, and it is very aggressive to anyone who takes away the book. The team member that the child took was missing for a long time, and he was presumably dead due to the child's hostile behavior. However, after too many times of locating the child, instead of the child remaining passive when the book is held by it, it immediately becomes hostile towards the team, and started rapidly attacking them, with it biting one of the members, assaulting one with a bat with spines, and jumping high enough to crush the rib cage of one of the team members. The child's hostile behavior kills about 4 members of the team, and immediately disappears with the book. The team realizes how much bad they have caused this, because of one team member taking the book away before the child disappears with it, caused an even more hostile reaction from the child, one so bad that if the team dares to enter its location, it will immediately turn hostile when sensing their presence, and has become strong enough to kill lots of members. After this massive mistake, the team decides to return to one of the sites, and reports the incident to the 07 Council. Addendum 4. The 07 Council has proposed a solution to the containment of the book and child, which has been given the designation YOS-001. Due to the continuous searching of the item and difficulty to contain due to it continually transporting itself to random locations, and the child's hostile behavior has made it more difficult to safely contain it, the anomaly is to be left permanently uncontained, because containing it would result in losing an unacceptable loss of personnel, and the plan made by one team member escalating the situation even more. So the 07 Council has decided to leave it alone, and contain the anomalies it creates. The child, known as YOS-001A, would either stay in its random location undisturbed, or it would continue to transport itself, risking that the child would settle on a Foundation site, which would be a massive situation if it did. As of the writing of this addendum, there are currently over 1,000 YOSs under Foundation custody, some at Foundation sites, random locations, houses, and other areas. But for YOS-001, leaving it alone will count as containment, as long as it doesn't settle onto a Foundation site or any urban area. There won't be any further casualties. So for now, the Foundation will only focus on anomalies that aren't YOS-001. Anyone who tries to find YOS-001 is to be considered lost, and personnel below Level 4 clearance are denied access for information regarding YOS-001. Sometimes, some things can be left undisturbed, even if they pose a direct threat to human life. Addendum 5. Any personnel with Level 4 clearance can view the following information on YOS-001 written by YOS-001A below. The wolf gave a queasy bork, and made the man burst in his stillness. The woman admires the leaves, and it is the true mother of all plants. A woman whose mouth is on her face, lies beneath the rear. The flesh spreads like a disease, always fiending for more to grow. The bones may rattle at times, but they could sometimes leak blood. Who needs a real superhero, when you have someone with a pleasant look? The lullaby rides the wind, leading to someone's doom. The brother that loves the brother, hates the sister. Don't watch at midnight, or you'll see scary scream-worthy stuff. Skinny dipping might be pleasant, unless you like to drown. You might think animals are cute, but a boy goes on top of that. If insects aren't scary enough, increase their size. The baby ain't safe, unless you got an overly determined person. A pet is always a pet, when he shoots confetti. Who wants candy, when you buy it from him? The ground is taken, put them on the road. New York suffered once, they'll suffer twice. Want a big pet, get one human-sized. Item number, YOS 473. Object Class, Keter. Containment Procedures, YOS 473 is to be sealed in a steel box with no openings visible from the inside. If the box shows any openings or degradation, personnel are to wear cognitohazard-resistant goggles to close the box fully, and replace the degraded box with a new one. Any male who is exposed to YOS 473 must be quarantined until fully converted, and any YOS 473-1 instances that appear are to be terminated. Description: YOS 473 is a small blue stool, measuring 73 cm in height, and seats 68 cm in diameter. The steel does not differ from any other stool of its design, other than containing 21% of female chromosomes on its seat. Any male human who makes visual contact with YOS 473 will undergo multiple changes with their physiology. They will report feeling extremely ill, and get a minor headache and vomiting from their stomach. After 3 minutes of exposure, their body shape will alter to that of a female's, and their organs will be replaced with female ones. Their hair will grow longer, and will have their mental state altered. They will have slurred speech, and barely identify genders of any person they see. After 3 hours of exposure, their clothes will change from the clothes they've worn before, to a woman's bra and bikini black in coloration. The process ends when this change occurs. The newly converted subjects, known as YOS 473-1, will grow romantically attracted to uninfected males, and attempt to sexually interact with them. When there is no male present in their surroundings, they will seek them out in order to interact with them. YOS 473 was discovered when a man called the authorities due to a large group of women trying to romantically interact with him. The police later arrived at the man's house, where the group of women was locked outside. The police tried to apprehend them, but the group tried to sexually interact with the male cops. In defense, the police killed all of the women by gunfire. This later gained Foundation attention, and the witnesses were given amnestics. The object was found in an abandoned warehouse, where Foundation agents saw the security footage, and the men that were changed looked at a small stool. The agents then wore cognitohazard-resistant goggles, and took it to Foundation custody without incident. Addendum 1, Testing. 3 D-Class personnel, D473-1, D473-2, D473-3, were sent in for testing with YOS 473. D473-3 wore cognitohazard-resistant goggles while the rest were exposed to the item's effect. Both D473-1 and D473-2 went through the process of conversion, while D473-3 simply sat down and remained calm. After the 2 subjects turned into YOS 473-1, they attempted to make sexual contact with D473-3. Startled, D473-3 stayed as far away as possible from them, until security guards terminated both of them. D473-3 was later put back in his cell and was given sedatives. Addendum 2, Incident. Dr. Redacted was directed to replace the steel cube, when he accidentally exposed himself to YOS 473. After conversion, Dr. Redacted, who had turned into YOS 473-1, took YOS 473 and put it on its head. 30 male researchers were exposed to YOS 473, and the group of YOS 473-1 instances gets larger the more gets converted. After all male personnel have been converted, all instances of YOS 473-1 leave the site with YOS 473. They were later terminated by MTF Unit 50, who was wearing cognitohazard-resistant goggles. YOS 473 was later recontained, until one still active YOS 473-1 instance attempted sexual contact before being terminated. The site was later full of male personnel. Item number, YOS 2376. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 2376 is to be kept in a humanoid containment cell at Site-13. YOS 2376 is allowed to exit its chamber, but must re-enter once the time is 9:30 p.m. Even though YOS 2376 doesn't require any substance from food, it is to be fed twice a day in order to maintain its mental health. YOS 2376 is permitted to interact with safe class YOSs, as long as it is mentally healthy. Note, prior to Incident I-2376-01, the whereabouts of YOS 2376 are currently unknown. Description: YOS 2376 is a human female somewhere between 20 to 27 years old. It stands at 1.7 meters tall and weighs 132 kilograms. YOS 2376 has two additional traits to its body, such as feline ears on the head, and a feline tail on its rear. The subject claims to not know how it gained these traits. YOS 2376 has a very slow metabolism, and doesn't require a need to have sustenance. In the event it does eat, it does this when bored. While eating, it prefers to eat with its hands, but will sometimes eat on the ground. YOS 2370 SIX's mental health has dropped significantly prior to its containment, and when questioned about it, it refused to discuss it. But when provided with food, its mental health slightly improved. YOS 2376 claims that it was a normal woman until being taken by someone to experiment on it. The result was the feline attributes that were present prior to YOS 2370 SIX's containment. YOS 2376 also claims that it thinks these traits made it look like a joke, and it might be the reason why its mental health dropped significantly. YOS 2376 has also discussed that it's currently trying to find its long-forgotten brother. When asked to elaborate, it said that its brother is its protector, and its concrete can help it survive in rough conditions, and transport YOS 2376 anywhere safe. The Foundation was merely confused about this information, as YOS 2376 is trying to find its protector, and its brother protected it from conditions by using its concrete. The Foundation is currently looking into this information. Addendum 2376-1, YOS 2376 was discovered by Agent Redacted, and it was sitting on a bench apparently shivering, due to its lack of clothes. Agent Redacted approaches it and provides it with a blanket he carries with him. The subject was taken into Foundation custody for protection. Addendum 2376-2, Interview. Below is an interview regarding YOS 2376 prior to its arrival at Site-13. Interviewer, Dr. John. Interviewed, YOS 2376. Is it okay if I record this? Sure. Is the blanket making you warm now? Yeah, but I still feel cold though. Well, while you're heating up, let me ask you a couple questions. Why were you undressed in freezing weather outside? I don't know, I just feel like I'm with nature. But in a weather like this? You were lucky Agent Redacted found you shivering and provided you a blanket. Well, I couldn't wear those because of him. Who's him? My brother. Could you tell me more about him? I'll try, but my brother doesn't like it when I talk about him to anyone else. My brother is like a father to me. He's taken me to places where I could be warm and safe. He tucked me in bed. He cuddled up with me. He even kills people if they try to hurt me. Could you imagine having a brother like that? I love him so much, his concrete is so warm. Great brother indeed, but what's with the concrete part? His concrete is the warmest thing I've felt in my life. I don't even feel the cold weather anymore when I'm staying by his side. But now that he's gone, I'm so cold, no one to give me warmth, no one to send me to a warm place, just coldness. I don't know if he's been kidnapped or not, but I'm sure he will kill the kidnappers and find me in no time. He will just use his hands to snap people's heads and escape in an attempt to find me. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. What I'm saying is my brother should be close by. Maybe I'm getting close. I hope he's not mad at me. It might be either he was kidnapped, or he was just mad at me for doing something I didn't. Maybe a little reasoning will help him. Thank you for the information, this interview's over. Closing statement, who this, brother, is of YOS 2376 is currently being investigated. Addendum 2376-3, YOS 2370 SIXS access status in Site 13. Due to the non-aggressive behavior of YOS 2376, it is allowed to exit its chamber, but must go back after 9:30 p.m. YOS 2376 is to be given food to maintain its mental status, and not for sustenance. To ensure its safety, YOS 2376 has been allowed access to several non-aggressive safe class YOSs, and allowed to interact within 14 hours, for the purpose of maintaining its mental state. Addendum 2376-4, YOS 2376 has been noticed becoming extremely anxious, and was shivering at a constant pace. Dr. Redacted intervened with this issue, and provided her a blanket, and stroked its back until it was calm. When asked for the reason behind this reaction, YOS 2376 claims that it is worried that its brother will never reach it, even if it manages to fight back against threats it sees. It might be nearly impossible for it to reach YOS 2376 due to it being situated in an unknown location. YOS 2376 was then provided food to maintain its stress. Incident I-2376-01, on date redacted, YOS 2376 was near YOS 173's containment area prior to completion of its containment protocol. YOS 2376 grew curious, and decided to take a look inside. YOS 2376 then immediately froze upon gazing at YOS 173, and it gave an expression of shock. After 2.5 minutes of no movement, YOS 2376 slowly entered YOS 173's containment cell and directly approached YOS 173, until stopping 1 meter away from it. YOS 2376 then began to converse with YOS 173, which can be found below via audio log. "Brother, is that you?" Several seconds of silence. "Brother, it is so nice to see you again. I was looking for you everywhere. Don't tell me those guys took you in too." More seconds of silence. "Wow, no wonder you never showed up. At least you took care of a few of those guys when trapped here." More seconds of silence. "You're mad at me?" "Brother, I never did anything. Whatever you think I did didn't happen. What was it anyway?" More seconds of silence. "Oh, well, I don't remember any of that happening, but I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Let's get out of here, okay? This place has made me shiver a lot lately." After the conversation, YOS 173 turned to face YOS 2376 despite being observed, and allowed YOS 2376 to get on top of it. "Come on, dear brother, let's find an empty, warm place." After this, both YOS 173 and YOS 2376 disappear immediately. Foundation personnel were not present anywhere near the containment area during that time, and they immediately grew surprised that both entities were absent from the site. After reviewing the security footage, they immediately grew frightened and immediately dispatched MTF Unit 93 to recapture both entities. Although YOS 173 was eventually recontained, YOS 2370 SIXS whereabouts are unknown to the Foundation. Therefore, the Foundation will focus on reports regarding YOS 2376, and monitor for its whereabouts in multiple locations. After YOS 173's recontainment, YOS 173 did not show any signs of movement when not observed prior to recapture. Addendum 2376-5, Doctor's Note. Judging by the security footage following YOS 2370 SIXS disappearance, it seems to claim to see YOS 173 as its brother. Whether this is true or not is unknown, but it did give out more information on the origins of YOS 173 and YOS 2376. Once YOS 2376 is found, there will be some serious questions it should answer. But for now, YOS 2376 is uncontained, and its whereabouts must be closely monitored until it is detected. Further investigation of YOS 2376 and YOS 173's relation to each other is ongoing.
Item number YOS 914. Object class Euclid. Containment procedures. Due to YOS 914's mostly intangible nature, physical containment is not possible at this time. Containment is currently situated at Hotel, and the room 914 is to be monitored and secured by 2 level 2 personnel and 2 guards. No one is to enter the room for any reason except for D-class personnel, and entry is to be permitted by 2 level 2 personnel. Civilians who attempt to enter Hotel are to be removed and are to be given Class B amnestics. Description: YOS 914 is an entity that resembles the shadow of a woman, measuring 1.5 meters tall. YOS 914 is mostly intangible and stays imprinted into a wall, only becoming visible when near light sources. YOS 914 is capable of transferring into its tangible form, resembling a darkened nude woman with features resembling that of a woman. YOS 914 only takes this form when a single human male is present. A human female or more than one male will not make 914 go into its tangible form. YOS 914 will approach the human male and attempt to make physical contact with them and try to comfort them by massaging their shoulders. YOS 914 will revert to its intangible form when the male leaves the room. Discovery: YOS 914 is discovered in Hotel at Oklahoma when a man who resided in the room complained of an intruder approaching and massaging his shoulders, but people who investigated the room detected no break-in of such a person. This later gained the Foundation's attention and shut down the hotel upon arriving, under the cover story of a gas leak. Addendum 914-1. It is unknown when YOS 914 arrived at Hotel and why it is attempted to comfort any male it sees, but it is theorized by Dr. Rich that a woman once resided in the room and died from random circumstances. The woman was presumably fused into her shadow and became autonomous, and she now has to look for any males in order to not feel lonely. This statement is yet to be confirmed. Item number YOS 1841. Object class Safe. Container procedures. YOS 1841-1 to -5 are to be kept in storage locker 58 at Site 16. Testing is only to be conducted with D-class personnel, and testing is to be permitted by 2 level 2 personnel. No one other than D-class personnel are to consume the contents of YOS 1841-1 to -5 under any circumstances. Description: YOS 1841 is the designation given to 5 boxes of snack crackers from the Cheez-It brand. The boxes measure 15 centimeters in height and width and contain 285 grams of crackers each. When anyone consumes the contents of any YOS 1841 box, a physical effect will occur within 4 minutes prior to consumption. Each effect can be seen below. YOS 1841-1, a box with the original flavor. When consumed, the subject's organs will be converted into cheese, similar to that on the crackers. This conversion will instantly kill the subject. YOS 1841-2, a box with a hot and spicy flavor. When consumed, the subject will burst into flames, burning at a temperature of 350 degrees Celsius, which immediately charged the subject and killed them in the process. YOS 1841-3, a box with the extra toasty flavor. When consumed, the subject will feel a sensation of being toasted, and their skin will become charred and black in the process. This process will stop 3 minutes later, and the subject is left with severe third-degree burns. YOS 1841-4. A box with a duos model. When a single cracker is consumed, no abnormal activity occurs. But when two different Cheez-It crackers are consumed, an identical replica of the consumer will appear and act just like the subject. This replica will dissipate after 2 hours. YOS 1841-5. A box with a snapped model. When consumed, the consumer's bones will be broken in various parts, such as the spine, humerus, femur, and vertebrae. This will cause severe pain to the consumer, but is often not fatal. YOS 1841-1-5 was discovered in a home in Pennsylvania, USA. There were reports of a man breaking a spine from an unknown source, and the foundation went to the hospital to interrogate him. He claims that he broke his spine while he was eating a box of Cheez-It, specifically the snapped one. The man was given anesthetics, and the box and other suspected boxes were taken into Foundation custody. Item number: YOS 1621. Object class: safe. Containment procedures: YOS 1621 is to be kept in a 5 by 5 by 5 meter containment chamber designed to resemble a kitchen. Testing is to be approved by 2 level 2 researchers, and the user of YOS 1621 is to be monitored at all times. Any material made by YOS 1621 is to be removed from the chamber and examined. No one is to use 1621 in an irresponsible manner, otherwise they will be temporarily suspended from testing. Description: YOS 1621 is a frying pan of unknown make and model, measuring 35 centimeters or 14 inches in diameter. A text has been written on the backside of the pan in black Sharpie, reading, "Make whatever you want." 1621's properties become apparent when a human subject holds it. It will almost instantly create an edible food source via unknown means. This is believed to be a result of the user's subconscious, and YOS 1621 will dispense whatever the subject's desire for food is. YOS 1621's dispensed food varies from dishes, meats, and on some occasions, gummy candy. YOS 1621 appears to have a limited number of foods to be dispensed, 22 in total, and won't offer any more food under a 20-hour period. See Addendum 621-2, List of dispensed foods. Addendum 1621-1, Discovery. YOS 1621 was discovered in an abandoned warehouse with the brand in possession of it. There were reports of the warehouse carrying a variety of anomalous items and artifacts, leading the Foundation to send MTF Unit 72 to conduct a raid. The unit secured all of the items and artifacts, including 1621, and took the staff from the warehouse to Foundation custody. YOS 1621 is sent to Site 101, while the staff were sent to Area 31 along with the other items. Addendum 1621-2, List of dispensed foods. The following is a list of all foods dispensed by YOS 1621 on June 2nd, 2016. Further testing of YOS 1621 is to be approved by 2 level 2 researchers. Subject: D11105. Dispense item: 1 stack of pancakes. Subject: Dr. Lily. Dispense item: 1 lollipop. Subject: Dr. Derick. Dispense item: 1 McDonald's Big Mac. Next subject is Dr. Katie, which is given 1 pizza with pepperoni. D2034 got 2 slices of pumpkin pie. D5563 got 1 bag of Haribo brand gummy bears. Agent Damien got 3 bags of French fries. Dr. City got 1 apple pie. Agent Natalie got 1 bowl of macaroni and cheese. Dr. Thomas got 1 bag of 35 chicken tenders. Dr. Hugh got 1 Caesar salad. D7749 got 1 bag of Trolley brand gummy worms. D22749 got 2 slices of chocolate cake. D584828 got 1 gummy candy resembling a woman. And Dr. Thomas left the following note called Creep. Subject D25237 got 1 large, 53 centimeters tall gummy bear. Dr. Julian got 1 cooked fish. Dr. Lauren got 1 uncooked broccoli. Dr. Derick left the following note, reading, "Ready, ma'am? You couldn't think of something better than that." Then Dr. Lauren responded with, "You realize I'm a vegetarian, right?" Dr. Samuel got 1 nacho and 1 can of Dr. Pepper. YOS 650 got 1 elephant ear. YOS 1163 got 1 vanilla cake. YOS 2057 got 1 bag filled with seeds. Dr. Edward left the following note reading, "Maybe we should tone down on letting anomalies use YOS 1621 just in case." And lastly, D64685 and got no item. Then Dr. Christian left the following note reading, "It seems that YOS 1621 has a limit to how much food it produces, 22 if I'm guessing correctly. YOS 1621 might need some time to restock on the random foods in order for it to become available again." And then on 621-3, Dr. Katie's note. She left a note reading, YOS 1621 remained non-functional for about 20 hours until it was ready to provide for more food. I guess it really did need time to restock, huh? Funny if I say so myself. Item number, YOS 540. Object class, safe. Containment procedures. YOS 540 is to be kept in Site 04's surveillance wing. A soundproof window is to block YOS 540's audio signal in order to not cause a breach, and Foundation personnel are forbidden from entering the surveillance wing during the state. Any YOS 540-1 instances found attempting to enter Site 04 must be detained for questioning. Description. YOS 540 is a flag resembling an international flag. It is suspended 2 meters, or 39 feet, off the ground, and is constantly moving despite being in an indoor space. YOS 540 releases a strong sound wave every 2 hours, and it is able to strike globally. People who are, or once, soldiers of the military for each country will be compelled to approach YOS 540, henceforth known as YOS 540-1. People who are not part of the military will experience a severe migraine and lose consciousness for 13 hours. Once YOS 540-1 affected instances reach YOS 540, they will guard the flag and kill anyone who gets too close to it. At a certain time, YOS 540-1 instances will drag the unconscious subjects not part of the military near YOS 540 and hang them from the pole of YOS 540. Once the subject regains consciousness, they will become a sacrifice for YOS 540 and be killed by one of the YOS 540-1 instances, and their bodies will remain immediately incinerate. When YOS 540-1 was detained for questioning, they claimed that YOS 540 is the ultimate weapon in that needs protection, and would be used to fuel the flag with an individual sacrifice. Where the sound wave came from in YOS 540 is unclear. Addendum. YOS 540-A. YOS 540 came to the attention of the Foundation when reports of multiple people that are a part of the military are staying stationary in front of an international flag, and multiple people becoming unconscious from an unknown force. NTF Unit 84 was sent to find the source. YOS 540 and the YOS 540-1 instances were in a large field in California. The flag was contained and the affected soldiers were detained for questioning with only 4 casualties. Addendum 540-B, interview. The following is an audio log of questioning one of the YOS 540-1 instance's main objectives. Interviewer, Dr. Thomas. Interviewed, YOS 540-1. I'm beginning the audio log now. Hello, would you mind answering some questions? Sure, I won't mind. Firstly, why were you interested in the flag? That's because the flag is the weapon that needs to be protected, since it's extremely important for the military. How can a flag be a weapon? Perhaps you would know if you were in the military. Okay, moving on. Why do you kill people when they get close to the flag? Again, Doc, it's extremely important, and it must be protected. I can't allow any trust when with the weapon. It's too risky. Last question before we conclude. Why do you hang the unconscious bodies of people you see on the flag? The weapon needs a sacrifice at times. You wouldn't want to know what will happen if it doesn't have one. Do you mind telling me? It's protocol. Fine. Since you're too curious, I'm gonna get it brief for you. If it does not get a sacrifice, sooner or later, it will lead to catastrophic consequences. So yeah, we need to give it a sacrifice ASAP. Good to know, I guess. This interview is over. Addendum 540-C. Monitoring the outcome. The following is a log of YOS 540 for monitoring the outcome by removing unconscious bodies. 0 seconds. 540 activates. 11 minutes 25 seconds. YOS 540-1 instances enters Site 04's surveillance wing in Circle 540. 12 minutes 35 seconds. All unconscious bodies removed from YOS 540's proximity. 17 minutes 43 seconds. All YOS 540 instances notably started showing signs of unease. 28 minutes and 34 seconds. 540-1 instances start to panic. 45 minutes and 55 seconds. 540-1 instances audibly start to panic and scream. Site 04 activates its self-containment command, and all personnel are to go into the evacuation shelter for protection. 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 43 seconds. No other activity was noticed. And Dr. Thomas left the following note. It reads, "It seems there were no consequences activated, as one of the YOS 540-1 stated. Either it needs more time to process, or it's just a lie. The second is the likely outcome. I will question one of them in the future." YOS 1578. Underclass Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 1578 is to be kept in a 5 by 5 by 5 meter containment chamber and is to be illuminated at all times. For transporting, YOS 1578 must be put in a well-lit animal cage and kept away from nearby non-illuminated areas. Due to its intangible nature, bait will be used to put it in the cage. In case of electrical outage, the chamber is to activate its backup system for illuminating the chamber until power is brought back. Description: YOS 1578 is a black cat, measuring 27 centimeters tall on average. YOS 1578 appears to be intangible, and as attempted physical contact with it passes through it. YOS 1578's food source is nearby shadows or shades, and will approach said source. YOS 1578 will then consume the shadow in an ordinary way in a non-anomalous cat would, and the shadow will not become visible within 40 days. YOS 1578 was discovered following reports of shadows not becoming visible. MTF Unit 40 was dispatched and spotted a house with no visible shadows. YOS 1578 was spotted eating a shadow and was apprehended by the force and sent to site. Addendum 1578-1 Incident. YOS 1578 was originally put in an ordinary containment chamber without intense illumination. YOS 1578 proceeded to eat the shadows or shades present in its cell, and later ate through the shadows of the door and somehow slipped through the crack of the lower part of the door. Breaching containment. Lockdown was initiated, and YOS 1578 was later recontained in a highly illuminated cage. Note from Dr. Edward. Following the incident, personnel in site claimed to feel pain when YOS 1578 was eating their shadows. Whether this is true or not, we must keep it away from our shadows whenever we can. Therefore, we must keep YOS 1578 in the bright light at all times. Item number, YOS 7005. Object class, Keter. Containment procedures. Due to YOS 7005's aggressive nature, it is to be held at its original location, Drive, Michigan. 2 security guards are to be present near its containment at all times, and YOS 7005 is to be constantly monitored. In the event YOS 7005 breaches containment, Type 5 hazmat suits are to be worn by personnel near the containment room and to subdue YOS 7005 when spotted. Personnel attacked by YOS 7005 are to be immediately sent to Medical Wing 3 for medical treatment. If YOS 7005 manages to escape the containment area, MTF Unit 95 discipliners are to immediately track down YOS 7005 and place it in a reinforced steel box for transport back to the containment area. Due to the results of interview log 7005-5, YOS 7005 has become more aggressive, and YOS 7005 is to be exposed to the knockout gas known as C1027 to keep it from breaching containment. And personnel are to constantly monitor it and prepare for recontainment in the event it causes a containment breach. Description: YOS 7005 is a nude African-American male of indeterminate age. It stands at 1.5 meters tall and weighs 180 kilograms and doesn't possess a metabolism. YOS 7005 rarely stands upright, as if it hasn't developed the ability to do so, instead crawling around like a quadruped. YOS 7005's behavior matches that of a mischievous child, often getting itself into trouble. YOS 7005 mostly attacks any nearby human and stalks them for a significant amount of time. Once its stalking is done, it will immediately lunge at the target's human and attack by emitting fleshlets and excrete feces from its rear. The fleshes it releases is extremely toxic and potent, and it will lead to immediate death after inhaling a large dose of it. This also applies to the feces. Once the targeted human has expired, YOS 7005 will enter a dormant state and will seek out an object that is comfortable enough for it to rest in. However, while it is resting, it will excessively excrete fleshlets and feces and eventually cease when the gas fills the room it is in. YOS 7005 came to the attention of the Foundation when complaints from neighbors in Drive, Michigan, saying that they've caught an extremely unpleasant smell coming from the house nearest to them. The police were involved in investigating the source of this odor. The police reported that a naked man was stinking up the entire house with his farts. The police were possibly attacked by YOS 7005 and killed off. MTF Unit 95 were dispatched when the Foundation was informed of this. YOS 7005 proved to be difficult to contain and to be sent to a facility, and lots of members were lost. After 5 attempts failed, YOS 7005 is contained at its original location, and is monitored at its resting room. Addendum. Interviews. YOS 7005 was interviewed by a speaker from Dr. Tesla, questioning it about its motives. However, YOS 7005 is extremely unwilling to cooperate, as it often attempts to ignore Dr. Tesla and attempt to breach containment. There were 5 attempts to interview YOS 7005 for its purpose, and can be seen below. Interview log 7005-1. Interviewer, Dr. Tesla. Interviewed, YOS 7005. Forward. Interview conducted after containment of 7005. Unfortunately, there is no audio for this, so I have to follow the transcript below me. YOS 7005 is seen returning to its resting place and goes into dormancy. 30 seconds later, YOS 7005 can be heard excreting fleshlets. Alright, is this working? Yep, let's begin. Hater 7005. Huh? Who dares wake me up? Sorry for disturbing you, but I need you to answer some questions. What do you mean by that? Just answer these questions, would you? How do you feel about being confined? I don't want to hear all of that chit-chat you're making right now. Look, this will only end if you cooperate. Now answer the question. You're like a person I can mess with. I will find you. Look, it's either you answer the question, or we knock you unconscious. Now answer the question. 7005 moves towards the door of its room and breaks out, reaching containment. Well, shit. You're going down. Oh, shit. YOS 7005 lunges at Dr. Tesla and releases fleshlets and feces on him. Guards immediately responded and went to the observation room to subdue 7005, knocking it unconscious. YOS 7005 is later placed back in its room. Note from Dr. Tesla. Oh my god, that was gross. Who does this Frank think he is? He clearly didn't answer my questions, so I'd consider giving this a second attempt, and hopefully he cooperates this time. Interview log 7005-2. Forward. Interview conducted after recontainment of 7005 prior to its assault on Dr. Tesla. 7005 is seen unconscious and lying on the bed. Alright, hopefully he cooperates this time. I think he might break out again. Are you sure about this? Trust me, he'll cooperate right now after he got knocked out. 7005 twitches and eventually stood slightly up. Look who finally woke up. What the hell just happened? Good morning, 7005. Are you ready to cooperate right now? I don't have time to listen to your mouth, you woodpecker. Listen, if you just cooperate now, then we'll leave you alone. 7005 steps off the bed and moves towards the curtains to grab something. YOS 7005 comes out holding a piece of YOS 1968 and climbs up the bed. Where did he get that? I'm going to drown down your babbling with this shit. 7005 begins devouring YOS 1968. Seconds later, fleshes is heard and feces start to appear. 7005, I demand you cooperate this instant. No response. If you don't answer me right now, I'll knock you out again. No response. As you wish. Dr. Tesla enters the room with the gas mask and knocks 7005 unconscious. Note from Dr. Tesla. 7005 is being mischievous indeed. He doesn't cooperate with me no matter what, and he keeps attempting to make his room stinky with his nudity. There just has to be a way to get him to cooperate. There has to be. Interview log 7005-3. Forward. Interview conducted after 7005 made knocked unconscious by Dr. Tesla. 7005 is seen unconscious and lying on the bed. Trust me, I need him to cooperate, with no excuses whatsoever. Now shut up. 7005 awakens. What's going on? 7005, can you promise me that you will cooperate this time? You're a starting here, my last term right now, you cute piece of pie. If you want to be so annoying, then take this as a gift. 7005 turns around to face its rear of the camera and emits flashing sounds. Stop teasing, 7005. I need you to stop this right now. All I need you to do is answer some questions about why you're acting like this. So just please talk to me for once, you mischievous son of a bitch. No response. 7005, can you hear me? I'm out here. 7005 rushes to the door and it breaks through, breaching containment. Closing statement. YOS 7005 broke out of its containment area after attacking and killing all personnel spotted by it. MTF Unit 95 was dispatched to capture it. YOS 7005 was later captured and contained after it killed 23 nearby residents of Drive. YOS 7005 is knocked unconscious and sent back to the containment area. Note from Dr. Tesla. Look, I know that I should probably quit with the attempts to get 7005 to cooperate, but he has to bust somehow. Trust me on this one. Interview log 7005-4. Forward. Interview conducted after 7005 being knocked unconscious by MTF Unit 95 prior to attempted breach of containment. 7005 is seen unconscious and lying on the bed. 7005, I swear. Just try to answer these questions. It's not that hard. 7005 twitches and slightly stood up. Hater 7005, I'm sick of your shit. 7005 suddenly lunges at the camera and rips it off the walls. It places it on the bed for 7005 to face its rear and come towards it and release flashes on it. 7005, this is the last straw. You have been the most troublesome thing I've ever dealt with. Do you know how many things that look like you I've seen act just like you? A bunch of them are immature assholes. You are one of them. So once again, I am reminding you again. Answer these fucking questions right now, or else you'll be knocked down again. The response, still attacking the camera. That's it. I'm releasing the knockout gas on you so you don't attempt to escape. Dr. Tesla presses the button to release the gas, and 7005 becomes unconscious after seconds of release. Note from Dr. Tesla. How about this? Let me try one more time to get him to respond to my simple questions. If he doesn't, fine, I'll stop this. How will you know when you actually respond, huh? And lastly, interview log 7005-5. Interview conducted after 7005 being knocked unconscious by the gas released by Dr. Tesla. 7005 is seen unconscious and lying on the bed. 7005 awakens. Okay, that's it. That's the final straw. Hello there, 7. Enough! I've had it with you, and you caused me harm like this. Who do you think I am? A toy? No, you dumbass. I swear you are the most annoying person I've ever seen in my life. What do you have to say for yourself? Look, I'm just trying. Too late. You must die, you fucking penis sucker. 7005 immediately lunges at the camera and rips it off to put it on the bed to face its rear towards the camera and emit flashlights. That's it, you fucking piece of bullshit. I've had it with you. All I needed to do was get some answers from you. You decided to ignore everything I asked you. You know what? I'm coming in there if you don't want to talk digitally. So are you going to talk to me or what? No response. That's it. I'm coming in there to spit your information out of your mouth. It's the last thing I do. Dr. Tesla leaves the observation room and enters into 7005's room. Come here, you die, bitch! Oh, holy shit! 7005. Dr. Tesla gets tackled by 7005 and immediately gets pinned down by 7005's unnatural strength and succumbs to its toxic fleshless and feces. For the next minute, 7005 continues its aggressive farting and later covers the room with the gas. Everyone will get the taste of this butt. 7000. Keep saying that. Guards enter the room to try to subdue 7005, but gets overwhelmed by it and gets terminated by 7005. 7005 later breaches containment. 7005 was recontained. Let me start. Closing statement. YOS 7005 escaped the containment area and was able to evacuate the neighborhood it was in before MTF Unit 95 was sent to capture it. YOS 7005 was recontained 2 hours later after causing 231 casualties in Michigan. YOS 7005 is knocked unconscious and is placed in constant observation. Note from Dr. Carl. After this troubling incident, 7005 seems to have become more aggressive towards Foundation staff, and his excrements seem to have gotten more toxic as it releases it more frequently than expected. Now that every time he wakes up, he immediately becomes aggressive and starts farting attack to fill the room up with this toxic gas, and now breaches containment far more frequently. Now thanks to talk to Tesla, we made 7 out of 5 even more dangerous. So for now, we keep this aggressor at bay by constantly knocking about with the knockout gas, and hopefully he gives up and calms down for good. Addendum. After the results from interview log 7 out of 5-5, further interviews with 7 out of 5 are prohibited. Addendum. Due to the highly aggressive nature of YOS 7 out of 5, prior to results of Incident 7 out of 5A, termination of YOS 7 out of 5 is currently being considered. Now we're moving on to Incident 7 out of 5-A. YOS involved. YOS 7 out of 5. YOS 7005. Breach containment on. Due to the failure of triggering the release of the knockout gas by a malfunction. The following is a timestamp of the events regarding the incident. 0 seconds. YOS 7 out of 5 woke up and aggressively started to release flashlights and feces at a highly accelerated rate, immediately filling up the room with unpleasant smell. 1 minute and 23 seconds. The button for the knockout gas was pressed but failed to trigger, allowing 7 out of 5 to breach containment. 1 minute and 34 seconds. 7 out of 5 started attacking all Foundation personnel present. 12 minutes and 32 seconds. 7 out of 5 escaped the containment area and immediately fled the neighborhood. 13 minutes and 45 seconds. MTF Unit 95 was released for recontainment of 7 out of 5. 15 minutes, 14 seconds. 2 minutes of searching. 19 minutes and 53 seconds. MTF Unit 95 spots 45 deceased civilians having feces covering their heads. 20 minutes and 7 seconds. MTF Unit 95 examines the deceased bodies. 27 minutes, 45 seconds. MTF Unit 95 continues their pursuit of YOS 7 out of 5. 45 minutes, 55 seconds. 295 deceased civilians found. 57 minutes and 34 seconds. MTF Unit 95 reports catching a glimpse of YOS 7 out of 5 fleeing and starts their pursuit on it. 1 hour, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. YOS 7 out of 5 immediately vanishes from view. 1 hour, 35 minutes and 51 seconds. 324 deceased civilians found. 1 hour, 56 minutes and 32 seconds. MTF Unit 95 approaches a nearby forest and sets up an observation post to track down YOS 7 out of 5. 2 hours, 12 minutes and 5 seconds. One member reports sounds of breaking twigs and sounds of fleshlights. 3 hours, 24 minutes and 21 seconds. YOS 7 out of 5 suddenly appears and attacks all members of MTF Unit 95, killing them all. YOS 7 out of 5 later disappears into the woods. 3 hours, 35 minutes and 23 seconds. MTF Unit 71 threat detectors were sent to track down the location of 7 out of 5. 3 hours, 59 minutes and 45 seconds. YOS 7 out of 5's location is traced to a house in Drive in Michigan. 4 hours, 21 minutes and 23 seconds. MTF Unit 71 reaches 7 out of 5's location and enters. 4 hours, 21 minutes and 45 seconds. MTF Unit 71 members split to find YOS 7 out of 5. 4 hours, 22 minutes and 34 seconds. Member 2 reports hearing the sounds of fleshlights coming from the basement of the house. An audio log is captured during this process. Alright, entering the basement now. Fleshlights is heard. Member 1 to 10, I found the subject preparing for capture. Come here. YOS 7 out of 5 lunges at member 2 and terminates him. 7 out of 5 presumably ran up to the top floor of the house. 4 hours, 24 minutes and 12 seconds. YOS 7 out of 5 immediately spots member 3 and 5 and terminates them. 4 hours, 26 minutes and 16 seconds. YOS 7 out of 5 escapes from the house. Members 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10 survive. 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 56 seconds. MTF Unit 71 tracks YOS 7005's new location. 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 32 seconds. 7005 is located at Drive in Michigan. 7 hours, 25 minutes, and 38 seconds. MTF Unit 71 arrives at the new location. 7 hours, 26 minutes, and 21 seconds. All members split up to find YOS 7005. 7 hours, 26 minutes, and 54 seconds. Member 6 reports hearing flashless in the bathroom. There are 2 rooms, and checked on the room. An audio log is recorded during this period. Flashless is heard. Alright, I'm checking the bathroom to check where the sound is coming from. Member 6 opens the bathroom door. Come here! Oh shit! 7005 attacks Member 6, who eventually dies. 7005 runs out of the house and out of sight. 7 hours, 34 minutes, and 23 seconds. Members 1, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10 leave the house after confirming that 7005 is no longer present. 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 47 seconds. MTF Unit 71 tracks 7005's new location. 7 hours, 37 minutes, and 29 seconds. 7005 is located at Street in Michigan. 7 hours, 41 minutes, and 50 seconds. MTF Unit 71 places surveillance cameras across street for better chances at tracking down 7005. 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 12 seconds. 7005 spotted in camera 7, which it immediately spotted. Audio was picked up during this point. 7005 is seen rapidly approaching camera 7. You're going down, spying bitch. 7005 pins down camera 7 and faces its rear towards it and starts screening flashlets. Camera and audio suddenly cuts off. 9 hours, 12 minutes, and 30 seconds. YOS 7005 destroys camera 7 with its toxic fleshless and fecal waste in liquid form and eventually flees. 10 hours, 34 minutes, and 49 seconds. After another hour of no signs of 7005, MTF Unit 71 eventually decides to track down 7005 and think of a safer way to contain it. 10 hours, 41 minutes, and 45 seconds. 7005 is located at Road in Michigan. 11 hours, 33 minutes, and 23 seconds. MTF Unit 71 arrives at the house and it seems abandoned. 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 37 seconds. 7005's flashless is heard, and all members follow it. 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 52 seconds. 7005 is seen pointed his rear up on a bed, constantly screening flashlets. An audio log is recorded by Member 7 for his success on subduing 7005. Flashless is heard. Okay, Member 7, you're up. Okay. Hold still, you bastard. Member 7 successfully shoots 7005 with his tranquilizer dart. Oh, shit! YOS 7005 aggressively excretes flushes before being knocked unconscious. Yes, finally. Yeah, dude's been out for 11 hours. Well, that's enough celebrating. Let's take him back before he wakes up. 11 hours, 45 minutes, and 2 seconds. MTF Unit 71 places 7005 in a reinforced steel container and drives it back to its original location. 12 hours, 48 minutes, and 12 seconds. Original containment area reached. YOS 7005 placed back into the room. End of event. Note from Dr. Carl. After the incident was over, 7005 became even more hostile than before and made the room smell even worse with his aggressive farts. This thing had gotten out of hand and lots of personnel kept complaining about the smell, making their noses close up. Normally we wouldn't do this, but I say we try to terminate 7005 as soon as possible. If we keep this up, I fear that 7005 will immediately drop a fart bomb on us. If he's even able to emit the worst stench possible. We cannot have even worse aggressive farts than what we have now, you know. Note from 071 regarding Dr. Carl's note. Dr. Carl, I would like to say that termination of 7005 has yet to be approved by us. So for now, just keep it at bay until the decision can be made. Item number YOS 2822. Object class Keter. Containment procedures. YOS 2822 is to be kept in a 5x5x5 meter chamber fitted with a spray device to release pleasant smells and is to be monitored at all times. No one is to enter the chamber for any reason, and attempts to do so will be given disciplinary action. SCP-YOS 2822 is to be interviewed outside of the chamber via observation window. It must remain there until the interview concludes. Description: YOS 2822 is a nude African-American male of unknown age, standing 1.5 meters tall. YOS 2822 mostly prefers crawling with all of its limbs rather than standing upright. The reason for this is unknown. YOS 2822's behavior is described as weird from Foundation staff, and it spends most of its day laying on a flat surface and excreting fleshless and feces. YOS 2822 will actively seek out a living thing to mate with, and it will convince it to get on top of it while it continues its excrement. The reason for this behavior is unknown. YOS 2822 will often give birth to feces released by YOS 2822, which is not anomalous, with the only exception that it is more toxic. YOS 2822 will refer to its feces as its babies, and will attempt to get another living thing to mate with. Whether YOS 2822 is suffering from a mental illness or that it's just lost its mind is unknown. YOS 2822 came to the Foundation's attention following reports from civilians of noise complaints coming from Drive, Michigan, sounding like loud farts. The Foundation was able to put out a cover story, and YOS 2822 was found and contained without incident. Notes from Doctor. The reason that YOS 2822 is given the Keter class is because we think it's weird enough to gain this class. Or if accounting the stench as breaching containment, then that's fine. The following is an audio log of an interview with YOS 2822. Playing it now. Item number YOS 241. Object class neutralized. Containment procedures. Following the closure of YOS 241, Further containment procedures are not necessary at this time. Containment is to focus on examining instances of YOS 241-2 and look for any more abnormalities. Entering into YOS 241 is unnecessary for any reason, and the building is to be fenced with electrical wires. Description: YOS 241 is a building once owned by an unknown, now defunct, company by the name of Pet Analysis. The building is bigger on the inside as opposed to the outside, stretching what appears to be infinite. YOS 241 was once inhabited by an unknown number of humanoid beings vaguely resembling humans, designated YOS 241-1, apparently participating as workers for the building. They aren't very cooperative and often ignore people trying to converse with them, as if highly focused on their job. YOS 241 once disguised itself as a veterinary and preys on animals that are suffering from a disease that are often kept by civilians and pets. Once the pet is inside the building, it will immediately disappear and reappear in a random area within the building. The pet is often transported to one of the slaughter rooms. In an instance of YOS 241-1 will appear and kill the pet. The slaughtered pet will demanifest, and no traces will be found. At approximately 12 minutes prior to the slaughter, a 15-centimeter cube will manifest near the entrance of the building, composed of an organic material. DNA testing has given the result that the cube is made from the bodies of the slaughtered pets. The cubes are henceforth designated as YOS 241-2. YOS 241 came to the attention of the Foundation following reports from civilians claiming that their pets were missing when they entered the building named Pet Analysis. After no records of such a company were found, the Foundation immediately went into operation. A cover story was published to civilians stating that pets went missing and cannot be recovered. Addendum 1. Investigation into SCP-241. YOS 241. YOS 241 is entered by MTF Unit 29 to investigate the inside of YOS 241. Begin log. The inside looks like a manufacturing factory, filled with operating machines and various items on the conveyor belts moving around. MTF Unit 29 members went deeper into the factory and later reported seeing people with odd appearances, seemingly fixated on watching over the functions of the machine. These entities refuse to respond, as they are busy with their work. MTF Unit 29 traveled deeper. There is a long hall, filled with seemingly endless rooms. Each is accompanied by a deformed humanoid entity, and one small pet is noticed at a closer glance. Each of the entities proceeded to kill each of the pets, using various tools. Each of these dead pets then demanifested, and later followed by the entities who slaughtered them. MTF Unit 29 then went out of YOS 241 and reported this to the Level 4 researchers. Following the conclusion of the investigation, 5 small boxes manifested near YOS 241, seemingly made from the deceased bodies of the pets according to DNA results. The boxes were taken for further investigation. End log. Addendum 2. Interviewed. Doctor went into YOS 241 in an attempt to interview one of the YOS 241-1 members. One member was seen wandering around the facility, which immediately took notice. The interview was conducted as soon as got the member's attention. I'm playing the audio log now.
Hey there. May I ask you some questions? Okay. What are the items on the conveyor belts for? They seem to be prepped for not a specific reason. Well, you see, we use these for ourselves. We don't really give away our own products. What do you intend them to use them for? We keep them to help sick animals recover from their sickness. How do you do that? We put them out of their misery. Pardon? Yeah. Honestly, curing a pet is hard, so slicing them is the best option. So you killed them. Kill is a strong word. I would say released from their sickness. Okay? One more question before I go. Why are there so many rooms in the hall close to the machines? Well, all of us need to get things done somehow. Besides, we send these pets away by putting them in a box so they don't get in the way. Okay then? I'm leaving now. Thanks.
End log. Addendum 3. Status of YOS 241. YOS 241's activity has slowed down significantly since June 21st, 2000. There are less items appearing in the conveyor belt, and there are less YOS 241-1 instances than previously reported. Further observations of this event are ongoing. Update. As of August 12th, 2000, YOS 241 has ceased activity altogether. No YOS 241-1 instances nor organic buses were detected. After this event occurred, a large blank sheet of paper manifested on top of YOS 241 and had a message reading, "Dear people of... I regret to inform you that we are permanently closing the pet analysis building due to the complications with our management in the building. This means that you all will divert your attention to another veterinary hospital and choose to go there. The pet analysis company will no longer be available in the future, so there are no guarantees that this company will ever come back. Sorry for the inconvenience." After the paper was reeled, it demanifested, and the entrance to YOS 241 is permanently sealed off. After no further anomalous activity was detected prior to the announcement of its closure, YOS 241 is reclassified to neutralized. The building is then surrounded by a fence to deter intrusion, and the YOS 241-2 instances are kept for further analysis. Addendum 4. The entrance, despite being permanently sealed, can still be able to be destroyed by any known means. However, upon destroying it, the interior of YOS 241 showed nothing but a darkened space that absorbed all light passing through it. Item number, YOS 2580. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 2580 is to be kept in a 5x5 by 5 meter containment chamber with 4 centimeter thick walls for each side. Entry is to be permitted by 2 level 3 personnel, and proper care is required to ensure YOS 2580's well-being. YOS 2580 does not require any sustenance, and as such doesn't require any substantial items. Description. YOS 2580 appears to be a young 9-year-old human female, 1.2 meters in height. YOS 2580 seems to be intangible, as any attempts to touch her results in passing through her body. YOS 2580 has pale skin and appears to be bleeding from the forehead, although 2580 does not seem to suffer from this. YOS 2580 possesses long, ragged brown hair and wears a white shirt with pink overalls with a skirt. YOS 2580 is capable of passing through walls, but cannot pass through walls that are 4 centimeters thick. YOS 2580 doesn't seem to show emotion, and shows no desire to speak, but instead communicates via sign language. YOS 2580 claims in sign language to have been killed by a highly infectious virus from an unknown source prior to the car accident with her family, then was sent to the hospital for treatment, but later expired once coughing and taking her last breath. YOS 2580 was discovered following reports from civilians in Drive, Wisconsin, from seeing a ghost resembling a little girl bleeding from her forehead. Foundation agents were sent to capture the entity, but once they found the entity, they had to convince her to live in sight, and proper care is recommended to ensure her mental health is stable. Addendum 1. This is a note from Dr. Carter which read, "While the virus that YOS 2580 has aspired to is unknown, there are some theories made by other Foundation members. This virus is extremely rare and can go unnoticed. Or the car accident led her to contract the virus by presumably inhaling an unknown gas that probably carries this virus. If one of these theories are true, you might need to find this virus and study it, whether it is anomalous or not. Item number, YOS 402. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 402 is to be kept in a standard humanoid containment chamber at Site 44. Furniture and other equipment is to be provided at the subject's request, and subject is to be let out of the chamber for engaging in personal hygiene once every 2 days. Only female personnel are allowed access into YOS 402's containment chamber, and are allowed to converse with YOS 402 with permission from Level 2 personnel. Males are not permitted to enter YOS 402's chamber for any reason. Description: YOS 402 is genetically a human male, presumed to be 11 years of age. The subject always wears a pink dress and pink shoes, and possesses long eyelashes and long hair in the shape of a ponytail. YOS 402 seems to have major physical changes in its body. The penis and testicles seem to be surgically removed. Its vocal cords have been disrupted and now vocalizes in a feminine voice. And a uterus is inserted into its body, although it is non-functional. Despite this, YOS 402 does not appear to experience pain or discomfort from this. YOS 402's anomalous effects become apparent when a male is within its line of sight. YOS 402 will show attraction to a male it sees, and will approach and attempt to interact with them in a romantic manner. Males that have been spotted by YOS 402 seem to be showing confusion upon seeing YOS 402 approaching them, and they will attempt to avoid physical contact if they feel uncomfortable with it. YOS 402 will attempt to touch the male subject's face and give them a kiss, and if successful, the male subject will receive a minor headache before becoming unconscious via unknown means. YOS 402 will remain ignorant of this and will immediately behave normally after interaction with the subject. YOS 402 was discovered near Site 44 sitting on a bench. Doctor, a male scientist, took notice and sent someone to retrieve the unusually near subject. Agent, male, age, was sent to retrieve YOS 402. YOS 402 grew attracted to Agent and approached him. Agent then showed confusion and proceeded to return to the facility, keeping distance from the subject at all times. Once reaching the facility, Agent then closed the gates before YOS 402 entered. Once other personnel took notice of the subject's behavior, a female scientist, Doctor, was sent to retrieve YOS 402 and take it in for questioning. An audio log from interviewing YOS 402 follows. Interviewer, Doctor, interviewed YOS 402. I'll be playing the interview log now.
Please state your name for the record. Gregory. Really? That's a more masculine name for a person like you looking like that. Well, it's true, I'm not lying. Alright then. First of all, what were you doing near the facility we retrieved you from? I don't know. I just woke up on a wooden bench in the middle of nowhere. Can you remember anything before that? No. All I remember is walking up on a bench. You don't remember your parents either? Yeah? That's odd. Anyway, are we approaching Agent in a loving sort of way? Huh? Are we approaching Agent when you're in love with him? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't like men in a loving kind of way. So you're not heterosexual? What even is that? Can you tell me your gender? Male. Are you sure? Yeah, you know you don't like to lie. Then why are you wearing a dress, have a ponytail, and long eyelashes? Again, I don't know. Maybe some prankster forced me to wear this. But I think I'll still wear it because it's comfortable for me. Alright, I think this concludes our interview for today. I'll need to do some DNA testing on you. And I also need your clothes for a minute, just in case I missed something.
End log. Addendum. DNA testing has confirmed that YOS 402 is a male, and is missing its male reproductive organs. Instead, it's holding female reproductive organs, although the uterus is non-functional. When questioned, YOS 402 once again states it cannot remember, and that the alterations does not cause any pain or discomfort. Closer inspection of YOS 402's clothing revealed that it has been modified by GOI 122, Dr. Frederick's Organic Fixing Incorporated, and was possibly the one who made YOS 402 in its current condition. The reason for YOS 402's reaction towards males is unknown, due to YOS 402 claiming it's not aware of this, but it's believed that Group of Interest 122 is the one who created this behavior. Addendum 2. YOS 402's biological parents are unknown at this time, but it is believed that it is related to YOS 4005, as DNA testing with it shows it is related to YOS 402. Interaction with the two subjects is under consideration. Item number, YOS 650. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. Since YOS 650 doesn't pose a threat to personnel who behave passively, she is to be placed in a standard humidity containment chamber with equipment present within to sustain a normal human. New equipment is to be provided at the subject's request. However, requests for objects that pose security risks are to be denied. YOS 650 is to be fed 2 times per day. Since fried dough is confirmed to be her favorite, it is provided once every 2 days. And YOS 650's consumed meals are to be discarded once plates have reached 12 in total. Due to the danger posed by YOS 766, she is not to be in the same facility with YOS 431, YOS 596, and YOS 977. Note from Dr. Tyler. Personnel have been considering putting YOS 650 in an MTF unit due to her non-aggressive nature. This is not to be considered since YOS 650 might not have revealed her true anomalous abilities. So therefore, more information is to be collected before YOS 650 is available to be in an MTF unit. Description. YOS 650 is a female, 19 years of age, and stands at 1.5 meters and weighs 90 kilograms. YOS 650 has an intelligence level of 150 and has been able to answer each question on various tests correctly. YOS 650's behavior is very positive and enjoys hanging out with personnel and is very compliant with them. YOS 650's properties are only revealed when she's threatened. YOS 650 has been observed possessing supernatural speed, running up to 167 miles per hour, and strength, able to lift objects weighing 28 tons, and is able to create orbs of light to use as weapons to disorient or terminate the threat. Due to these abilities, YOS 650 is to be escorted into containment as non-aggressive as possible. Although YOS 650 claims that these are the limits to what she can do, it is still believed that YOS 650 has more abilities that she isn't aware of yet, and are yet to be revealed. Addendum 650-1. YOS 650 was discovered near site, and surveillance personnel took notice. Agents and were sent to retrieve her. YOS 650 willingly entered into Foundation custody and was taken for questioning. Addendum 650-2. The following is an interview conducted by Dr. John, who was instructed to ask YOS 650 several questions. I'm playing the audio log right now.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Melissa.
Alright, Melissa. Before we start, would you like to be called Melissa or YOS 650?
I prefer my actual name, thanks.
Alright. Firstly, what were you doing near the site we've got you from?
Well, I was looking for my 2 sisters and cousin. Me and the 3 somehow got separated, but I don't remember what happened.
Who are these people you speak of?
Well, Lisbeth was a good sister to me. She protected me from anyone who dared to attack me and her. Even though I can't defend myself, I can prefer that my sister do it for me. Secondly, Ashley was good to me as well. She can be a little cheerful at times, but she also makes sure I'm perfectly safe. Lastly, Leah, my cousin, hangs out with me and my sisters from time to time. And as always, she protects me from danger. I guess we are truly related in some way.
How interesting. When did you become aware of your powers?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe since I was born?
Did you
parents happen to have powers too?
Well, they didn't show me them. I would say they didn't. If they did, they would have used them to protect me like my sisters or cousin did.
I see. Last question. How would you react when you found your sisters and cousin?
Is that even a question? I would be very happy and relieved. I hope that they would be safe since they can defend themselves. But I haven't found them yet, so I hope they will be safe.
Thanks, Melissa. This concludes our interview. End log. Addendum 650-3. YOS 650 have complained of a severe stomach pain on. She was then sent to Medical Wing 14 for analysis. X-ray observations showed that a small humanoid entity resided inside YOS 650 via unknown means, as no intrusion occurred before this. The entity is then designated as YOS 766-1. Following YOS 650 attempts to breach containment to reach 3 other YOSs that held the same entities, seemingly against her will. Addendum 650-4. Due to the events of Incident 766-01, YOS 650 is to remain in sight at all times, and a solution to terminate YOS 766-1 is to be found to prevent another incident. YOS 650 must believe that finding YOS 431, YOS 596, and 977 will result in catastrophic consequences, and must stay away from her sisters and cousin until a solution to terminate YOS 766-1 is found. But since YOS 766-1 can force her to reach the other affected anomalies, she is to be locked in her chamber until YOS 766-1 becomes dormant. Addendum 650-5. It is revealed that YOS 650 engaging in physical activity seems to keep YOS 766-1 from becoming active. The decision for YOS 650 doing physical activities until termination method for YOS 766-1 is up for consideration. Item number YOS 761. Object class Keter. Containment procedures. YOS 761 cannot be contained by any known means, and as such should be kept in its original location at all times. MTF Unit 7 Demon Hunters are to be dispatched if YOS 761 attempts to breach containment. YOS 761 is to be engaged at a distance of 12 meters in order to prevent it from being converted into an instance of YOS 761-2. It must be engaged with various types of weapons until YOS 761 is confirmed to be incapacitated. If YOS 761 transports itself to a random location, MTF Unit 7 is sent to locate and incapacitate 761 as soon as possible. Any YOS 761-2 instances are to be terminated immediately. Description: YOS 761 is an entity superficially resembling a woman, standing 1.3 meters tall. Its clothes consist of a dress resembling a princess's, a golden crown, long pink hair with 2 ponytails, a pair of gloves, pink shoes, and a pair of fairy-like wings. YOS 761 treats itself like an actual princess, and claims that princesses are meant to look pretty, hence why it's always been observed keeping itself in check. YOS 761's behavior is manipulative in nature, and often claims that the entire human race will follow under its demand. YOS 761 will often go up to a nearby subject and assault them until they're incapacitated or killed, and then convert them into YOS 761-2. YOS 761-2 are subjects who have been converted by YOS 761 and have taken on a pinkish shoe. Instances will address 761 as Your Highness and will follow any command given by it. YOS 761's commands vary from kill, comb my hair, and clean my throne when the kill command is given. YOS 761-2 will become hostile towards any subject nearby and will attack them until they are killed, or in 56% of cases, incapacitate them in order for YOS 761 to convert them into another instance, or when ordered by 761 itself. YOS 761-2 are invulnerable to physical damage and can be terminated by normal means. YOS 761 is highly resilient to damage and has been proven to have very durable skin and clothes. However, explosives and flamethrowers have been more effective at temporarily incapacitating it. YOS 761 is capable of instant transportation and can transport up to 126 miles away. However, it chooses not to do so, due to its current location being a lot more comfortable for it. YOS 761 came to the Foundation's attention following reports of people going missing in Oregon. MTF Unit 7 was sent out to investigate. The team eventually spotted 26 pinkish people dragging the presumably incapacitated missing people, and was dragging them to a yet-to-be-discovered location. MTF Unit 7 engaged with the pink humans, but 2 managed to flee with the 2 people, and MTF Unit 7 followed suit. They eventually discovered a large castle in the middle of the forest near Oregon. MTF Unit 7 went in and observed 2 YOS 761-2 instances presenting the unconscious people to YOS 761 and allowed it to convert them. MTF Unit 7 later gained attention of YOS 761 and YOS 761-2 instances. The YOS 761-2 instances were terminated, and YOS 761 went into Foundation custody willingly. Addendum 761-1 Interview. The following is an interview with YOS 761 prior to capture. I'm playing the interview log now.
Can you tell me your name?
Oh, I don't have one. You can call me the princess, though.
Okay then. What's the deal with the pink people you got?
Oh, you mean my servants? They were my best servants, always providing me with more to build up my crew.
You do know those were people, right?
Those bums don't deserve to live a normal life anyway. I gotta give them something to do anyway.
Okay. What would you do if you got enough servants?
Oh, would you like to know, dear? My servants will then meet the king.
Who is the king?
The king is my brother. He took care of me when I was a baby, and if I built up an army of my own, he would be proud of me for sure.
Can you tell me more about your relationship with the king?
You know, we would be here all day if I told you all about me and him, so I'll make this brief. Ever since I was born, the king was almost an adult, and he decided to watch over me as I grew older. He teaches me how to use my powers and how to grow my own army. It was a fun time, if I'm being honest, until my brother decided to go wreak havoc on the road without me. So ever since, I would build up my servants to assist me just for fun, but also to impress my brother.
That's lovely. Do you have any questions before we conclude here?
One question, actually. Do you want to be my servant? What? Well, it's not like you have a choice.
End log. Closing statement. YOS 761 converted Dr. Richard into a YOS 761-2 instance and immediately transported back to its original location with him. Addendum 761-2. Note from Dr. Due to YOS 761 simply transporting back to its location, containment attempts at site have been discontinued. The castle that YOS 761 is residing in is to be boarded up, and if YOS 761 decides to leave, it is to be found and incapacitated for it to be sent back. YOS 761-2 instances are to be terminated immediately if they attempt to escape. MTF Unit 7 is instructed to keep a safe distance from YOS 761 in order for it to not reach each of the members. YOS 761's reclassification to Keter has been approved. Addendum 761-3. As referenced in Addendum 761-1, YOS 761's brother, the King, maybe referring to YOS 5509, due to its similar anomalous properties. A possible connection to the two entities is up for discussion.
Item number, YOS 1163. Object Class, Safe. Containment Procedures, YOS 1163 is to be in a humanoid containment chamber with equipment present to sustain a 5-year-old human. YOS 1163 is allowed to roam the facility, although it is to return to its chamber at a time no later than 8 p.m. and if a containment breach is reported. YOS 1163's chamber is to be accessed with the permission of 2 Level 1 personnel. Since YOS 1163 doesn't pose a threat for any type of Foundation personnel, access is allowed for researchers and D-Class personnel. Description: YOS 1163 is a young human male, 5 years of age, and stands at 1.2 meters tall, 3 feet 11 inches. YOS 1163's demeanor is seen as very friendly and somewhat affectionate, as it would greet nearby people in a friendly manner. YOS 1163 has visual anomalous effects when a human or another life form approaches it. Humans or animals who attempt to attack YOS 1163 will be struck with YOS 1163 looking at them innocently, and with its eyes described by attackers as very cute. The subject will immediately cease their attack once visual contact is made, and will then interact with it in a non-threatening manner. YOS 1163 doesn't seem to show other emotions other than happiness and affection, and doesn't show fear when subjects attempt to attack it. When questioned, YOS 1163 claims that, "People can be silly at times, you know." YOS 1163 was retrieved from hospital, apparently owned by GOI 91, Creative Products Incorporated, and upon viewing its anomalous effects, it was sent to site for protection and questioning. Addendum 1163-1, YOS 1163 is interviewed at site for questioning. Interviewer, Dr. Matthew. Interviewed, YOS 1163. Begin log.
Hello there, 1163.
Hi, Dr. Matthew. What do you need?
I'm here to ask you some questions. Is that all right?
Sure, I have nothing else to do anyway.
First question. What were you doing near hospital?
Well, I just went there to get surgery, and then when I woke up, I came out looking different.
I can see that. Second question. Are you familiar with Creative Products Incorporated?
Sorry, Matthew. I don't know that company.
All right. Third question. Who are your parents?
My mommy and daddy were nice to me all the time, even though I looked different at the time. But once I exit the hospital, I don't see them anymore.
Did they abandon you?
I think so. It's okay though, at least you're here to accompany me.
All right. Last question. Are you aware of your effects on your attackers?
You mean those silly people? They always end up not being silly when they talk with me.
People who attempt to attack you say that you are very cute, especially your eyes. Are you aware of this?
Nope. I just looked at them until they stopped being silly, and then they conversed with me.
So you didn't put on a cute face?
Nope, just looked at them.
All right. I believe we're done here. Thank you, 1163.
Wait, before you go, I need to show you something.
Okay, let me see.
YOS 1163 then puts up a crayon drawing of 2 figures, a red-colored figure wearing a lab coat with an arrow pointing with the name, Dr. Matthew, and a smaller blue figure with a blue shirt, also with an arrow having the name, Steve. Both figures seem to be holding each other's hands.
That's cute.
Thanks. You want to keep it?
Sure.
Dr. Matthew then entered YOS 1163's chamber to retrieve the drawing, and stroked YOS 1163's head before leaving to conclude the interview. End log. Addendum 1163-2, since the subject does not pose a risk for breaching containment, YOS 1163 is allowed to roam the facility to interact with other personnel. However, it must return to its chamber no later than 8 p.m., or if a containment breach is imminent. Addendum 1163-3, personnel have been thinking that YOS 1163 is to be used to calm other hostile humanoid anomalies in order to conduct an interview safely. This has yet to be approved. Addendum 1163-4, Dr. Zero's request that YOS 1163 is to be allowed to interact with other young human anomalies that don't pose a risk for a containment breach, such as YOS 900. Later observation showed that YOS 900 does not see YOS 1163 as a dark entity, and YOS 2163 has been approved. Item number, YOS 2474. Object Class, Euclid and Keter. Containment Procedures, YOS 2474 is kept in a humanoid containment cell, 5 by 5 by 5 meters. Restraints are to be placed onto YOS 2474 once recapture is successful, and an electric collar is to be on YOS 2474's neck at all times, and triggered if non-compliance is made by the subject. In the event YOS 2474 breaches containment, MTF Unit 21, Pursuers, and MTF Unit 31, Ninja Seekers, are dispatched to temporarily incapacitate the subject. Description: YOS 2474 is a human male of African American descent. YOS 2474 has 3 scars on its face, and has dark red eyes. YOS 2474 wears an outfit similar to a military outfit, although colored red, holds a black and red sword, black and red shoes, sports a black cape, has black and red wings, and has a headband. YOS 2474 often activates at a specific time, specifically 11:54 a.m. to 11:54 p.m., and will have 2 behaviors that will occur randomly. Passive behavior: in 86% of cases, YOS 2474 is cooperative with personnel in this state, and will often protect them from nearby threats. YOS 2474 will attack personnel when provoked or attacked. Aggressive behavior: in 98% of cases, YOS 2474 will get up and attempt to breach containment. YOS 2474 will terminate any nearby personnel, and will sometimes throw them away from it for it to escape. YOS 2474 will also gain high speed and reflexes, making subduing it quite problematic. YOS 2474 can temporarily be incapacitated by tranquilizing it or electrocuting it with a taser. Gunfire does not damage it in any way. YOS 2474's attacks are usually associated with a ninja or assassin, as it will kill personnel in a random way. Addendum 2474-1, Interview. YOS 2474 is interviewed by Dr. David once it is confirmed it's in a passive state, and was conducted in an interview room. Begin log.
Please state your name for the record. All right. What is your motive for this killing thing?
Well, I simply decided by myself that I will be both a ninja and an assassin, just so I feel a little unique.
Do you remember that you killed most of our personnel?
No. When did I do that?
So you don't remember?
Yeah.
Odd. Anyway, do you have any questions before we conclude?
Just one. Where am I?
That's not
End
important.
Log. Addendum 2474-2, Incident. YOS 2474 managed to breach containment and leave site. MTF Units 21 and 31 were sent to incapacitate and retrieve YOS 2474 before it caused too many casualties. YOS 2474 was found in Utah, and incapacitated by non-lethal means. YOS 2474 was sent back to the site, and current containment procedures were put in place. Addendum 2474-3. YOS 2474 seems to remain docile when in proximity with YOS 2595, and rarely seems to awaken in an aggressive state and never attempts to harm YOS 2595. Decisions for putting YOS 2474 and YOS 2595 next to one another are up for consideration. Item number, YOS 2502. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 2502 is kept in a standard humanoid containment cell. The subject is provided with furniture used to accompany a normal human. Due to the excessive hair YOS 2502 possesses, it is to be provided with hair clips and other items used to hold hair. New items are to be introduced under subject's request. Proposal for cutting off the hair of YOS 2502 is pending approval. Description: YOS 2502 is a female, age unknown, presumed to be 20 to 25 years of age, with very long blonde hair. YOS 2502 claims that this hair was not made by the actions of it, rather an unknown anomalous force. YOS 2502's mental state seems to be stabilized, and is able to live comfortably with the excessive amount of hair. Despite this, however, YOS 2502's hair blocks the vision, and struggles to push it away from the face. YOS 2502 will often use hair clips or other items used for hair to hold the hair in various places in the back and sides of its head. YOS 2502 appears to be hesitant to cut off portions of its hair, claiming that it makes her more unique, but as of YOS 2502 is eventually considering cutting off the large amount of hair due to its continuous growth. YOS 2502's hair grows 3 centimeters per minute, and seems to grow indefinitely, and will cover the entirety of YOS 2502's cell within hours if it's not cut off. Addendum 2502-1, YOS 2502 was discovered after a civilian named Chris caught sight of long blonde hair poking out one of the windows in an apartment in Missouri. Foundation agents were sent to investigate, and YOS 2502 was questioned. YOS 2502's hair was cut off by a large amount and taken into Foundation custody. Item number, YOS 2568. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 2568 is to be kept in a humanoid containment cell decorated in the style of a castle. YOS 2568 is given 2 uniforms for its daily activities, and is fed twice every day. Personnel who enter YOS 2568's cell must treat it as their queen, and provide it with food or gifts in a normal manner. Anyone who doesn't treat YOS 2568 this way is immediately removed from the cell. For its cleaning activity, YOS 2568 is provided with a trash bin, a broom, a mop with a bucket filled with water, and a dustpan. Description: YOS 2568 is a middle-aged Caucasian woman, standing at 1.68 meters tall and weighs 178 kilograms. The subject possesses black hair and yellow eyes, and has slightly pale skin. YOS 2568's common clothing is a royal outfit, black and yellow in coloration, in the style of a queen. The second common outfit it wears resembles that of a maid's, which it uses for cleaning its cell. YOS 2568 possesses an anomalous influence on human subjects who do not respond in a correct manner with it. When a subject fails to refer to YOS 2568 as a queen, they will mentally be driven to accompany and protect YOS 2568. YOS 2568 claims to not be causing this influence, as it sees them as kind people. Subjects under YOS 2568's influence will react violently if unaffected subjects attempt to approach YOS 2568. The effect will wear off after 3 hours once taken away from YOS 2568. YOS 2568 was discovered in a warehouse in Louisiana. The Foundation took notice when reports of 13 people are following YOS 2568 in an unknown location. Foundation agents tracked the people's location and managed to find the subjects. Subjects reacted violently to the agents when they sensed that they were approaching them in YOS 2568. The subjects were forcefully removed, while YOS 2568 was taken into Site 17. The affected subjects were given amnestics once their violent behavior dissipated. Addendum 1, YOS 2568 was interviewed prior to its containment. Interviewer, Dr. Madison. Interviewed, YOS 2568. Begin log.
Hello YOS 2568.
YOS 2568? What is that?
It's your designation we've given you.
Well, I don't like that. Call me, Jessie.
All right. Jessie, How are you feeling today?
I feel alright, although I don't like the looks of this place. It might want some royalty put into it.
I see. Would you mind telling me why other people were with you?
You mean the people that followed me to that place you found me at? I thought they were just being silly, just following me wherever I go.
Did you know they attacked the agents we've sent to retrieve you?
No. I didn't really look at them, as I was busy trying to find stuff I like.
I see. Last question. Did any of the people try anything with you?
I don't think so. Again, my back was turned when I searched for my things, so I didn't know what they did. Maybe they were watching me, which is kind of uncomfortable for me.
Alright, I think this concludes our interview. Thanks, Jesse.
End log. Closing statement. Once the interview ended, YOS 2568 requested that its containment cell be decorated in a royal style. The request was granted, and YOS 2568 was kept in the cell. Addendum 2. It has been revealed that referring to YOS 2568 as a queen does not cause the subject to be under YOS 2568's influence. The containment procedures have been updated with this new information.
Item number YOS 2595. Object class Safe. Containment procedures. YOS 2595 is to be kept in a humanoid containment cell. YOS 2595 is allowed to leave the chamber and roam the facility, but must return to the chamber no later than 10 p.m. YOS 2595 is to be fed 120 kilograms of steak and 56 gallons of water twice daily. Feeding YOS 2595 other foods is not recommended. D-class personnel with a history of domestic violence or first or second degree murder interacting with YOS 2595 is pending approval. Description: YOS 2595 is a human female, 1.6 meters, 5.2 feet, tall, and weighs 112 kilograms, 246 pounds. YOS 2595 seems to have 6 blue fox-like tails located at the rear, and has tail bones connecting to the bottom of the spine. YOS 2595 claims it has no knowledge of these traits, although it seems content with this. YOS 2595 possesses an anomalous compulsion to anyone within a 4-meter radius. Whenever a person exhibits a violent reaction towards the subject, they will immediately get a calming sensation, and won't show any signs of their previous behavior. This radius of effect has increased as of April 15, 2000. See Addendum 02. YOS 2595 has a passive and somewhat cheerful demeanor, and has interacted with personnel when outside of its cell, including other passive anomalies. YOS 2595 was discovered in June 2, 1980, when there were reports of one woman having many tails. Foundation agents went out to find the woman, and was interviewed. YOS 2595 was later relocated to site. Prior to the interview. Addendum 01. Interview. YOS 2595 was interviewed by agents. Following the discovery of it. Interviewed. YOS 2595. Interviewer. Agent. Begin log.
Do you have a name?
Yes, call me Sandra.
Alright Sandra, can you tell me about your tails?
These are things? Well, they're alright, I guess. Kind of hard to control all of them, but I think I got the hang of it.
Where did you get them from?
No clue. They sort of appeared one day.
Do you think someone might have done that to you?
Again, no clue, but that might be the case.
What do you do with your tails anyway?
They made me feel like an animal, so I sometimes walk on all fours, and even use them as pillows for bed. I even sometimes use them to hold as many items as I want, which is literally me multitasking.
Interesting. Do you have anything else to add before we conclude?
No, sir.
End log. Addendum 02. Changes of YOS 2595's radius of effect. YOS 2595's radius of effect had increased to 10 meters.
Decisions made by personnel considering moving YOS 2595 to another site devoid of any anomalies is yet to be approved, in order for its effect to not impact the behaviors of other anomalies in site.
This was stricken from the document. This decision is revoked as of April 27, 2000. See Addendum 04. Addendum 03. Incident. YOS 2595 specified meal is not yet discovered until August 19, 2000. When Dr. attempted to feed YOS 2595 a bowl of mashed potatoes, YOS 2595 became aggressive and attacked him, and attempted to breach containment. YOS 2595 was classified as Euclid, until YOS 2595 no longer exhibited violent behavior and attempted to escape, and was reclassified as safe. When questioned for its behavior, it explained that steak and water were its favorite things to eat and drink, and should only consume those. Following the incident, YOS 2595 should not be fed other foods other than steak and water, in order to prevent another violent attack. Addendum 04. YOS 2595's interaction with YOS 2474. YOS 2595 came into direct contact with YOS 2474 during its containment breach, and YOS 2474 entered YOS 2595's cell. In security camera footage, YOS 2474 seemed to be under the effects of YOS 2595, and became docile. YOS 2595 was visibly startled by the sudden entrance, but later got itself to converse with YOS 2474. Both anomalies conversed for 4 hours, until YOS 2474 was restrained and placed back into containment. When personnel questioned YOS 2595 about YOS 2474, it said that 2474 was enraged but calmed down, and had conversed with it in a calm manner. YOS 2595 was visibly happy when it interacted with YOS 2474, and asked staff members if it could see it again. YOS 2595's radius of effect had somewhat decreased, as personnel with bad intentions experienced no effect when within a 10-meter radius. It is thought that YOS 2474's interaction with YOS 2595 caused it to direct its effect onto YOS 2474, thus decreasing the radius of effect. Therefore, YOS 2474 should not interact with YOS 2595 for a long period of time. Addendum 05. Note from Dr. Oscar.
It seems we have formed two lovebirds, since YOS 2595 is becoming romantically attracted to YOS 2474 the more it is exposed to it. 2595 was eventually seen trying to mate with 2474, which 2474 was visibly disturbed by its actions. We questioned it and it said that he was quite a hottie. I would recommend that we isolate the two of them for a long time, since we don't know what would happen when 2595 is able to successfully mate with 2474.
Addendum 06. YOS 2595 was heavily pregnant, but there were no signs of whoever made it pregnant. With use of medical equipment, YOS 2595 was carrying a child still yet to be tested. After 9 months, YOS 2595 went into labor and was sent to Medical Wing 4. YOS 2595 gave birth 11 minutes later following the transportation to the Medical Wing. The child was genetically a match to YOS 2595 and YOS 2474. It is unknown how YOS 2595 is able to get a child with YOS 2474, but it is thought that it somehow convinced 2474 to mate with it, or got pregnant with 2474 via anomalous means. The child was kept in YOS 2595 following its demands for the child to be with it. As of May 14, the child is 5 years of age, and YOS 2595 is no longer showing any romantic attraction to YOS 2474.
Item number, YOS 2721. Object Class, Keter. Containment Procedures. The location where YOS 2721 events occur is to be blocked from the public. MTF Unit 13 are to patrol the area for signs of YOS 2721 activity, and must engage with YOS 2721 once detected. If necessary, D-Class personnel are to be sent to a random residence within the YOS 2721 affected area, and MTF Unit 3 enter to try to subdue YOS 2721. Due to the nature of YOS 2721, and its ability to demanifest at will, containment isn't possible at this time. Description: YOS 2721 is located in the neighborhood of Redacted, Kentucky, and can manifest throughout the entire area near the front door of every house. The entity resembles a human female with pale white skin and gray hair, and wears a dark dress, socks, and a bow tie tied to the back of the hair. YOS 2721 only manifests when a singular human male is present in the residence. It will get their attention by knocking or ringing the doorbell, and will appear innocent most of the time before showing its true intentions to the subject. YOS 2721's facial features will resemble a normal female's, before revealing a black sclera and red irises in its eyes, and sharp teeth in its mouth. YOS 2721 will then try to attack and kill the subject, but often not immediately, instead engaging with the subject in a game of hide-and-seek, in which it will give the subject a head start and follow closely behind. YOS 2721 will then try to locate the subject whether they hid or hadn't found a space for them that makes them hidden. Once finding the subject's hiding space, it will attack and kill them with a knife it carries with it at all times. Although YOS 2721's discovery of the subject always results in death, in 17% of cases, subjects can continuously dodge the attacks and hide in a different place. YOS 2721 only demanifests once it has not found the subject within 3 hours, or once the subject leaves the residence if it can no longer track down the subject. YOS 2721's existence is discovered by the Foundation following reports of survivors claiming that a woman is trying to kill them, and that the woman is nowhere to be found once exiting their house, and many people deceased in their homes. YOS Foundation agents were sent to investigate the event. Once Agent Redacted noticed a disturbance in one of the houses, Agent Redacted went in and confronted YOS 2721. YOS 2721 tried to act innocent to Agent Redacted, but failed, and Agent Redacted tried to subdue and take YOS 2721 out of the house, but it demanifested once it was taken outside. Therefore, Foundation agents urged all civilians to leave the neighborhood and reside somewhere else. The Foundation blocked off the neighborhood from the public, and the residents were given amnestics. Addendum 2721-1, Attempted Containment of YOS 2721. MTF Unit 13 was sent to attempt to contain YOS 2721. The unit tracked down the location where it attacked, and immediately entered the house. Once YOS 2721 was found, it tried to act innocent and engage in a friendly conversation with the unit. One member of the unit then attempted to gently grab YOS 2721, before it retaliated and stabbed the member with its knife. All other following members of the unit then immediately subdued YOS 2721 and attempted to take it out of the house, but it demanifested once exiting the house. 3 more attempts were done before the protocol was revoked. Addendum 2721-2, Recovered Audio Log. In a home labeled Redacted Drive, a tape recorder was found in a bed where a man was found deceased on, presumably killed by YOS 2721. The recorder was then sent to Site Redacted and examined accordingly. The following is the audio log of the man prior to being deceased. Begin log. To anyone who finds this recording, it means that I'm going to die. I'm currently hiding under my bed because a random woman came to my house and tried to kill me. I don't know why she wanted me to die, but she seemed creepy enough to try it. She wanted to play hide and seek with me, but I know that she isn't really playing a game of it, only to find and kill me. I've picked many spots to hide from her, but she found me in each one of them, but luckily I'm able to dodge her knife. Which brings me to hiding under my bed, but who knows when she'll know that I'm here. I'm thinking of contacting my girlfriend to call the police to stop this crazy lady, but I'm not sure if I'm able to do it now, since I hear footsteps. So now I'm hoping that she doesn't enter this room and I'll survive. But if I don't, then I don't know what that lady will do next. Again, to anyone who finds this, make sure to call the police when you see her, since I don't want anybody else to fall victim to her. Also to my girlfriend, I'll miss you, and I hope you stay safe. Sound of a door opening followed by footsteps. Oh sweetheart, where are you? Silence for 10 seconds. Oh, there you are. Oh no, she found me. I don't have anywhere else to hide. Listen, just contact 911 whenever you see her. Be safe, please. End log. Item number, YOS 2613. Object class, safe. Containment procedures, YOS 2613 is kept in a humanoid containment cell with furnishings to accompany it. At least 5 specimens of rabbits of varying species must be present within the cell. As on current regulations on misters, YOS 2613 must be contained in Sector 25 at site redacted. Description: YOS 2613 is a human female with additional features present on its body. These traits include 2 pink rabbit-like ears on top of pink-colored hair, a pink rabbit tail on its rear, small tufts of rabbit fur pink in color present in its back and chest, covered in clothing. YOS 2613's effects are triggered when little to no number of rabbits are present near it. YOS 2613 will release an unknown gas that converts living organisms into a rabbit of varying species, and will continue this activity when 5 or more rabbits are formed. YOS 2613's triggered effect will dissipate once 5 rabbits are near it. 1 to 4 rabbits will only weaken the effect until a 5th one is present. The words, Ms. Bunny, from the Misters by Jims, is tattooed onto YOS 2613's right thigh. YOS 2613 was seen outside site redacted, and was wearing white gloves, pink shorts, and a sleeveless shirt. Item number, YOS 2639. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures, YOS 2639 is kept in a 5 by 5 by 5 meter humanoid containment cell, furnished to accompany a normal human. YOS 2639 is allowed to exit the cell between 3 to 4 hours, before being urged to go back into it. Due to YOS 2639's increasing intelligence, decisions of keeping it in containment indefinitely are being considered, and it has been reclassified as Euclid. Description: YOS 2639 is a human female presumed to be between the ages of 15 to 19. YOS 2639 is 1.4 meters in height and weighs 129 kilograms. YOS 2639 has an extremely large intelligence, presumed to be in the thousands. YOS 2639 uses this intelligence to come up with ideas, plans, and inventions. It can manifest physical objects to itself via anomalous means, and use them to create an invention or initiate a plan or idea. It is unknown where it gained its intelligence from at a young age. Addendum 1. Documented plans and ideas from YOS 2639. 1. Create a new section in Site Redacted. YOS 2639 was planning to assist with the Foundation in creating a new section within Site Redacted where it is contained. 2. Create a laboratory within its cell. YOS 2639 manifested blueprints for the planned construction of a laboratory that is yet to be constructed. 3. Create an anomalous weapon. YOS 2639 manifested a blueprint intended for the creation of an anomalous weapon. This weapon has yet to be made and confiscated. Addendum 2. Documented inventions of YOS 2639. 1. A small machine that replicates objects, contained by the Foundation as an anomalous object. 2. An anomalous weapon, contained by the Foundation as YOS redacted. 3. An automaton that transports to random locations to pick up objects for YOS 2639, monitored by the Foundation via attached tracking device. 4. A vehicle that once boarding, transports subjects to a random street, location is yet to be found. 5. YOS 2175, contained by the Foundation. Addendum 3. New information regarding YOS 2639. YOS 2639's intelligence seems to be growing over time, as more complex or anomalous objects are made by it. Decisions are currently being considered for keeping YOS 2639 into containment indefinitely. Addendum 4. Note from Dr. Kevin. YOS 2639 seems to be smart enough to be a part of Foundation research. I am recommending that YOS 2639 should become a member of Site Redacted, and is instructed to make inventions intended to prevent anomalies from breaching containment. Denied. I can see how you think this woman should be a useful member, but having an anomalous person that can manifest various physical objects to do the job for us can pose some kind of risk. 07-1. Item number, YOS 2671. Object Class, Safe. Containment Procedures, YOS 2671 is kept in a humanoid containment cell with furnishings to accompany a living human, with the addition of a 5 by 3 by 5 meter pool for bathing. No physical contact with YOS 2671 or any of its shaved fur are to be made by any means necessary. Contact with these should be quarantined until the effect concludes. Shaved fur should be removed from the cell by 2 D-class personnel wearing hazmat suits. Description: YOS 2671 is a female, 1.5 meters tall and weighs 145 kilograms. YOS 2671 has animal-like features present on its body, which includes 2 rabbit-like ears on the top of its head, 1 long tail located in its rear, butterfly-like wings on its back. YOS 2671's hair is pink in color and is made up of fur. The hair is very brittle and falls out easily by physical contact or simply rip off by itself from YOS 2671. YOS 2671's hair secretes a liquid that is very absorbent for the skin. Physical contact with the hair will result in the liquid being absorbed into the skin and fur would appear in the area it was absorbed into. Shaved portions of hair also secrete the liquid, and lead to the same result. YOS 2671 was discovered in, redacted, North Dakota, following reports of people having fur on their bodies. Foundation agents were ordered to track the source of the affected. YOS 2671 was located in a barber shop, and the people working there also had fur on their bodies. Amnestics were administered to witnesses and the affected, and YOS 2671 was taken into Foundation custody. Item number, YOS 2726. Object Class, Euclid. Containment Procedures, YOS 2726 is to be kept in a 5 by 5 by 5 meter humanoid containment cell at Site 93. The cell is to be furnished in a way to accompany the subject. YOS 2726 is allowed to exit its cell, but must return after 3 hours. Testing with YOS 2726 is to be carried out with caution, and effects caused by YOS 2726 abilities striking the walls are to be repaired by construction staff. Description: YOS 2726 is a human female, aged 21 to 25, standing 1.6 meters tall. YOS 2726 wields a weapon that it carries on its person at all times, and it contains multiple anomalous abilities. YOS 2726 is somewhat cooperative, and conversed normally with Foundation staff. If threatened by an attacker, it'll use its weapon to strike the attacker with various abilities, either making them unconscious or killed. YOS 2726 was discovered in the neighborhood of, redacted, Arizona, when it stood over a pile of human males laying on the ground apparently unconscious. YOS 2726 was taken in for questioning and later was given the designation. Addendum 1, Interview. The following is an interview with YOS 2726 prior to retrieval. Interviewer, Dr. Simon. Begin log. Hello 2726. Hi doctor, how may I help you? I'm here to ask you a few questions, is that okay with you? Yeah, I don't mind. Alright, firstly, why were you standing next to the pile of men when we saw you? It was merely out of self-defense. The men apparently didn't like my looks, but I think my purple hair, bow tie, jacket, socks, shoes, skirt, wand, and my pink scarf are a nice touch on me. So they tried to attack you? Yeah, and I defended myself from them, that's why they're laying down in front of me. Noted. Secondly, what is with that wand you have? Oh, this? Well, it was a gift. I don't know who gave it to me, but it might be important, that's why I take it wherever I go. Were you also aware of the powers it had too? Not until I used it. It was cool to see those, I guess, but I used them only if necessary. That's reasonable. Lastly, are you interested in participating in some tests with you? Yeah. Good. This concludes our interview. Come with me to your room. End log. Addendum 2, Tests with YOS 2726. Level 5 access only by order of the 07 Council.